Check, check. Hello and welcome to the big one. It's the first endurance race of 2023 on Sim Broadcasts and in LFS. Brought to you by Argentina Turismo, the 8 Hours of Westhill promises to be the event of the year. We have a ton of teams all ready to go. Argentina Turismo have, as always, put an incredible amount of effort into the preparation of this event. In collaboration with us here on Sim Broadcasts and New Dimension Racing, I'm Peter Butcher. You're watching Sim Broadcasts on Twitch and YouTube. And joining me in the commentary box for the first stint of today's action, it's Travis Mellinger and Tom Jones. Travis, let's start with you. We're back. We're endurance racing in Live for Speed. It's epic.
It is epic. I am back. I hope I remember how to do this. It's been a while since I've been in the booth, but I am thrilled to be here. This will be an excellent event. We love endurance racing, and I get to join the commentary booth once again with my good buddy, Tom Jones. Tom, good morning. How you doing?
Good morning. Well, afternoon here in the UK anyway. It's good to be back. It's been a while since E-Challenge, so excited to get hold of one of these. Haven't done an endurance race yet, so one of always my favorite type of racing, so very excited for today.
You haven't done commentary for an endurance race with us?
Yeah, it's always fallen on weekends where either I've been racing or I've been away for whatever reason. So yeah, this is my first one.
Yeah, this will be good, Pete. Fresh meat.
Yeah, I hadn't clocked that. Welcome along, Tom, for an endurance race. That's great. 8 hours of Westhill International, 5.8 kilometers, 3.6 miles. Familiar to most people in Live for Speed. If you've not seen it before, well, you're in for a treat today. It's an epic track for this occasion, and we have two epic cars, the Prototype 2 by Chemblock 30 and the Protech 92 GT3 by Chemblock 30, with some collaborators there, and they will be making up the P2 and the GT3 class for us today. We've got a whole bunch of other mods that are going to be used for support cars, and of course the infamous at this point, the Argentina Turismo main straight Le Mans inspired clock that they use during this event. Let's talk about the grids, boys, because we've got two heaving grids. We've got 14 qualifiers for the Prototype 2 class. Here they are. We're going to run through them in a grid presentation in just a moment's time. But to bring you up to speed, we have 14 qualifiers for the LMP2 class. Pole was taken by the Brand R.Shop esports team, with Yannick Azilla setting the qualifying time alongside Nico Pantola. Yes Motorsports and Lemon Flavoured Dinosaur with a hint of cat zest, which we're going to have to shorten that name somehow. I'm not sure how we're going to do it, but maybe we're just going to call it Lemon Dinosaurs, not sure. We can come up with a name probably around hour 4 when we start getting bored of doing that. Lemon Flavoured Dinosaur, maybe. Here is the GT3 qualifying runners. 15 of those, furtive runners, Top Racing and Eastern Europe Union, took the top 3 spots in the GT3 class. And yeah, we have about 5 minutes to go before the start. So we have a lot to talk about. We have, well, that's 29 drivers registered. We are aware that there is one entry from LMP2 that has potentially had to drop out, and that is the solo runner Michael Malik for Ferrat Motors. Travis and Tom is not going to be running today, unfortunately.
That's a shame. I was about to note that in the LMP2 field we had another solo runner, Michael Malik, as you said, but shame he's not starting today. Not entirely sure why that is. We can certainly look into that. Michael, well known in the community, involved in a number of the events, particularly the BF1 event that Tom and I have enjoyed bringing to the community so much in the past. Yeah, shame that Michael won't join us today, but at the top, Yoni Cantilla, overpowered as usual there on pole position. I don't think that's a big surprise for anybody.
No, absolutely not. Yeah, Michael Malik isn't racing for personal reasons, but yeah, it is known why he's not racing. It's a shame, but there we go. He's as gutted as we are, Travis. Trust me. But we do have a lot of other teams who are ready to go. We don't have any other solo runners. That's the thing. Michael was going to attempt the whole 8 hours solo, and unfortunately, on this occasion, he will not be able to. Let's get into that grid presentation I talked about, because it's exciting and we like to do those sorts of things here on the channel. So without any further ado, here we go. Starting on the LMP2 grid, we have an absolutely packed runners here. We've got the number 7 Brand R.Shop Esports on the front row next to Yes Motorsports. Then on row number 2, it is the lemon-flavoured dinosaur with a hint of cat zest, number 15, alongside the number 90 Furtive Racing. Then we've got Salada de Fruta, the number 99, in 5th place, with Llama FIA in P6, the number 10. Then it's Road Appraiser Racing, the number 12, in 7th, with Bilal Naitet Racing in 8th place, the number 51. Then we've got Race Green Autosports LMP in P9, the number 41 car, with WD44 SG Racing, the number 44, in P10. Then it's Team America in P11, the number 22, alongside Slovaturk Racing in 12th, the number 65. Farrat Motors is listed in P13, won't be starting the race, the number 47, which promotes NFR, the number 69, to P13. In the GT3 starting grid, it's Furtive Runners alongside Top Racing, the number 91, alongside the number 87, with Eastern Europe Union in 3rd place, the number 46, alongside the number 92 Manthey Suda America car. Then in P5, it's Sausages Racing alongside Furtive Racing, the number 74 lines up alongside the number 11. Then we've got Race Green Autosports, the GT entry into this race, alongside the number 33 Low Cost Racing. And then on the 5th row of GT3, it's probably my favourite team name, Kind Runners, in 9th place, the number 14, alongside Alan P2, the number 27 in P10. Alan's put his own name on his car this year. Then it's Red Devil Street Racers, the number 43, alongside Team America, the number 17. In P13, the final row of the grid, it's Rafaela Pista, alongside SGR Racing, the number 86. And that is the 8 Hours of Westhill by Argentina Turismo.
Peter, we're having a good laugh in the background. We were trying to decide how you would introduce the name of that team, and I like SGR. That was far more clever than what I was thinking of. So well done to you.
I had to think on my feet there, I'll be honest. But there we go.
I was going for Giggles Racing there.
Giggles Racing. We can decide. It's our broadcast. We can decide what we want to call them. But their tagging game is the SGR team. I'm not ready to blow that out at 1 p.m. in the afternoon, so maybe later. We don't quite go into the watershed here, but, is it PG? I don't know. Anyway, the Prototype 2 and the Protech 92 GT3 are just 2 minutes away from starting their engines and blasting around Westhill International. 4.2 litre V8 in the Prototype 2. These are some fantastic mods. Travis, I want to start with you. You've commentated on both of the previous installments of Argentina Turismo's endurance races. The LMP2 is a beast, and it's been updated again for this race.
Yeah, it's been updated. It's so much fun to drive. It is my favorite of all the prototype cars I have driven across the simulators. This one feels the best. It feels really fast. It feels like it has a ton of grip, and it has a lot of horsepower. I think this has been. We'll have to go back and look at past broadcasts or past versions of the mod, but I believe it's been given more power, 600 brake horsepower behind a 900 kilogram car. It's just a ton of power. This car is so much fun to drive. And then this is just an unbelievably pretty GT3 mod, this Protech, obviously inspired by a real-life manufacturer. The car looks so good. It sounds really good. Cars in Live for Speed sound really good because of the engine audio generation system. It works really well in that car, and again, really fun to drive. I am a prototype elitist. But this GT3 car is a treat.
It absolutely is. I mean, look at this poster that was provided to us. It makes my hair stand on end. I'm so ready to see these two cars blasting around. We will have a livery competition that's going to be going on. We're gonna release the poll for that around about the halfway mark. I reckon, Travis, is a sensible time, around the 4-hour mark, so that everybody has seen all of the liveries. We've had fun putting together the graphics for those. I have to say, this is the nicest turned out set of cars we've had for any event in history in Live for Speed. I think the quality of the liveries this year for this race is outstanding, and you're going to love them, guys.
Yeah, I know I haven't seen as anywhere near the amount of races that you guys have, but just looking through the quality of what we've got here today, it's truly fantastic.
It absolutely is. We have drivers readying up on the grid. I'm excited to say that we are going racing. We are a minute late, but don't worry, we're going to get the full 8 hours of racing when the drivers get onto the grid. There will be a formation lap, and then we will be lights out and racing for 8 hours. Epic stuff. So buckle up, get your favourite beverage, get some popcorn in. Please engage with the chat. We're going to be reading it throughout the broadcast, trying to respond to as many as we can. And yeah, we do apologise. There was a slight error during the grid presentation. There, we the number 12 Slovatok Racing had the incorrect team name and livery showing. So apologies for that. But yeah, you're going to see them in full force in a few moments when they take for the grid. Yeah, Tom, you said this is your first endurance race as part of the Sim Broadcasts team. Welcome along. Are you looking forward to it?
I am. I'm, as you'll know from our other activities, I love a bit of endurance racing. Huge fan of it. Been to Le Mans a few times and going again next year. So it's just a different type of racing. It's that different slight mindset. It's not all about that sprint. It is playing the long game and making sure you're there at the end to really take the advantages. Which is, I don't know. I just enjoy it more. So super excited for today and just to see what unfolds really.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how much you enjoy being in the booth for an endurance race, because the not only is the vibe of the racing a bit different, but the vibe in the booth is a bit different. So it starts with kind of a fever pitch, and then it gets a little bit silly around hour 2 or hour 3, Pete. After we've gotten through the first cup of coffee and need to reload. These are just so much fun to do, and I'm thrilled you're here with us, Tom.
I'm a little bit nervous, to be honest, because when you and Tom are in the booth, it becomes silly within the first 30 seconds, let alone 3 hours.
Interesting you mentioned this now. I was going to suggest, as we wait for the last drivers to ready up on the grid and they roll up for the formation lap, can I take over our broadcast with one of my favorite segments from BF1 and E-Challenge Racing with Tom?
Sure.
Can I propose that we go into Tom's bold predictions?
Oh, do it.
Oh God.
It's early in the day for that, but bold prediction at the beginning, why not? Tom?
I reckon it will be relatively clean off the start. The chaos, I think, is going to come, of course, when the LMP2 field catch up with the GT field and them all start coming together. I reckon we'll probably lose about 2 or 3 cars into the barrier then, and may even get a safety car through that as well.
How about Yoni Catilla? Can he repeat a win in an NDR Argentina Turismo endurance race?
Oh, Yoni, he's one of those. He's either going to absolutely disappear off into the distance, or he's going to make a series of silly mistakes and then have a huge fight back on his hands. So that's what I put for Yoni.
I'm sure he'll be thrilled to hear that when he watches this back.
We have a grid of cars, led, of course, by the safety car at the front. It's going to be led round for one formation lap. Here we go. The cars set off and head around for a formation lap. So the prototype field pull away, and then here come the GT3s.
Yeah, and it's worth mentioning here at the top the just serious talent at the serious talent up and down this grid, but particularly at the front. Nico Pantola, Darius Brzezinskis, Daniel Lekostic, San Andreo, Dominguez, Hernan Quinteros, all of these guys so fast in any car, and now we've put 600 horsepower behind them and a ton of grip, big fat slick tires. The 6 of them, 8 of them, all of them really into this first wide open, right-hand bend at the start of the race is going to be very exciting.
It's Nico Pantola taking the leading LMP2 car for the opening lap, and it is Jeremiah Zanella who takes the number 91 Furtive Runners GT3 Protech 92 GT3 for the start. So yeah, we've got different runners using the car from the qualifying session. Thank you very much, everyone, for joining us. We are hoping to provide you with a full day of entertainment here, and it's going to get underway in just a moment's time. Well, this is a better start than last time. I think we already had some incidents on the formation lap by this point last time out, Travis. So, yeah, good start so far.
Yeah, we're not even halfway through this formation lap yet, Pete. I think that was an early call. Hopefully it holds up.
Yeah, well, I'm sure it will. I think the drivers have started to get a little bit more used to doing formation laps and things like that. So hopefully we will see a clean outlap, a good grid, and no need for an aborted start.
While they're trundling around here at a pedestrian pace, Pete, talk about your very pretty broadcast graphics.
Oh, well, thank you very much. Yeah, we always like to put together a little bit more of a graphics package for the longer races because it's a longer race, so we need more to look at. There's also multiple drivers per car, so it's always important to get those up on the screen as well. And yeah, we hope it looks nice for you guys. The real stars of the show, though, Travis, have to be the beautiful liveries. I mean, we're currently just watching the Brandar Sharp Esports LMP2 here that qualified in P1, but I'm sure, as you can see in the background, it's a very colourful grid, and they are just fantastic. I do want to show the car that Daniel Lacastic is driving just before we get going. This car has got a lot of dinosaurs on it, and it looks pretty funky.
I know where my vote for best livery is going already. It's that number 15 car of Lemon Dinosaurs is definitely quite the design and an interesting concept they've come up with. Very creative.
It is very creative. My favorite is this safety car. The Sim Broadcast branding livery color scheme. I like it a lot, and it looks so good on the side of this jet black AMG.
Well, hopefully it's the last time you'll see it today, Travis. But given our previous records on this style of racing, perhaps not. Anyway, we have the Argentina Turismo team are using the New Dimension Racing race control app today. So thank you for the support of NDR once again in training up the Argentina Turismo team with that. Here's the clock. The clock is blocking our view a little bit there, but the 8 hours of Westhill Michelin timing tower is in full force. The safety car will begin to pull away. The drivers will line up side by side. Travis, take us away for the lights.
There we go. Cars coming along side by side. Information as we exit this last sweeping bend. Cars just bunching up in the background. One car on the wrong side of the grid switches sides. I believe that was a furtive racing machine. The number 90 getting into position. A little bit of a gap in the background. Waiting a long time to turn the lights from red to green. But Nico Patola, Darius Rosinskas neatly alongside one another in formation as we wait to come across the line. Passing under the gantry now. And the lights are still red. So we still have the formation. Oh, there we go. Late green flag. The late green lights are on. And we have Nico Patola away in the lead, 3 wide in the background. Darius Brzezinskis now behind Santandreu, the furtive racing machine, getting a great jump on the leaders and up into second position behind Nico Patola. 3 wide in the background as we come to this slightly slower left-hand bend. Nico Patola off the road into the grass, cold tires. Hernan Quinteros off in the background as well, but otherwise through clean. It looks like Hernan Quinteros keeps it out of the barriers. Santandreu now off into the lead from 4th position as Nico Patola goes a little bit wide on cold tires at the start. GT3's away in the background as well. Looking at Jeremias Zanella in 14th position behind that yellow machine. Another car off on the right ahead of them. Couldn't see who that was. Garcia and the Team America machine now just keeping it out of the barriers. Another LMP2 off in the background. So a few drivers look like they weren't quite mentally prepared for the loss of grip owing to cold tires after that formation lap. A few drivers off, back on. I don't think anyone has sustained any major damage. But now here, looking at Santandreu in the furtive racing machine, we saw this at the 6-hour event. No, it was the 12-hour event at Kyoto. This driver was so strong at that event. About midway through the race, had some trouble and then clawed their way back up. But here today at Westhill, as we approach the end of the first lap, the number 90 furtive racing machine up from 4th on the grid, taking advantage of a late green light, and then cars ahead going off, perhaps banging and bashing a little bit 3 wide into the first corner, taking advantage and jumping into the lead as we come under the gantry for the first time.
Yeah, what an opening lap. We've got Santandreu there. Oh, a little bit of lag from him. Apologies for the lack of race clock. We are working on the graphic for that to work out why we can't see the race time. But believe me, the clock is running for 8 hours. And yeah, we've got Nico Patola here still in P2. Lucas Rosa for the number 12. And yeah, some moves going on further down.
Yeah, Nico's not going to be happy with losing the lead on the first lap there. He's going to have a bit of seeing red and a bit between his teeth trying to catch back up. As we look back here to the GT3s fighting with, of course, that prototype right behind them, of course. I believe that's Jaguar, who went off on the first lap and is having to claw his way back and is going to be absolutely in pain seeing these two go, absolutely scrapping right in front of him and taking up all of the road.
Yeah, and a lot of GT3 cars ahead of him now. We can see this LMP2 coming up through the order now. That looks like, I believe that was the 44. I'm not entirely sure. But we'll see a lot more of this later in the race. LMP2s carving their way through the field. You can see as they're next to each other. Tom, I love this about these cars too. These GT3s look like, well, they're not, if you ever stand next to a GT3 car, you realize they're not very big at all. But these prototype cars are so tiny. They look comically small compared to the GT3 cars, yet they are so much faster.
Yeah, I've seen a few of them in real life, been right up close to a couple of the LMP2s. Are just, they're absolutely tiny things, and these GT3s are no bigger than your normal road cars either, but they look lower and a little bit wider, but realistically with how the road cars are as well, they're just so similar. But yeah, it just looks like a little toy, doesn't it? It's almost a toy car.
It's a very big RC car. There we go. We look back from Nico Patola in second place, and now to the Road Appraiser racing machine of Lucas Rosa. Lucas Rosa up from his starting position too, I believe. That's Daniel Lukostic was started second or third, and Darius Virginskas was alongside on the front row, now down to fourth and fifth. This is Dan Bella, a friend of ours, Pete. Doing well, racing for Race Green Auto Sports today, up into sixth position. So great start from them.
Oh!
Ooh, as though that's the Lemon Dino. I'm going with Lemon Dino, Pete. Puts a wheel off, and with that much power, it is so easy to spin the tires and then turn the car around. That's frustrating for Daniel Lukostic. Yeah, this looks like perhaps a controller issue. He was straight into the barriers and then back out and then in again a couple times. That is a shame for them.
That is a super early incident for the lemon-flavored dinosaur team. No visible geometry damage, just a bit of cosmetic, but we'll see if they have any trouble with that. An early incident for Dan Lukostic within 10 minutes of the race start. Not ideal, but I'm sure we're going to see plenty of that. Drivers need to settle down, get into a rhythm. This is a long race. You don't need to be pushing 100 million% at the beginning.
No, you really don't. Speaking of long race, we have the clock working at the top now. We can see about 10 minutes gone, just coming down to the 7 hours, 50 minutes mark. And yeah, as you said, 10 minutes in is no time to be making those kind of mistakes. However, with just shy of 8 hours remaining, lots of time for them to make up those positions.
Yeah, it's almost fortunate it happened so early that it gives them the opportunity to have a full race to make it all back without the worries. You see here, too wide down the straight. Quinteros up the inside, I think taking the position there and just neatly up into eighth, but running a bit wide, which is opening the opportunity. And so, the car ahead off into the wall hard, so he's going to struggle. And I think Quinteros was coming across with nicely through, but there we go. Tony Gonzalez managed to get away there, and Quinteros there up the front. And a real scrap we're seeing here for 7th place.
This is another thing in endurance racing that's very easy to do. It's very difficult to get out of your own head when you're in the driver's seat. Everyone wants to race, everyone's scrapping for position and pushing as hard as they can for 8 hours. But sometimes discretion is, in fact, the better part of an entire day's worth of racing valor. And this kind of scrapping just costs time. So these guys, I think they'll want to fight for position for another minute or two. Speaking of fighting for position, now we're looking at a gaggle of 5 GT3 cars. Quickly becomes 4 as the lime green and white machine goes off in the grass in the background. It's easy to feel like you can race or you should race, but often it is better to settle down and find someone to run with and just keep the car between the lines when the racing lasts so long.
Yeah, it's a long afternoon into the evening for these drivers. So, like we said, they just need to work out the pace of the other cars around them, settle into some sort of rhythm as...
Ooh, sorry, Pete. In the background, Nico Patola's been off again. He was wide on the first corner, which is an odd place to do it because it's easily wide open, plenty of grip. And he has now lost more time to the number 90 at the front.
Yeah, just jumping in there. Terzic and Bottas absolutely bumping doors to doors, sort of a bit touring car-esque of going into the chicane there, which is compromised Bottas on the run out, and Choidi is looking for the move up the inside into the final corner here. Double apex, so Terzic is going to be loving this, just seeing the two of them scrap and trying to give him enough room to run away and build that margin. Is a fantastic two wide up the inside. He's got a bit of a better run, but I think Bottas is going to hold that, but the 11 car taking the slipstream on the far left. But I think Bottas has safely defended that for now.
He has indeed. Tucks in front and then into this right-hand bend, a little bit wide of the apex, but keeps it within the confines of the circuit on the exit. And as you say, Tom, he survives a few more corners. Now Chidini going wide. He'll have, I believe that's a Manti car that was coming up behind him. Martin Capal is chasing a car that was briefly off, the purple machine ahead of him. But now cars, I think, finally getting strung out. We'll look up and down the order for more battles, but things settling down as we approach 15 minutes into the race. I spoke too soon. Your friends are at it once again, Tom. This is Botev with the white, black, and red machine all over him once again, defending from the Manti machine behind. So good racing here.
Yeah, real scrap happening for position. It's brilliant to see these with these GT cars. They can get so close to each other and fight so well because they're not as aero limited as you see with the LMP cars. But then saying that, the LMP cars do a very good job at fighting close together as well, which really provides some great battles.
And this battle is going to get interesting in a few moments because that is the Team America number 22 LMP2 car that was off in the early laps, now working his way through the GT3 traffic. The GT3 car is much slower on any given lap. The LMP2s, when they run the fuel all the way down and they're running the fastest laps, will be in the 36s, doing 38s, 39s, 40s to start the race, whereas the GT3 cars, about 15 to 20 seconds per lap slower. So the LMP2s will gobble them up, particularly in these corners. Top speed, not all that much different, but the LMP2 cars have so much more grip that they will catch quickly in the corners. And now that battle we were watching a second ago is, I think right around now, is going to be disrupted by that LMP2 car. As we look at the number 51, that's Bilal Naitut Racing, a trio of Brazilian drivers here, and a very nice looking, looks almost Italian inspired. I think that's a Prema logo on the engine cowling there. Very nice looking livery here. A candidate for one of my favorites. We've been up and down the order a few times, and this is one of the very, very good looking ones. Though bit of a crunch on the side puts a damper on my enjoyment of this paint scheme.
Yeah, always a lovely looking livery on the Prema cars in real life, and done a fantastic job replicating that in the game as well. As we see, there's Silver there, just sort of running in a bit of open air, closing up, I think, a little bit to the car ahead. Oh, he's just had an off, sorry, but my mistake. So he's just back on track and needs to get back into his rhythm and not make any more mistakes, costing him time. Just a side note as well, Santandrew is starting to work his way through the back markers of the GT cars. He's gone past one already, and he's closing up to the next few ahead. So I think in the next couple of laps we're going to see him coming into the main battles further up the field on the GT lot.
Yeah, and this is where endurance racing differs so much from other disciplines. We could see in the background before we switched thoughts there that Nico Patola was going by that GT3 car. Nico wants to catch Santandreu at the front, but the ebb and flow of traffic, good luck on one lap, bad luck on the next lap, and then just kind of careful planning, when you get into the throttle, maybe getting on the brakes a little bit early as we watch the 22 and now through the GT3s and catching up to, well, not all the GT3s, he's got a few more to go yet, but a bit of clean air before he catches the leading group of GT3s. These LMP2 drivers, they will carefully plan, when they're in the throttle, maybe a little bit lazier in the throttle out of one corner to make sure they don't catch a GT3 car too soon before a series of slow bends. They'll want to think as carefully as they can about how and when they're going to pass to maximize the time around the circuit. But sometimes luck accounts entirely for your performance through the traffic, and it can go one way, it can go another. Santandreu at the front right now, the benefactor of good traffic in the early running, but it could easily come back Nico Patola's way.
Yeah, Nico there, getting up the inside. Oh, there we go. Lacastic making a bit of a comeback now. He's trying to drive himself back through. Had the slipstream down the straights, pulled to the inside, and he's pretty much done that move. Oh, cheeky moving over right in front of the guy there. That's going to put him off a bit, but he's got the position, and everybody has survived that one and has built a bit of a gap already. I think that really did throw him off, as Santandrew is now just sort of catching up onto a big gaggle of cars. He's just gone past one of them. He's sending it up the inside of Martin Capel, and he's sort of getting through that without too much of an issue. That I thought he was going to have a little bit of trouble as he caught these, but he's done quite well with minimal hindrance, really. Although he's going to be stuck through the chicane here, and it's just going to be costing him so much time to Nico, who's going to catch these cars on the straight or into the final corner.
Yeah, Nico's gotten through there without catching those GT3 cars. He is going to get one of them. I don't think he'll get them by the end of this straightaway coming into the final corner, but he's caught them on the brakes just as he approached the final corner. And now he'll be able to open up the throttle, get by a couple of them on the way out of the final corner, and off on his way behind Santandreu. This battle not over yet. Daniel Lacostic, who was off early, now all over the back of this machine ahead of him. This is the NFR machine. That is Laurent Delcourt, Belgian driver, in the car right now. Daniel Lacostic had it done a moment ago, and now he's behind once again. How'd that happen?
I think he just made a little mistake. It might run off the road. Like he did drop
yeah,
back.
happened at turn 2 on this lap. He just had a wobble, and he was able to swing straight back through. So
there you go.
Pete keeping his eyes on and unknowing what's going on everywhere around the track, it seems.
Yeah, better than I've done. I'm watching 2 different monitors and missing the action that everyone else is watching. So heads up over here. I'm paying closer attention now. Daniel Lacostic through the bend once again. Ooh, wisely goes over the grass there and onto the cement closer to the wall. There's a little bit more grip out there than there is on the grass, but he will have lost a little bit more time. That was about a car length or two's gap that is now a full 6 or 7. Daniel Lacostic, a difficult race in the early running, guys.
Yeah, he's not
definitely
having an easy time at all. He's made that mistake early on, which has cost him a load of time, and he's trying to get himself back. And I think he might just be in that phase of over pushing, where you've made that mistake and you're wanting to catch back up from it. I know I've been in there and made worse mistakes as a result, and I know for a fact Travis has as well.
Well, he's had a great run through the chicane, and he now is fully in the slipstream. He was so much faster through the middle of the chicane that I wonder if he's carrying a fair bit more downforce than Delcourt alongside. Delcourt, who is now behind. Daniel Lacostic has made that look easy, and now already has a few car lengths on Delcourt. Looking at Santandreu going through traffic now. That was a late lunge to the inside. I think he thought the GT3 driver was going to go the other direction as Nico Patola sneaks through unhindered. Nico Patola will be loving this. A few heart-stopping moments for Santandreu in the 90 machine at the front, while Nico Patola just cruises through this traffic. Though, looks like he's nearly puts the right rear wheel off in the grass there. Nico Patola, I think he wants to settle down a little bit, keep the car a little bit closer within the margins. Lots of wheel spin coming off that corner, easily through the traffic here. This is a dream so far from Nico, apart from having lost the lead at the very beginning of the race.
Yeah, you say it's a dream. He's lost about 2 to 3 seconds in traffic, so it's not really a dream for him. He's not had a particularly pleasant time overall, but Rosa there with the car behind him, I think, is Daniel Bala, looking and trying to catch him down, and trying to use the traffic to his advantage to try and close the gap up.
Nice shot on board Dan Bala here, nicely through that GT3 car, and now right up behind Lucas Rosa ahead of him. Great drive from Dan Bala so far. We see him a lot in many of these events, but
GT off in the background. Sorry, I don't know if you saw that, but in the background there, GT went sort of straight into the wall.
Yeah, it was all off. The number 74 off in the wall, front left damage, able to rejoin the track, but that's Westhill Fence Sports right behind. Martin Capel might have a run here on the inside down to the final corner. Obscured slightly by the timing tower there, as we've got some LMP cars in the background as well trying to get through. There we go. But Martin Capel does make the move. So all of a rocky lap that. Another car as well.
Yeah, he's going to have Yeah, I think he'll have another GT3 car behind him, perhaps challenging for this position coming into this first sweeping bend. Certainly have the LMP2 car through, easily done, and off he goes. And yeah, this is De Silva, the race green GT3. Oh, can't quite make it stick through the first corner, and looked like he would have a challenge for that position coming into this sequence of bends, but instead has fallen behind.
Yeah, absolute chaos there. I think far less incidents than I was expecting in terms of cars colliding. There's, of course, been the cars going off as a result of people getting through, people getting spooked, that sort of thing, but less of a case of the actual crashes. So it's good to see the drivers keeping an eye out for each other and not really driving into each other, but then slight mistakes being made, of course, all around the track.
We've got a car off
here.
at turn 2. That's Pedro de la Cruz for SGR Racing. Able to rejoin it. No need for any track paraphernalia. And yeah, on his way again. The number 86 GT3 in last place currently. But yeah, steady, slow and steady. That's what he needs to do.
Yeah, difficult start for them. I think the name of their team nicely summarizing the quality of their race so far. They're having a rough time spending that much time off and then in the gravel. Looking ahead to Dan Bala, here we go, alongside and now up into 4th position. So well done by him. I'll finish the thought I was sharing a moment ago, that he is a staple in New Dimension Racing, Argentina Turismo, Live for Speed events. We see him all the time, but doing very well today to be up near the front of the order in an LMP2 car. These cars not easy to drive. Daniel's certainly not untalented. He is a perfectly good driver, but an uncommonly good day for him. So hats off to him running there in 4th position, now ahead of Lucas Rosa in a very strong Road Appraiser racing machine.
Yeah,
Well,
Dan,
I mean,
they're up 5
yeah.
positions so far. Sorry, Pete, go ahead.
No, it's okay. I mean, Dan Bala is experienced hands in LFS, and I think that's something you don't often see when you're plunged into an endurance grid with a bunch of other drivers. It's about how quickly you can gain the confidence, and often it's the drivers that have more experience that can gain the confidence more quickly, especially in an unusual race. We don't have too many multi-class endurance races anymore, and we're very, very lucky to have, of course, the 8 hours of Westhill to present. I just can't believe it. I'm staggered. 25 minutes in, loving every minute.
And Lucas Rosa dropping behind Dan Bala a ton. Dan has taken off into the distance. That's a 1.5 seconds, almost 2 seconds gap now. As we look up to the front once more, the Furtive Racing Machine, Sant'Andrea, and now back to Nico Patola. Ooh. 3 wide as 2 of these LMP2s are fighting alongside this GT3. This is Tulio in the Bilal Knight Racing Machine, now through. Once again, that Prema-inspired livery on that car. Oh, a lot of wheel spin coming through. It's so easy with 600 horsepower and no mass otherwise on the car to spin the tires, even as you come through these open bends. These engines make a lot of torque, a lot of power down low. But he's got the job done despite a tentative moment coming out of the final corner. And now up to 7th position. Off he goes. Both of them neatly inside the curbing there, not taking any chances with the grass. And a brief moment of excitement, and then off they go.
Yeah, all 28 runners of 28 still running. As I say that, Tulio going around the outside of the number 31. That was Jeremiah Sinella. Number 91, Jeremiah Sinella, currently still in, has dropped a position actually since the start. He's now in P2. It is N Friend for Top Racing, who are on top of the GT3 category currently. The number 87, a fantastic looking livery, I have to say.
So that overhead shot, as we watched that pass around the outside, the picture that we saw in your tone of voice as the cars went alongside, I think perfectly captured what Tom and I did in our seats while it was happening. Because Tom and I we do a lot of endurance racing, and we like racing in the prototypes in the top class. And what happened there was the GT3 driver didn't go where the trailing driver expected. And you expect a GT3 driver to take the normal line, and then when they're a little bit wide of the entry or they slow down a little little bit early. When a GT3 driver thinks they might be helping, it's really not. And when that happens, it shakes your expectations, and it kind of jars you out of your rhythm a little bit. And it's so disorientating, and it is so surprising when it happens that it's really easy to lose control of the car. And then you just kind of fire the car wherever you think there's a gap if things are different, and hope that it sticks. Tom, did I explain that well enough?
Yeah, you hit the nail on the head there. I know earlier this year we were doing Le Mans and had a few situations of, I know when I was driving, there was a bit where I came up on 2 GT cars and one of them went a lot wider and just ragtag rejoin and put the other one straight across the front of me. So that's what sort of the instance you can happen with. As the driver in the LMP, you got to make that split-second decision of, if I move to avoid this, am I going to crash horrendously, or is, if I hold the line, are we all gonna live? And you've got to take the decision, take those gambles when the GT drivers don't stick to the racing lines. They say, I know in a lot of the professional top level drivers briefings, the cameras, we can get the cameras in there these days, so we get to see those, and they always say to the lower class, the thing you have to do is just be predictable, and to do that, just stick to the racing line. But it is, of course, on the faster cars to make sure the overtake happens safely.
Speaking of overtaking, Lucas Rosa has caught Dan Balla, so I'm going to assume that Dan Balla has been off somewhere, or Lucas Rosa perhaps composing himself after Dan Balla went through. Oh, that may have been, couldn't tell if that was lag or a little bit of contact. These two going to be side by side. No, Lucas Rosa chooses to back out before going into turn 1. Dan Balla lives in 4th position for one more lap, or a few more corners anyway. Still a long way to go on this lap. But this battle here getting a little bit spicy again after Dan Balla had gapped Lucas Rosa by a couple of seconds. The rear of the car wanting to sneak away from Lucas Rosa on the entry to the left-hand bend there, but now well under control, and we'll see if he can catch up to Dan Balla once again. Looking here at Nico Pantola, a couple of gray cars, one GT3, one gray and slate blue car now on the brakes, easily by the GT3 and into the corner here. Up over the bump and by the bollard. Nico Pantola looking really handy in this Brandar Shop esports machine.
Yeah, he's looking really stable in that car. And as the seconds wind down, we have almost elapsed 30 minutes. And if you're looking at your watch and you think, oh, you know, I've got other things to do today, 8 hours is a long time. So you might want to keep an eye on the race if you go out for your grocery shopping or whatever it is you're doing. And good news, you can, because we live in a world of smartphones, but also we live in the world of New Dimension Racing's tracker. So if you go to tracker.newdimensionracing.com, you can keep up to date with the live standings and the live timings there. Meanwhile, we've still got Dan Balla and Lucas Rosa going hammer and tong, Travis. It's looking like these two are matching each other for pace, but holding each other up in the early stages of the race. This is not what they want to be doing.
Yeah, we just cut to them after they came through the final corner. Ooh, Dan Balla has Lucas Rosa come right across the bow into the first corner. That's really tricky there. When a car comes across at the front of, well, any car really, all of these cars make some amount of downforce. The LMP2 is certainly a lot more than the GT3s. But a lot of front-end downforce on these LMP2 cars, and when another one comes across the front of you like that into a high-speed bend where you rely so much on the aerodynamic grip, it's a little bit surprising when you turn in and then nothing happens. So Lucas Rosa, perfectly fair, if not a little bit cheeky, coming across the front of the trailing driver into the first corner. But Dan Balla well held in what looked like an awkward scrap coming out of the final corner. And now these positions swapped once again. Dan Balla will put the bit between his teeth and try to reclaim that position, or perhaps just settle in and follow Lucas Rosa around if he decides that Lucas is in fact a little bit quicker or has roughly equal pace.
Well, with their fighting as well, it's brought Dominguez onto the back of them. It's now going to be sort of a 3-car fight here, and they've got to get past Garcia ahead. He's, of course, going to be a lap car now, going a full lap down behind Rosa as well. So they're going to have to deal with this traffic while also having that third car coming up to rejoin the fight, which is going to be interesting, and it's really going to change the dynamic of the race.
So this is we're experiencing something right now that I enjoy so much about these endurance races, and that is the tiny little details that you have time to pick out, while we're just chatting about the racing. This one, Tom, what are you snacking on? I can tell you're eating something.
Sorry about that. Jess came and delivered me a half pizza, so I've started snacking on that. Sorry, I thought I managed to hide that.
No,
yeah,
I think it got past everyone else, but I could tell that you had something tasty between your teeth there. So there we go. 30 minutes in, and it's already gotten into the silly zone. We'll recap Tom's pizza experience maybe at the top of the hour. As that's Dan Bella going through. I think the 22 is a back marker. Yeah, lap down. The 22 was off
Garcia.
early on in the race. Yep, yeah, Garcia. Right,
Garcia really struggling, but he has rejoined the back of the LMP2 pack, but now already seeing laps going the other way. Got damage early defending, or rather moving out of the way, trying to let these leaders through. But yeah, Garcia a lap down on the rest of the LMP2 field at this point.
Yeah, maybe worth mentioning there that more frustrating than a slower class car trying to air quotes help by getting out of the way is a car with nearly equal performance trying to help by getting out of the way. It is. I would much rather have a backmarker LMP2 ahead of me, giving me that slipstream and not moving across the track, and then maybe rolling out of the throttle to give me the racing line as I approach the next corner. That looked a bit awkward for the cars going through the number 22, but no harm done. Everyone through and on their way. As we watch Santandreu, heard a car spun. Yeah, the Jaguar in the WD-44.
Yeah, the number 44 off. Must have got it onto the grass coming out of turn 1. Really easy to do. The curbs are not that wide here at Westhill International, so really easy if you're going full pace through turn 1 to just drop a wheel, and that is heavy right side damage actually for the number 44. We've got a car off as well at turn 4 in the gravel. That's one of the GT3 runners.
Yeah, nicely rejoining right in front of this, right in front of Rosa, who's done a great job to get around the side of him without any incident there. So did well with Rosa to survive that one.
Yeah, it doesn't look to be any damage on this number 43, so still running all right. Well, a little bit, but not too much. A little bit on the left front and the left rear, but that I think that's from earlier. That's not from that incident, because it was the right side of the track that they went off. But yeah, this is the Red Devil Street Races entry. 2 Polish drivers and someone from the US, Travis. There are a number of Northern American drivers in here. We've got Patrick Hall driving for Race Green Autosports LMP later, and a couple of drivers from the US, one of which is in RDSR and the other is in Allen P2.
Yeah, I noticed going down the order 2 Americans, the one I can remember off the top of my head is DeStout, and I don't remember who the other one is, but Patrick Hall, the Canadian driver, right you are, another North American here in the race, as Dan Bella is alongside Lucas Rosa once again, these two having a great battle, perhaps a little bit frustrating for the two of them to be scrapping for this position over and over again. Oh, what a brilliant shot. Looking under the gantry there, waiting for the cars to come by. Lucas Rosa across the front of Dan Balla's machine again, as Dan Balla goes a little bit wide in the first corner. Car in the pits, that's the WD-44, who was off just a few moments ago. I feel like it's a little bit early for this, boys, but I think we may have some driver changes too soon. So I saw our friend Zdravko Toponiak join the server just a moment ago, so I wonder if he will be taking over. I don't recall which car he is in this weekend. It is not a Frackmaster machine. I believe he's driving with Gabor. Gabor obviously not in the car right now either, but I cannot remember which machine they are driving. But Zdravko Toponiak in the server, so might be seeing some stops soon.
Yeah, a bit of an inside scoop. The number 72 always planned to do a short first stint, so that is what's happening now. I'm pretty sure. So they're going to do a driver change, as you've seen Zdravko come in. I can spill the beans on that one. Yeah, it's going to be Zdravko Topolniak jumping in the car, taking over from Wazinskas, but not on this lap by the looks of it. Wazinskas very happy to stay out, but yeah, a short stint for these guys at the beginning.
Yeah. Just quickly, our favourite little LMP battle for third place has now just sort of turned into a 4-car fight, with Tulio catching up to the back of the gaggle as well. He's just off it at the minute, but if they keep going the way they've been going, it's almost definitely going to be a 4-car fight, and they've got a load of traffic ahead, so that's really going to bring him back. As Bala is,
we'll need to. Yeah, we need to keep the cameras on these because this four-way fight while they are going through traffic is going to be a riot to watch. You can see Dan Bala, Lucas Rosa sweep around the outside of
Oh, it's
Silva.
gone wide.
Now behind Martin Capal, Lucas Rosa wheels off. Dan Bala going to be alongside. Is he going to look for the position? No, Martin Capal gets way off to the left and out of the way. But Dan Bala's going to get the run with the grip on the inside of that corner. Now has the racing line as they go through the right-hander. Heads up driving by Dan Bala to use the traffic. Lucas Rosa compromised by the slower car, and Dan Bala sweeps through the brilliant over-under move, taking the racing line after they get through the GT3 traffic. Great racing by these guys. And as you called it, Tom, now a four-way fight. Dominguez right there with Tulio up behind them. Great racing 40 minutes in.
Yeah, it's getting absolutely hectic for this fourth place. We've seen it. It was so spread out, I think, in this LMP field for a bit. And in the last sort of 10, 15 minutes, this battle for fourth has just been a magnet and just drawing all sorts of cars into it.
I am grinning ear to ear. This is so much fun to watch and so fun to call. Hopefully, we'll see these guys catch another GT3 driver. There is one a little bit further up the road. That's a purple car. I cannot tell who that is other than to say that it is indeed a violet-colored machine. Rodriguez now with Dan Bala sweeping through easily. So Dan Bala might get a little bit of breathing room here unless they can sweep through Rodriguez coming through turn one. Lucas Rosa going to make a late lunge. Ooh, that's a dangerous move. Puts Rodriguez way offline. All the LMP2s through. That's one of those moments, Tom, we've had a few of those, where you think you can get through and then you realize, as you've already committed, that you've perhaps made a mistake and you put all your faith in your GT3 driver to not come across and ruin your race.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't push my push to talk there, but as he went up the inside, I sort of, just as you said it as well, I was like, oh, that's late. I was like, that was a risky but kind of needed move to stay in touch with Dan ahead. But of course, I don't really think it's worth it. Dan's gone wide again, so it's really brought Rosen straight back up, who's going to have the better run onto the back straight here. And I think every time that car in third place seems to get a margin, a mistake happens. It's sort of a cursed position in the fourth place, sorry. It gets that margin, just a curse happens, and they just drop back into the clutches of the cars behind to be pushed on again.
You really want this to be third place, don't you?
I really do, yeah.
We've got a car off at turn 2. It's Jaguar. Jaguar off again at turn 2. I think it's the same place. Rejoining slowly at the apex, needs to get that car moving. But I mean, a fantastic livery that deserves to be on the track. So again, just early nerves maybe. Just again needs to settle down and find a rhythm in this race.
Yeah, we're in traffic ahead. Dan Bala through GT3s on the way onto the front straight and into pit lane. Though Tulio will be going by Chodini and following Dominguez and Lucas Rosa, so that 4-car train now 3, but the 3 that remain in the fight for 4th position as Dan Bala pits are all running line astern through GT3 traffic. So Dan Bala wants a good stop here if he can get in and out of the pit lane quickly, and that did look like a very quick stop. He was only stationary for a few seconds, about 8 seconds stop, not bad at all. He has some clean air to run in now. He's ahead of Federico Silva there in the background. So lots of daylight for Dan Bala to put in some quick laps as he comes out of the pits. He will hope to come out ahead of that battle for 4th place when they come in to take service.
Well, I can give you a little update on that because through turn 1, Dominguez got a little bit wide and did the whole soaring of the wheel action to desperately stop it from spinning. He managed to hold it, but it was as they were sweeping around the outside. I see Miles Capel getting overtaken by De Silva up the inside, getting all slidey, as then you have Bala coming sweeping around the outside of the pair of them, staying nicely out the way, but forcing De Silva to be a bit narrow into the corner. Bala's overshot that corner again. He's done that a bit late. It seems to be the last few laps in a row, so he needs to sort of work on his consistency with that one a bit.
Yeah, perhaps tires coming off a little bit, though there should be plenty of life left in the tires. Darius Wojcickas stopped in pit lane. Zdravko Toponiak will be taking over this car in just a moment, or perhaps was just in the server. I would have expected a switch by now. Oh, there we go. Zdravko Toponiak rolling away in the car. Fuel only plus a driver change. So off they go, falling down to, first driver change.
Yeah, so there you go. First driver change on us to Yes Motorsport.
Yep, down to 6th position after the stop. Ooh, flirting with the white line there, but he gets it back inside the lines before he gets to the end of the hatching at the end of pit lane. And off he goes, our friend Zdravko Duponjak, now in the car for the first time with 40 minutes gone in this 8-hour race.
Yeah, I think there's a car off at turn 4 there, just very briefly. So I don't know if I actually did see that or not. But yeah, I think De La Cruz had gone off slightly at the end of exit turn 3, sort of turn 4 area, off into the gravel. But doesn't look like he's got. Oh, he's gone again, and he's just into the front of the barrier. Hopefully for them, going to keep it going. He's not going to be having giggles in that car. I'll tell you that right now.
Yeah, they're having a day, RSG Racing. The LMP entries running at the back, and their GT edition also running at the back. But it's early days. I mean, I'm pretty sure this is the first endurance for these guys, and a tricky start. But it's not over. It's 8 hours long. You just have to find that rhythm, and it's there somewhere.
Nico Patola in pit lane, stationary. Don't know. I've been looking different directions for all of the action because there is so much to keep up with. So I have not seen if his teammate has joined the server. So it will be a surprise when this car rolls away. Nico Patola stays in 17 seconds. So that indicates he may have taken tires, unless he was very slow into pit lane or repaired. Fuel and damage is what we're hearing in our ears from Mo. So Nico Patola choosing to give up some time in order to repair some damage, make the car a little bit easier to drive. That should drop him down the order a few positions. Santandreu still in the lead of the race, yet to stop, but that promotes Tulio ahead of Lucas Rosa. That means Tulio got ahead of Lucas Rosa at some point, and we missed it on the stream. With Dominguez behind, Nico Patola drops to 5th, Zdravko Duponjak behind them. And we'll keep an eye on Dan Bala, who we expect to rise up to 4th place once again when all of these drivers cycle through their stops.
Yeah, a sensible
Tulio
time
got Rosa
to repair
down the start finish there, which was just as we were watching Nico in the pits. He managed to just, I think it was backmark GT cars out the final corner, just allowed Tulio to get a better run down the start finish straight. Was how he got him.
Well, he may have gotten the job done on the previous lap, but he could easily lose the position again, a bit wide into the corner there. And now he's got Lucas Rosa in the mirrors once again. Woo! A fair whack on the tire barrier on the inside of the chicane. You can do that. You can do that pretty much all day, and it will only cause cosmetic damage. If you get into them too hard, you can cause suspension damage, but it doesn't add up terribly quickly. Looking back to Jeremias Zanella there, that is Hero Loco with Frende behind in the top racing machine. The leaders in GT3. Alan P2 was with these guys earlier on in the race, but has dropped back. Don't know if perhaps he took a pit stop on the previous lap or if he's just fallen back. Jaguar, the WD-44 machine again. I think... So we've seen this in the past. When drivers struggle enough, as much as Jaguar has in this car, might start drawing a little bit of attention from race control. It is sometimes the case that the drivers are off so frequently that it starts to worry the other drivers and the officials. I wonder if maybe that team will receive a message asking them to, perhaps slacken their pace slightly and clean up their act, or worse, park the car if they cannot find a bit more consistency.
Yeah, they'll get a warning. They'll get a talking to from the race control at some point, probably. But from our position, from a commentary position, we just hope that team can find their mojo.
Yes, indeed. Hearing that Lucas Rosa has been into pit lane. Oh, heard the message that Lucas Rosa was into pit lane as I watched Santandreu on my screen just go sailing around the outside of a GT3 with no room between the GT3 car and the margins of the circuit. Now through, it looked like that was Martin Capal he's gone by. It was, and now catching up to the number 16 of De Silva. Should be through easily coming into the chicane here. This man, still well and truly in control of the race, has led from the very first lap, jumped to the lead from 4th position when Nico Patola went off, and there was a little bit of scrapping into the first corner. And now we wait to see these guys pit. They are running very long on fuel. So strategy somewhat different from the drivers around them, though Tulio and Dominguez appear to be on similar strategy. Yeah, the story of these races, guys, is often is often the differences in strategy. I wonder how this will impact their tires, how it impacts the timing of their stops and their driver changes. As we watched Lucas Rosa do a four-wheel drift through the first corner. Yeah, strategy already. The strategy story already unfolding as we see two very distinct approaches to the race in the three leaders and the cars chasing them.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of strategies, Lucas Rosa, you'll notice, is out quite a way ahead of Dan Balla. So the pit strategy for them has paid off in some ways, and
Sorry,
I want to say that it is
Santandreu in pit lane now.
okay. Let's have a look. Our leader in LMP2 is Tulio going to stay out? I think Tulio's already been in, so let's see if Santandreu can rejoin ahead. I think it's going to be not just ahead, but a country mile ahead. Travis?
Yeah, way ahead. No chance of Tulio catching him at all. We can see him there in the background, just coming out of the final corner. There we go, on the across the grid and under the gantry now. The commanding race by the Furtive Racing guys at the front, in and out of the pits that's a 10 or 15 second gap back to P2, and I don't believe Tulio has even stopped yet. So good performance by Tulio in the 51 to drive all the way up to second position. As we see, Dominguez has been into the pits and is now rolling away again. Very much the Furtive Racing team's race in the early running.
Yeah, I think I just saw it pop up on my screen. I don't know if it's still staying up there, but Dominguez got a drive-through penalty for speeding in the pits. So see if that actually does come to fruition as a penalty.
Yeah, it will be checked by race control, and then we will get official confirmation of whether that is going to be followed through.
Yeah, your battle for fourth place, no third, no fourth, is unraveling, Tom, as they spread out. Now one of them has a penalty.
Yeah, I mean, Dominguez, shortly after, I believe it was Balla pitted earlier, Dominguez got all sorts of wishy-washy with a GT car, so lost a load of time, but I think definitely the overcut's the strategy to go here, because of course the car gets a lot lighter when the fuel comes out, and so they can go get that faster times in, and I think the early pit stop for Balla is not played into their hands here, and he's dropped back and lost a load of time as a result.
It's actually not too bad. I think he's only a couple seconds behind, so nearly 50 minutes through. They've tried this strategy, stopping a little bit early, running lighter on fuel. Perhaps Dan's early pace could be explained by the slightly lighter fuel load, but he has been very consistent. I mean, we've noted a couple issues with him coming into the chicane, a little bit late on the brakes, trying to go too deep into the corner and running a little bit wide, but otherwise has been very clean. He's had pretty good luck with the traffic. He's worked it very smoothly. So there's lots of time yet in this race for them to kind of adjust their approach while he's putting in a strong drive. So lost a couple seconds on the road, but with 7 hours to go, I think they're very much in a strong position for a good finish.
Yeah, we've got Balla and Dominguez sort of side by side as they're going into turn one now. I think there we go. Oh, strong defense from Dominguez. Balla, I think, put off slightly from that, had to hold out, and is still stuck behind him, trying everything he can. We know these guys have been very close on pace, and I think they just need to try and work together and catch up to Rosa, and then they can resume it, and then normal service of fighting should be able to resume from there.
Well, I wonder if the race green car is carrying a little bit more downforce than the cars around, because we've seen a few times going into turn one that somebody swipes across the nose of Dan Balla's car, yet he's able to roll with it. It's a little bit scary when you lose the downforce on the front of the car. You turn the wheel and then you don't have nearly as much grip as you expect. Very tidy through the chicane right there. Dan Balla's going to have a great run down the straightaway. He'll get a little bit of help from the GT3 too. Dan Balla, plenty of experience with driving the car with a little bit less downforce, and otherwise, very, very strong. So I think I think this is going to work out nicely for Race Green, and we know the other drivers in that car are very strong. Todd Gonzalez in the Slovaturk Racing car. we've talked about Todd in the past in the BF1 series. Todd, I don't know if he's new to Live for Speed, but he is relatively new to these events. The Argentina Turismo and New Dimension Racing events, the Master Race Car events as well. And what we noted about Todd was his rapid and consistent improvement in very difficult cars to drive. As we look at Dan Balla now, right up the back of that black and white car ahead of him, going to be alongside, easily coming into turn one. This will prove whether he's got more downforce on the car, and I think he probably does, because they are side by side through the first corner. Great shots looking over the left side of that machine. Isn't able to take the position. Once he pulled out of the slipstream, it was there in clean air. More drag as they looks like they may have accidentally shoved off the GT3 behind them, or perhaps they spooked Daniel Orlov when the two of them came through side by side. Either way, Daniel Orlov off the track and back on again. Yeah, Dan Balla, I think they are probably carrying more downforce. Tom?
Yeah, it was quite the exit stage left for Orlov there when they were coming through. But yeah, as you say, just watching Balla as he goes through, it seems to be through a lot of the bits, he's got a lot more of the downforce. They would just sort of sweep through. There we go. Stravko, I think he's just gone through into that third position after earlier going off and losing a load of time, which allowed Tullio to go past him. Stravko sort of getting his, as I say, he's about to get his head down and get going again. He's run wide at the apex, but very unusual for Stravko. We know how quick he is. We know he is always sort of in the top 5 to really go. But we'll see exactly what pace he can sort of unfold and try and close back up to Nico, who's 20 seconds up the road from him. He's, of course, 40 seconds of Santandrew all the way in the lead.
Yeah, not far behind these two. There we're looking back to Ricardo Dominguez once again, who has Dan Balla a little bit further behind now. These two are slowly, well, I don't know if they're slowly reeling in Tullio and Slavko Deponiak ahead of them, but they are running roughly similar pace. So third down to sixth, not too far apart. They're separated by about 8 seconds on the road. All of them running strongly. Dan Balla has now dropped off the back of Ricardo Dominguez. Oh, he was held up by the GT3 going into turn one. Oh, as there's a car off the road just ahead of Ricardo Dominguez. Pete, who was that?
That was the NFR car. That was Jay Burrell, the number 69 off at turn 2. And just a word on the LMP we were following a minute ago, Dominguez, number 99. The drive-through penalty wasn't served, therefore it's been upgraded to a stop-go. So number 99 not serving their penalty in time, it's been upgraded.
Well, it'll be good news for Dan Balla, who can just drive by on the front straight and take that position, though he is caught up to Ricardo Dominguez once again through the chicanes. I think there is a lot more downforce on this car, because Dan Balla came up so quickly behind Ricardo Dominguez coming into the chicane. Fastest lap of the race, 36.67 by Santandreu at the front. That's about half a second off the pole position time, so rapid pace at the very front. Dominguez now caught up to GT3's. Slavko Deponiak going through a back marker. Lots happening on the track all at once. Dan Balla is alongside Ricardo Dominguez as they follow a GT3 into the final corner. Dan Balla through easily and then sweeps across the GT3 in the background. There we go. We have it on screen now. So Dan Balla through. Ricardo Dominguez is going to give up a ton of time when he comes through to serve a drive-through penalty. Or not. He just sweeps across the left side of the circuit now. So into pit lane he goes to serve that penalty. And I think his teammates will be a bit frustrated with him for not having served that earlier.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. Well, I think it's one of those where you get so focused in the moment and you can let those sort of things slip away from you, which can be very frustrating, of course. But at the end of the day, it's the penalty you've got, so you need to deal with it. It's a mistake you've made. It's time to serve it as well. And there we go. Now he needs to remember not to speed on his way out the pits. There's no point coming in, doing your penalty, and then speeding again, because that would just make everything worse.
Yeah, worth noting.
Worse. Burrell just got to drive through as well.
Yes, I was about to say that, Pete, is that as Dominguez was serving his, Burrell got one of his own.
Yeah, it's the idea of these endurance races. It's the least time you can spend in the pits is probably going to put you in the best situation, and these drive-throughs and stop-goes are not going to help you with that. And it almost looked like Burrell was driving in to serve a drive-through, because he didn't stop when he was in the pits. He drove straight through it, but of course picked up another drive-through.
Driver change for the number 44. This is Cardoso in for Hurst, and it's already gone wrong. a wheel dropped at turn 2 and it's into the wall, and that car is going to have to be careful when rejoining. Quite unsighted to other cars. Yeah, that's a nice turn, but again, needs to get his head in the game quickly. It's a rapid car, and this is the race. There's no second chances here.
It's so easy to do that too. In sim racing or otherwise, you jump in the car, and you haven't been out on circuit. The conditions might be different from the last time you actually drove. I did this in a go-kart at the British 24-hour race over the summer, when I had done a lot of practice either in the kind of slimy wet or in dry conditions. And then I went out on a dry track that was wet everywhere but the racing line, and tipped a wheel off and went backward into a barrier. When you jump in the car and you don't actually know what to expect, it is so easy to make a tiny mistake like that. And speaking of tiny mistakes, we see Tullio now in this Prema-inspired livery that you can see the result of an early mistake with the bodywork on that machine bent up. But it has not slowed them down much. Now right up the back of the Yes Motorsports machine, Zdravko Deponiak defending this third and last podium position from Tullio, who is looking quite strong indeed.
Yeah, Tullio's done a fantastic job of working his way back from that. Do correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't believe he's pitted yet either, so he's running far longer than everyone else seems to be doing. And Pete's just told me he has, of course, so...
It was a quick correction.
Yeah, I missed it somehow, so there we go. But I was thinking, an hour into the race, he surely have got to have pitted by now. There we go. There we see we've got all the stops on screen now. None of the GT3s stopped yet, apart from the 43 car. So they're all going to be coming into the pit soon. It's going to be interesting to see how that feeds out with their strategy as well.
So while this is happening, I believe Dan Bala is actually catching this lead group. Watch Tullio just dip the left side wheels into the grass there. Dan Bala looking really, really strong. Still down one position from his best yet in the race. He was running 4th earlier on. But now catching up to a back marker. I believe that's Gonzalez ahead of him. He'll want Todd Gonzalez to jump out of the way so he can carry on unimpeded. But Dan Bala making handy work of all the traffic and a difficult circuit. We haven't seen a single mistake out of him yet, apart from a little bit late on the brakes, gone a little bit wide into the chicane a couple times, but otherwise has been perfectly clean. I spoke too soon, though that was pretty tidy in the grass and then back on again. No drama there. But I think he's going to be getting a bit frustrated by Todd Gonzalez not jumping out of the way. Now he does, neatly on the outside of the entry to the chicane, and Dan Bala goes on his way.
Yeah, and we are approaching the top of the hour, which means we deserve, and you deserve as our audience, a full run-through of the order. That's something we like to do at the top of the hour, isn't it, Travis? So shall I do the LMPs, and one of you two can do the GT3s maybe? Let's split it up. So as the clock ticks down to 7 hours to go, we have the Furtive Racing number 90 LMP2 versus Santandrew there. A bit of wobble on screen. In a frankly fabulous livery. This is a bit of an iteration on their previous livery that we saw at the 6 hours of Aston at the end of last year. Fabulous stuff. He's driving with Ipsal, who will no doubt be in the car soon. Then we've got Nico Pantola driving for the Brandar Shop Esports team. Alongside Yoni Katila. Yoni qualified the car in P1, currently running in P2, the number 7 there. Then it's Zdravko Deponiak fresh into the car from Vazinskas, the number 72, another stunningly turned out design by Nico. And that is the Yes Motorsport entry, currently running 3rd, qualified P2. In P4 in LMP2, it's Tullio. Had that issue at the beginning of the race, that car. As you can see from the heavy left side damage, the Bilal Naitut Racing number 51 entry there in P4 currently. Then we've got Daniel Bala driving a very nice job, qualified in P9, currently running P5, the number 41 Race Green Autosports. You can't miss it, the bright green, black and white car there, epic stuff. The number 12, Lucas Rosa, driving for Road Appraiser Racing with his teammate Igor Santos. They're currently in P6, they qualified in P7, so up one position. Then it's Hernan Quinteros, the number 10, currently in P7, down a place for Lama FIA, driving alongside Lara there. So very nicely turned out livery, I have to say. I do like that one. coming up against the Wizz Air GT3 there, trying to get through. Then it's Daniel Lacastic in the lemon-flavoured dinosaur car, full name on screen, the number 15. Qualified in P3, down to P8, so not a good start really to the race. You can see why. A few incidents in the opening stint for Daniel Lacastic has left that car peppered with little dents. So it's going to be a long afternoon for them, but there is still time. 7 hours to go, of course, in this one. Then it's Dominguez. Has had a stop-go penalty, unfortunately, but that is the number 99 car in P9 with work to do, qualified in P5. So Almeida and Dominguez have a long afternoon. Todd Gonzalez off the track at turn 1 there, but rejoining. A little bit of damage to the left-hand side. Qualified P12, currently running P10, the number 65 for Slovatech Racing, driving alongside Josh Gunn, and hopefully we'll be seeing more of them further up the grid later on. Then it's the NFR team. Burrell currently driving the car, the number 69, qualified P14, up 3 places to P11 in the LMP2 category. Then we've got Garcia. Had a difficult start, but starting to find their feet. Not in last place in LMP2, currently P12, qualified P11. Number 22 will be joined by Braun later on in the race. And then finally, down in P16, it's Cardosa for the WD44 SG Racing entry. Jay Hurst drove this car for the first stint, and Cardosa will take it for the second. Travis, do you want to do GT3?
I would love to. We have Jeremias Zanella, that is Hero Loco, in the lead of the GT3 field. His teammate Leonel Alfonso not yet in the car, but we expect to see him soon. We should have GT3 stops before too long behind them. Behind them in P2, the top racing machine, that is Frende in the machine right now. Suarez will take over that car a little bit later in the race. Alan P2 running in a third position. That's Alan Terzic in that car right now. Alan P2, interesting name for this GT3 car. I think there's a joke there that I don't understand yet, but perhaps we can have a word with Alan Terzic later on in the race and see if there's something we missed. One of the American drivers, woohoo, go America, taking over that machine later in the race. That is, I believe that's Jake DeStout. Will be driving that machine later. Fourth position, Eastern European Union, the number 46 car with Botev in the car right now. Grzelny will take over that machine later on in the race, and then Manthey Sud America GT3, the number 92 car in fifth position. Right now, I believe that's Pablo Saitone in the car. It is indeed. Gentile and Santiago Reyes will take over that car later on in the race. The GT3 Furtive Racing car, the number 11, is in the sixth position. Chadidi in the car right now. Leandro Vargas will drive that machine later on in the race. The Colombian driver will be in there a little bit later on. Race Green Autosports GT is in seventh position in the GT3 field. The second of the Race Green machines in the race today, obviously their LMP2 car with Dan Bala in command right now, running really well. That's De Silva in the car right now. Jeff and Jakob will take over later, and then Kimchik will also be driving that car later on in the race. In eighth position in GT3, we have Westhill Fence Sports. That is Martin Kapal driving the car right now, having a very good race. We've had him on camera a few times, and he's run a very neat and tidy race so far. Eric Blixt will jump in the machine for him a little bit later on. And then behind them in ninth position, Kind Runners, this brilliant purple machine, the Wiz livery that matches the LMP2 Wiz car. That is, sorry, this is Low Cost Racing. The positions have switched from what I was looking at on the tracker to find the name. Sorry about that, Pete. That is Rodriguez right now in the Low Cost Racing machine. Lopez and Bermudez will take over the car a little bit later on. Next, we have Martinez in the Team America car. This is a Team South America car. A couple Argentine drivers there with a Chilean driver. Grabado and Grimblat will take over that machine a little bit later on in the race. 17th in GT3 right now. Next, Daniel Orlov in the Sausages Racing car. This is, I love the color on this car. It is a brilliant fuchsia pink. Looks a lot like Rethink Racing pink, I would say, Pete. I don't know what you think about that. Orlov in the machine right now. And then further down the order in GT3 after Sausages Racing, we have Rafael Pista Petile in the car right now with Facundo Ginez taking over later on. Behind them, we have There we go. Sanchez in the Kind Runner's car. Kind Runner is a little bit further up on the tracker, so I think maybe while we've been working our way through the order here, perhaps they went off and lost a few positions. In any case, that is Nano Sanchez in the car right now. Emanuele Basile and Federico Silva will take over later. Federico Silva we've seen in a number of other races for Master Race Car New Dimension Racing. A regular in the series we cover. In the background, cars coming into pit lane. I've just seen Dan Bala stop. But as we look further down the order, Red Devil Street Racers, 14th position in GT3. That is Malinovsky in the car right now. The other American, Jack McKenzie, will take over later. And they also share the car with Slavomir Adamczyk. And then rounding out the order for GT3, this is SGR Racing. I'll go with Pete's call for how we call this car. SG Racing. Yeah, I said SGR Racing. That doesn't make any sense, does it? SG Racing. That is, I believe that is Pablo De La Cruz in the car right now. Later on in the race, we will see Miguel Perazza and Joel Alvarez take over that machine. And that, I believe, rounds out the entire order, Pete.
Yeah, thanks very much. That was a good rundown. It only took us 7.5 minutes. Tom, it's been an exciting first hour and 8 minutes of this race, and we are only just getting started. How are you feeling after your first hour of endurance on the channel?
Oh, it's brilliant. I love it. In fact, listening to Travis do the old driver's run for the GT3s there, I can tell Travis is clearly being quite slow today. If we can go just quickly jump back to the Alan Terzic car, and we'll get Travis to re-say out that name. So, Travis, read that name and say it a little bit quicker.
Alan P2. Alan P2. Alan
Have
P2.
you got it yet? Have you got it yet?
Yeah, well, no, I get it, but it's a GT3 car. That was...
Yeah, but it's a joke, isn't it?
That is the joke. Now I get it.
They are Team Alan P2.
Are you still stuffing pizza in your face? Because that's what it sounds like.
He is. It sounds like he is.
It's ice cream now, actually.
Ooh! How about that? Meanwhile, there's action on circuit. Hernan Quinteros in pit lane for, I hope for his sake that he is parking the car so that he can get some ice cream of his own and hand the car over to one of his teammates. It's Daniel Orlov. Sausages Racing is stopped behind him. Tires and fuel, we are hearing, for both of these cars that are stopped in pit lane. Hernan Quinteros still in the machine, but we won't know
big
yet.
crash, jumping over. Alan Terzic's absolutely wiped out by Daniel Lecastic in turn 3. I think it was a huge impact. Very, very, very late move by Lecastic, trying to, I think, follow someone else through and just absolutely wiped him out. That was a big hit.
Yeah, the left rear of that car badly broken. Check and see if maybe there's suspension damage on that car, but certainly a big hit to the bodywork, sliding on his way over the curve, and that's Daniel Lecastic. I don't know, Tom. Can you tell if he's off in the same place where they came together?
Yeah. They just went flying off together. Yeah, it's a full-on. That's a bad rejoin. That's a horrendous rejoin. Oh no, that's I think that's the end of the race for Daniel Lecastic there, and unfortunately done horrendous damage to some other drivers with that rather bad rejoin.
Yeah, that was
trying to see. There was a purple car.
There,
that was a terrible rejoin. He hit the purple car of the Wiz Racing livery. That's not the name of the team. I'm trying to figure out which car that was. But yeah, Tom, you called it perfectly. That was an appalling rejoin. So it wasn't the low cost GT3. Yeah, it was an LMP2 car that got into them. In any case, we're looking to pull up a replay and see exactly what happened there. But in any case, while we're working on that, we can ruminate on the incident. That was kind of I'd say that's pretty much a classic LMP2 mistake to go a little bit late and collect another car, and then I would say a rookie mistake to rejoin so poorly in front of traffic running around the circuit at top speed. Pretty poor show from Daniel Lecastic.
Yeah, I think the car that hit him was Quinteros.
It was Quinteros, yeah. Yeah. But also, Daniel Lecastic removed himself from the race, ruining his chances at getting a decent result, as Quinteros clearly struggling with some sort of damage after that impact. A tricky decision whether to pit the car now or wait. But it's a horrendous situation. What Lukastic should have done is let the car land. We would have had a safety car, and Quinteros would have been able to get some repairs done and not lost as much time. That's the rule. You're supposed to let your car land. It's racing. You can't just telepit.
Yeah, and Hernan Quinteros, a fair amount of suspension damage on the right front. Not so much that it should affect the car that badly, but these cars they're so stiffly sprung. They rely so much on downforce. If anything is a little bit off, it could feel very difficult to drive, even though the ultimate performance may yet be in the car. So probably take him a couple laps to settle down, feel out the car, bring the pace back up. Despite the violence of that impact, the car looks remarkably clean. So I think Hernan Quinteros may have just snuck away with one here. I think he'll be able to continue without too much trouble. See, Alan Terzic has disconnected. So not sure if he has parked it and handed over the car or if they have abandoned the race. We'll have to check and see. His teammate, or I don't know if it's his teammate. I see Imran Azar has joined the server.
Yeah, the number 27, Stensnas, has taken over from Alan. That's a driver change for the 27.
There we go. Thank you very much, Pete.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they. I think they'd just done their stop a little bit earlier as well, weren't they? Or they'd have been due their stop imminently if it wasn't for that incident there.
Imran Azar's teammates to Daniel Lukastic, who telepitted and abandoned the race. They've allowed Imran Azar to rejoin with a much cleaner looking lemon flavored dinosaur with a hint of cat zest LMP2. We've got a moment to recite the entire name of that machine right there. So I think the way he left so quickly, I'm going to guess that Daniel Lukastic was very upset with himself and not with someone else, and kind of reacted to hit the telepit key to get out of the way, and then has handed over to his teammate Imran Azar, though I think that will cost them at least one lap on the tracker. I'm not sure how the officials will want
Travis,
to sort
they'll
this
get
out
given a sizable penalty as well.
Yeah, exactly.
For that incident. That was the worst rejoin I've seen in an endurance race in quite a long time. So yeah, no holds barred from me there, I think. But we're an hour in. Everyone's had a chance to settle down, and you can't have incidents like that cropping up. So expect a penalty to come the way of the number 15. But good to see them back in the race, though.
Wasn't my goal to leave you hanging there. I whiffed my push to talk key to say yes, a bit harsh, but I think perfectly fair.
Yeah, I mean, at least the other two drivers in that car will get a go, but Quinteros will be, wishing that it had gone the other way. Cat-like reactions from the other GT3. Apologies for the team that dived out of the way. We didn't catch who it was. Chris is busy in the background trying to find a replay of some various incidents that have happened, so we'll be able to bring you those hopefully in a few moments' time. But yeah, here is Pablo Saitone. He's just been in the pit lane and retakes the car, so hasn't handed it to either of his teammates yet, Travis.
He has not. Pablo Saitone, very strong driver and obviously very comfortable in command of that car. Looking at Chidini right now, also a strong driver in his own right, and his teammate Leandro Agres are also an accomplished driver. Both of them very talented. Good run for them today. I think they would like to be further up the order, but they've run cleanly as far as we have seen. They've had a few battles early on, so they certainly want to be further up in the GT3 order, but all things considered, not a terrible day from them so far. As we look to Suarez, who appears to be, we just had past him, who's timing out. Nope, he's back on. Bit of a lag there, but off he goes. And there we see this red, white, and blue machine, Todd Gonzalez. We talked about him a little bit earlier, how quickly he has come up to speed in challenging race cars. He impressed us several times in BF1 competition, where he was able to run consistently in the top 5 of the order among much more experienced drivers. So Todd Gonzalez, a little bit further down the LMP2 order today, but still a strong performance from him. I don't know if we noted this, Pete, but when the number 90 car stopped, Furtive Racing, Augustine Ipsale took over the car, so his teammate out and taking a break. Furtive Racing still in front, but Augustine Ipsale in control of the car right now, and still a country mile ahead of everyone else in the lead of the race.
Yeah, thing to note there, Zdravko de Pontiac has closed 10 seconds on Nico, so it's definitely getting closer at the front there, and I know Nico's dropped a little bit more time ahead again, so it's going to be interesting to see if he's able to work through that and start closing that gap ahead, or if Furtive Racing are just absolutely in control of this race like they currently are, and if it's going to stay that way.
Speaking of Nico, Nico has just stopped in pit lane, and I wonder if we will see his teammate come into the car. Nico Pantola, really no reason for him to hurry in front of the Yes Motorsports car trying to chase him down behind. Nico, a very strong driver. I would say Zdravko arguably a little bit quicker, but now, yeah, Nico's strategy, I think, is to give the car to this man, his teammate, Joni Cantilla. I'm going to say the strongest driver in Live for Speed, even stronger than Gabor, though they are both supremely talented and very close to one another on any given day. Joni Cantilla is just so good. Tom and I have had the pleasure of sharing a car with him for a 24-hour race, which we won because Joni is just so good.
Whoa!
Oh, 2 cars off in the background. That was the 44 and a GT3 car. It was
the Terzic car again.
Was it Alan P2 again?
Yep.
That's a shame.
They're having a very bad 10 minutes.
Yeah, look at the front end of that car.
No, that's
that is completely bent. So stewards will be reviewing that one. That car has had an LMP2 right in the front of it.
Yeah, that's Joachim Stenches in the car right now. I think he'll be a bit frustrated to have inherited a machine with broken rear and now a broken front. Looks like they repaired the damage at the rear when he took over the car. But no sooner had they buffed out the dents than they made some new ones. This car, I think you're probably right. By now they should be getting a little bit more attention from race control because they've been off and on the track so many times, and now into a slower class car in a place where it should be relatively easy to get through. That's a tough break for Alan P2, still somehow running around a 5th position despite all of this. So hats off to them for making what they could of this race. But the 44, I think they may be in the headmaster's office before too long.
Yeah, they're gonna attain the ire of the stewards. It's fine when you're taking yourself out as long as you're not hindering, but when you start taking other people out, it's where the line starts getting drawn there.
I believe we have a replay of a previous incident that we're going to bring you in just a moment's time. I think it was the Alan P2 car. So let's see what's going on here.
Ooh. Oh, so this was the earlier incident. This was when Daniel Lukostic went off with the Alan P2 car. And I can see, so that's a very easy mistake to make. And I think Tom and I have both of us made this mistake ourselves. One of the Alan P2 cars was through on the inside, and Daniel Lukostic wanted to follow the leading LMP2 through where there was a gap. Alan obviously believed that he had left enough room for the other LMP2 car to get through, and then was going to tuck in on the racing line, and then suddenly had a prototype in his quarter panel. Kind of an unfortunate incident. Daniel Lukostic, I think, needs to realize that he was a little bit too far back to follow there, but I don't think there was any malice in it. I think it was just kind of a miscalculation. It's an easy mistake to make. The incident I think we really want to see now, where we can probably clearly pin some blame, would be the most recent one that took the LMP2 car off. LMP2 have dropped to 7th from 5th now, by the way. I think they may be in repairing damage. But there we can see Imran Azar, who took over for Daniel Lukostic. Unfortunate incident. I think just a misjudgment by Daniel Lukostic. Unfortunately, both cars, this one and the Alan P2 car, really put a damper on their day. Though there is a long way to go yet, so not over yet.
Yeah, of course, we're seeing there on screen. There's the 3-lap penalty they got for the leaving, the spectating, and then the rejoin, of course, for the Castic. So there we go. Punishment dished out for that one, but interesting to see if they're going to get any more for that incident they caused. Of course, with it being a case of it. Yes, it's a racing incident, but realistically, it was all their fault. So interesting to see if the stewards are going to dish out any sort of punishment for that as well. As seen back up here with our race leader, of course, who got a 45-second margin back to second place. We're seeing on screen here is Zdravko Toponiak, who's doing quite well. He's stabilised the margin, the gap, even not bringing it down a little bit now. He's definitely sort of got into his mojo. We know how quick this man is, so it's going to be a job to see over the next sort of stint if he's able to close that up. And of course, he has Gabor in that car with him as well. We all know exactly how quick Gabor is. So this number 72 car is never, I don't think is ever going to be out of this race because they have a lot of very quick drivers in this lineup.
Yeah, Zdravko, very quick. I mean, Darius Verzinskas, also very quick. I think we've talked about Zdravko a lot in the past. He's probably sick of us talking about him on stream, but he is prone to small mistakes here and there when he's running on his own. I think when he shares a car with Gabor makes him better, makes him faster, makes him more consistent, and we are seeing that here today where Zdravko, his run in the car so far has been so strong. He's putting in very quick laps. He was catching the 90 earlier on. As you said, Tom, has stabilized the gap a little bit. But also, as you said, they are not out of this race because Zdravko and Darius are both very quick, but Gabor is on another level. I think he is. I think his only real competition in this race on raw speed is Joni Katila, but Joni Katila is behind them now. So once Gabor gets in this car, I think we will see them slowly creep their way up to the front.
I mean, we're seeing Zdravko so far. He's taking time out. I'm seeing on my screen anyway the smaller lap sectors, which doesn't update on the box here, and he's taken. It was down to a 41. It just flashed there briefly, so I don't know if that is fully accurate. But he's taking time out of him ahead, and he's definitely got the bit between his teeth in closing it up. As I have to say, this race green machine GT car looks absolutely stunning. Okay, that was a bit of lag. Got me a little bit concerned there because I was just saying how nice it looks. It was all about to get very crumpled, but yeah, I think they've done an absolutely fantastic job with that car. It looks absolutely wonderful.
They have indeed, and also it's also nice to see them running pretty strongly. They're a little further down the order, GT3 running in 9th, but the car is still clean. I don't think they have taken one pit stop, but I don't know that they've had to repair damage on that car. They have avoided all the drama. So, sister cars in different classes, running clean races, and all of the paint with no chips in it. As there was a car off in the background behind Ifsale, looked like it was off in the grass and then back on again, so no harm done. Yeah, the race green team, great day for them so far. An hour and a half into this race.
Replay here of the incident we were talking about before. It looks like we had, at turn 2, the 44 spinning right in front of the Alan P2 car, and just some lag contact by the looks of it. But that's what caused the issue. The P2 on the outside getting on the gravel and then spinning in front of the P2 entry.
Yeah, I got a bit ahead of myself when I said a few minutes ago we were looking for this replay and we were ready to pin some blame. That again, it is the 44's fault. If you put a wheel off and spin, that is entirely on you. But in the grand scheme, just kind of an unfortunate racing incident, I would say, where it was a clean move around the outside. These LMP2 cars have so much more grip; they can carry the speed offline like that. And he had the job nearly done until he put a wheel off in the grass, and then full power with no pavement under that tire, easy to spin, and then just happened to be the Alan P2 car right there alongside, and both of them big damage. Alan P2, the recipient of another big ding in 2 in the span of 10 minutes is just incredibly unfortunate for them. But still in 7th place, they're on the same lap with the leaders. They have 6 hours remaining, so still time for a strong finish from them. But they will certainly have their fingers crossed that they don't have another incident like that one.
Yeah, I mean, us as BTEC stewards, we are very good at appointing blame and being very judgmental on people's driving from the comfort of our nice, comfy chairs without steering wheels in front of us. Makes it nice and easy for us to judge these things. And also, we're not in the car, but of course, the drivers, they're all pushing hard. They've all done a lot of practice and they're all trying their very best. Of course, mistakes do happen, but it is always appropriate to make sure that when you do make a mistake and you do impact other people's races, it is punished for those sort of actions.
Yes, indeed. It's also worth noting that particular move that he was attempting to make, you look like a hero if you make that move stick. Like going around the outside offline in a prototype car. It feels cool inside the cockpit, and it looks really cool when you make that move stick to fire it around the outside like that. And a little bit of bumping and running there. Slower, the car ahead a little bit slow through the chicane. As we see in the mirror, the LMP2, that is the leader, if Saleh, who went by. Yeah, if you can make it stick around the outside, it saves you a ton of time, for one. If you're not following and you are instead passing, then that's great for your race and for catching the cars ahead of you. But as we saw, can easily come undone. So easy to make a mistake like that and impact yours and someone else's race.
Well, thank you very much for tuning in to Sim Broadcasts on this fine Sunday afternoon for 8 hours of Westhill. Bit of trivia for you, gents. I don't know if you can remember this, but this is not the first 8 hours of Westhill that we've ever broadcast on our channel, as we see Suarez having another little bit of a connection glitch there. But yeah, the first 8 hours of Westhill was organised by Team Rock Racing way back in May of 2020. It was one of our first broadcasts, actually. Very fun one to do way back when. So that was over 3 years ago now, the last time we did an 8 hours of Westhill. So nice to see it back, this time with 2 fantastically put together mods by the Argentina Turismo team, the Prototype 2 and the Protech 9.2 GT3, both of course available to drive as mods in LFSS 3. So why don't you go and grab yourself a copy of that. You can see the details of that at the top right of your screen now. We have a replay of Nico Pantola hitting a wall, gents, if you'd like to see it.
It says this is from a while back, too, so this is clearly something we missed when it happened. So about an hour into the race, he was off. We'll see just in a second what happened here.
Yeah, this has been a popular one in the chat, so we'll get that on screen for you right now. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, Nico Pantola going into a wall. This is how he managed to lose so many places. And I can already see what's going to happen here. It's going to be after the chicane. And off. Oh, a tank slapper and big into the wall.
Oh,
he's
That's nearly saved that too.
And
That's
chat
a shame.
is absolutely delighted with that one.
They've gone wild.
They are. I was about to say that we said at the top that we would keep an eye on chat, and we've been so engrossed in the racing here. As we see, that's a GT3 going wide and an LMP2 giving it plenty of room, so everybody through cleanly. A few comedians in chat. I noticed earlier that Darius took some exception to my pronouncement that Yoni was a stronger driver. He says, we will see later who owns LFS. Obviously a big Gabor fan. Gabor is his teammate today. Alan Terzic, a little bit frustrated with the absolute murder that he experienced earlier. And then crying commentators curse on Zdravko Dupunjak. We have cursed Zdravko a few times, so I hope we don't today. We'll leave Zdravko alone for a while. He's doing the job up there in second position. We'll let him get on with it. And I believe I saw a B2R. Was it a B2R? Said this was... Oh, no, it's Twin Cam. Twin Cam is a B2R driver. Curing my hangover. So, yeah, we're happy to be the salve on the aftermath of your night out. Hope you're enjoying the event. And, yeah, keep the comments coming and the questions in chat. And we will do a better job in the next 6 hours to watch it. looking at this Team America machine. We'll keep an eye on them for a minute. This is the number 22 car, not quite at the back. That is Nuno Cardoso in the 44 at the very back. They have had a very difficult day. Putting eyes on, here we go, Yoni Catilla. One of my past teammates, as Tom and I talked about a little bit earlier. Yoni Catilla running quick laps right now, and we have a battle on circuit. This is Igor Santos, who has caught up to Dan Bala. Dan Bala was up to 4th position briefly a few minutes ago. We missed it among all of the other action. But now this 5th place looks like it could become 6th place with Igor Santos. Dan Bala defending this position. Decides to let the racing line go. Igor Santos trying to get alongside. Dan Bala way late on the brakes. We're going to hold around the outside. Brilliant driving by Dan Bala to defend this position, and remains ahead as they come into the final chicane. Hardly a chicane. They are bends in the road, but is more or less wide open throttle with a lift in the middle in these cars. Dan Bala still there in 5th position as he comes through a few GT3 back markers. A great battle on circuit here, an hour and a half into the race, and hearing that Quinteros is off somewhere, off and back on again, there in 7th position. Pete, I expect before too long, Dan Bala and Igor Santos not doing themselves any favors by battling. They will allow this gap to close to Quinteros behind if they keep this up. Though Hernan Quinteros with an off has dampened his campaign slightly.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned that Bala had good pace, but I think a symptom of him dropping down the order is just he's been in so many battles in this LMP2 class, and it's mainly with this road appraiser team. They seem very evenly balanced. Santos, Rosa, and Bala now have all fought each other at some point in this race, and Daniel must be getting pretty agitated by that.
Yeah, I would think so. I mean, he has handled it remarkably well, though. It is so easy with this kind of pressure and the gap coming and going and the swapping of positions. It's easy to get frustrated that you can't settle into a rhythm and hold a position or make up ground. But he should be mighty pleased with his driving so far. I mean, we saw in the previous lap a marvelous defense of this position as he goes a little bit off in the grass there. It's really easy to go off at that corner because the runoff there, the pavement on the outside of the curbing is so wide. You feel like you can open up the throttle and get into the power really early. But he catches a little bit of the grass there. But even so, like he should be very pleased with his driving because he is, as you mentioned earlier, he is strong. He is very experienced. He's a good driver. Not usually running this far up the order, so I think he should be really happy that he is today, and he's done it so consistently.
Yeah, gents, I'm back now. See Martinez back on there. I missed a little bit there, but when you were talking earlier about commentators' curse in the chat, that went in there just as I was talking about how nice the race screen machine GT car was. Just as it started like kicking sideways, that's when that message went in there. Yeah, sorry, missed a little bit there. Had a little bit of Wi-Fi technical issues on my end, but I'm back now. That's a big biff up the back from, I think that's the Prema car, straight into the back. Yeah, Tulio, it's a messy one. I know you want to get them out of the way. Trust me, I've been there. You want to get these GT cars cleared and get going again, but driving into the back of them really is the least efficient way to get past, I can assure you.
Yeah, a bit more speaking from experience. It is so easy in the LMP2 car to believe that the GT3 should be quicker in the middle of the corner. He is obviously going as quickly as he could through the middle of what is one of the slowest corners on the circuit, and a bit impatient from Tulio there. Fortunately, no harm done as we look to Igor Santos, who has now gotten past Dan Bala. I think Dan probably have a little bit of difficulty, barring a mistake from Igor Santos, from taking this position back. We know Igor Santos is carrying less downforce than Dan Bala is, so Dan Bala, if he can get a good run out of the corner and get the slipstream, might be able to stay with Igor, but I think Igor will probably creep away on the power on these long straightaways, and then we'll see Dan Bala regain some of the time when they go through these fast sweeping corners that reward the downforce.
Do we give the GT3 class a little bit of attention? Igor Santos sorry, you got Suarez here. My mistake. Still having a little bit of trouble with his connection, but is catching the back of Gorjlani. There is a back marker in the way between these two, but yeah, making his way up through the pack. But yeah, the leader in GT3 is so far ahead. The entirety of the final sector now separates Jeremiah Sinella from the rest of the GT3 field.
Yeah, he's doing a fantastic job there, keeping it clean up in front. It's both class leaders are doing excellent jobs at generally keeping their cars clean and out of trouble and pushing on forward, aren't they? They're doing a really good job. This is Rodriguez right on the back of Satoni there. I don't know if it was the case that Satoni's just gone past or if he's caught up the back of him, but as you see here, coming right on his tail into this back end of the track, sort of the final sector area. So it's going to be interesting to see if he can sort of look to shape up a move into maybe turn one, as long as he gets these sectors quick and clear here, flowing nicely through the chicane there. Fantastic on board, and the attention to detail on these things is really just fantastic in this car. It's a lovely onboard shot, it really is. So getting on the braking zone about the sort of 60 meter. I think he's gone a little bit, absolutely perfectly nailed the apex there, but I think losing the rear on traction a little bit, which has allowed Tony to build a bit of a margin. As we see, I think it's the 44 car at LMP going on past. There it is, done well not to take anyone out this time.
Yeah, everyone will be looking for that dark blue and yellow striped machine coming through. That's Nuno Cardoso. Difficult day for these guys. They have managed to avoid a talking to by the officials. The last few laps they've cleaned up their act a little bit, so looking a little bit better from them. As we see, it's the 65 moving slowly as an LMP2. Looked like it was a bit closer than it was from the rear, the camera shot over the front of the cars, but everyone through cleanly. That's Koshkun in the Slovaturk Racing getting lapped. Todd Gonzalez, his teammate. He has just taken over this machine from Todd Gonzalez. In 9th position, off they go, getting to grips with the car for his first stint of the day.
Hernan Quinteros has come into the pit lane for the Lama FIA team. Damage and fuel being repaired. And I wanted to mention something about damage earlier on, actually. There's a number of drivers who have elected to take their damage repair early on, and that's probably a sensible thing. The early parts of the race are, there's more attrition, more paint being swapped between the different cars. So making a damage repair early on and driving with a nice car in the middle of the race makes sense. And then obviously you're going to get the same thing again at the end of the race, Tom, when the driver starts to become a bit sleepy, maybe a bit more tired. It's only, it is not the longest endurance race in the world, but 8 hours is still taxing when you're driving this fast, and mistakes can creep in the late stages.
Yeah, I think we can all say, Pete, from our experiences of sim racing ourselves, is that when you've been in the car for coming up to 2 hours, I know not everyone has, it really does take the effect. And here we go, Rodriguez pulling out to the far left side, trying to get the move done. The side by side, in contact and onto the grass goes Rodriguez. He's going to have no brakes. He's going to slide all the way down into the barrier there. Oh, it's a lot of damage to that front left. Hopefully, mostly cosmetic, but the wheel looks a little bit funky. It doesn't look like it's quite pointed straight. But it doesn't think he took too much there. Lost a little bit of camber, but nothing absolutely race ending. And yeah, I think it was a little bit careless by Tony there to move across as much as he did. Yes, you want to squeeze the guy on the outside, but he came across far too much. And I think Barry might get the ire of the stewards from that one, if I could speak English today.
Yeah, it looked like he was trying to open up the corner a little bit, just give himself as much room as he could. And I don't think he realized how little room there was on the outside of the circuit. In my view, it looked to me like there was a little bit of a lag hit there. He was coming across slowly, and then there was a bit of latency and a bounce, and then one car goes off. Though Pablo Setone is able to carry on. Certainly not deliberate, but a little bit careless, not leaving enough room when the latencies can be hundreds of milliseconds apart. Those two drivers on opposite sides of the planet. So kind of a careless mistake to make, and as you said, I think probably get an extra look by the stewards.
Santos with a nice move there at the final corner, getting the better of Daniel Balla down towards turn 1. That is a position change in LMP2 then.
And I think Dominguez has just gotten through Dan Balla as well. Nope, that's Dominguez further behind, so I'm not sure. I missed who. Yeah, that was a back marker that is hounding Dan Balla, or was able to get around him now. Imran Azar timed out while all of this was happening. Looking at him right now, he timed out, rejoined, so they will have lost another lap. They were demoted a few positions earlier on, or I should say they had a lap deducted for a Daniel Lacostic's telepit after a big incident with a couple other cars. And now one more for Imran Azar timing out and then rejoining. 3 laps they lost, for having telepitted. So a lot of work for them to do. Imran Azar out there making the most of it. They will almost certainly need other cars to fall by the wayside and take positions, overtaking stricken cars. They're not going to be able to do this on circuit more than maybe 1 or 2 laps. Imran Azar, a very quick driver, but I don't think he's quick enough to move anywhere near the front of the order. But hats off to them. Hats off to them for sticking with it. 6 hours remaining in this race, and also hearing he's got the default setup on, so that's going to make it even more challenging.
Yeah, you rejoin an endurance race in a panic, you get all flustered, you want to get back out there, and the last thing you think about is which setup to choose, and he's gone out on the track with the default setup. So Dan Lacastic's team there just not enjoying themselves today, really. As Dan Balla takes a quick stop and heads back out for another stint, Travis. That's a long one for him.
It is a long one for him. This is where, you kind of... you do some calculation on how you feel. Outside looking in, Dan has had a brilliant race so far. He has been very consistent. Oh my goodness! The GT3 car put a wheel off and spun right in front of Dan Balla. That is a heart-stopping moment. Pit stops are so disruptive to your rhythm that you come out of the pits. You need to get mentally back into the rhythm of driving the car around the circuit, and then somebody spins off right in front of you after you've been in and out of the pits. So Dan's heart will be in his throat. He needs to calm himself down. I was saying that you kind of calculate the risk versus reward, how good you feel in the car versus how fatigued you are. I mean, I personally, and Tom too, like Tom and I both feel pretty comfortable going along doing triple or quad stints. But it is, as your arms get tired, as you get mentally tired, you get thirsty, you have to go use the bathroom, all of these things start to add up, and it becomes much easier to make a mistake. But Dan obviously feeling confident. He certainly looks confident. His race has been brilliant so far. Dan feels good to go another 40 minutes before he hands over the car.
Yeah, it's always a big risk. I know we've done a few races where I've gone to bed and then I've come back up in the morning, and by the morning I mean like 4 or 5 a.m. Opened up the stint sheet and seen you're there you did a triple, and then someone else jumped in for a double, and then there's you in there for a septuple. So then to hand over to me. So it's always one of those where it's a bit of an interesting one you see.
I've never done a 5. I did enjoy doing quads when it was still advantageous to do so. Our friend Michael Weddle, don't know if Michael is watching today. If not, he should be. We'll shame him for it if he isn't. Michael has done a 5, and he did it perfectly. So hats off to him. I can't quite do 5. I have an old man bladder that needs a break after about 2 hours of driving. But it can be done. And the advantage is, like, if you when you get in the car, if you can go that long and you can be consistent, just having someone who is comfortable and can be in the rhythm and just bang out that much time, it helps your race so much.
Travis, I can prove you wrong because I've still got the stint sheet from Daytona 2020. That's
fair enough.
You did a septuple overnight, and I drove a stupid amount anyway.
Oh, I remember that one. That was a rough race. In any case, that's enough about us. That is Burrell in pit lane, the NFR machine running near the back, but still between the lines. I believe they had a drive-through penalty for speeding in the pit lane earlier on, but otherwise not much drama for them. They're not in last. They're ahead of Cardoso, so good for them. As we see Epsale there, stopped in pit lane. Don't think he'll be handing this car over because he's just done his first stint. As we look to Zdravko Topuniak running in second position, going by a GT3 car. He's on the brakes for the final corner here. 69 car is taking a driver change while we watch the number 90 left pit lane. So Zdravko Topuniak, don't know that he'll be coming through to take the lead of the race. 69 retired. A lot happening all at once here as we look to see where Zdravko Topuniak comes out behind Ipsale.
About 2 corners behind. But yeah, the number 69 there retiring from the pit lane. Not sure quite what happened. Potentially getting the driver change wrong. Probably the wrong button. Has rejoined and will be given the laps back. But right at the bottom now. We'll hopefully be given most of the laps back. Azar is still waiting for his laps back, I think, as well.
As we're seeing an LMP2 masterclass from Ipsale on the screen right now. These are the really scary moments when you're in the lead of the race. He's running a great rhythm. They've been comfortably in the lead. And then catching back markers in your own class while also negotiating slower class traffic is so challenging. And when one driver makes a mistake, Dan Bala has made a slight mistake, and Dominguez has gone by. So Dan Bala loses a position there to Dominguez after Ipsale goes through. Dominguez now challenging Ipsale. I think Dominguez, wonder if he's carrying less downforce than Ipsale, or if Ipsale just a little bit easier on the brakes behind Kondrik, timing the pass on the GT3. Ipsale away easily. Now, Dominguez into pit lane, so Dan Bala promoted once again. Ipsale, I was saying, masterclass of LMP2 driving and negotiating traffic. It is so challenging to get through back markers in your own class because the pace is so similar, while you're also avoiding the pinball effect of GT3 cars. But he is through and on his way. Beautifully done by Ipsale. These guys, the furtive racing drivers, are so in control of this race so far. They have put on a brilliant show for us.
They really have. So far, so good. 10 minutes to go until the top of the hour and our next run through. And approaching a quarter through this race. Endurance racing is the reason we started our channel. We absolutely love endurance racing, and it's a privilege to be back for the first time in 2023 with 8 Hours of Westhill by Argentina Turismo. Thanks everyone for joining us. You're currently watching the number 90 Furtive Racing LMP2, the Prototype 2 mod in LFS, being driven by Ipsale, trying to weave his way past the Eastern Europe Union car there in the GT3 class.
Oh, and they get all out shape there. Sorry. They got all out shape just down Bala when they go past them. So thought we were about to see a crash. Sorry, do go ahead, Travis.
Oh, I was about to say that that car, the Eastern European Union car, looks a lot like the LNP2 car. Bit easier or a bit difficult to tell them apart. As Zdravko Topuniak, hearing that he has been off briefly, his teammate wasted no time sharing that in chat. Number went off, 8 seconds lost. So a whoopsie daisy by Zdravko. Easy mistake to make. No damage, and on his way again, sweeps across the GT3 before he jumps on the brakes for the final corner. Off he goes. They had done a pretty good job to close the gap to the leaders, and that's certainly not helping them. I think he'll be a bit annoyed. Gabor maybe as well. Don't know if Gabor is in his ear or not. That is something, here, we can talk about this. I don't have a good sense of how much these drivers talk to each other during an endurance race. I know my experience and Tom's experience is that we generally have most of a team in chat talking to each other for the entire race. Some drivers like it a bit quieter. As we see Ricardo Dominguez rejoining, he was off. Yeah, Tulio was off as well, so Tulio's gone by after they went off. Yeah, the two of them came together. We'll look for a replay there. That, I believe, will ultimately promote Yoni Katila. Yoni Katila is still somewhere in the background, so we need to wait and see how this shakes out.
Yeah.
That is Yoni Katila coming through. That is turn 4 right now, so still a little bit further behind. But we'll look for a replay on that and see exactly what happened between those two.
I think it was a lapping. To be honest, I think there's been a trouble with someone. I think Tulio getting through there. It doesn't make sense why Tulio would be involved in that unless it was for lapping. Here is Hernan Quinteros, a lovely livery. This, the Llama FIA car, weaving their way past the Team America GT3 entry. And yes, you will have the chance to vote on your favourite livery of the race. That poll will be made available somewhere around the halfway mark. So please come back and join us for that. If you have to step away, you'll be able to cast your vote for your favourite livery. And Travis, we've been looking at these now for 2 hours, and it's the prettiest field we've seen in our history here in Elfus.
I'm just pleased with how much variety there is. If you go, you watch Formula One on any given weekend, there's a lot of red and white, or there has been in the past. There's a bit more variety in the last couple of years, but there is so much color up and down the field in this race. It is really nice to see.
Yeah, it's a wonderfully colourful grid. I mean, we've got some of the creations here. I know some people do it more, take things as in their liveries, just want to be really colourful. But I think the Llama FIA one's a perfect example of that. It was a lot more bright, a lot more colourful. And then you have sort of the NFR car that we're seeing here, which is a really nice blend with then the livery and their team names very, very standing out across the board. I think it's wonderful to see how sim racing really allows their creativity to really flow out onto the track.
Yeah, absolutely epic stuff. So
Quintero spun hard into the wall, pointed on the right way, going straight away, but big damage on the rear left, and I think the front right as well, maybe or front left. But the car looks a little bit of a handful for him now.
Yeah, that car is a bit googly now. I was about to say to round out our thoughts on liveries that I really like this one because it has kind of the 80s Miami look with the aqua and the purple color. Hernan has put a few dents in it, and it looks a bit of a handful to drive. So he may be in to clean up that livery a little bit. We'll see. We'll see what he does when he comes around. Yeah, there we go. Hernan Quinteros, difficult day for him. He was under the Lemon Dino machine a little bit earlier. Forgive me for not remembering the full name of that car because it is a bit of a mouthful. When they went off, a bit of a bullying on the outside, wide open in the grass. No chill from Hernan Quinteros, so doesn't even attempt to come into pit lane to repair damage, and 4 wheels off, making a pass around a GT3 car. So a bit bold from him. Perhaps he's a bit frustrated, and then catching a GT3 in a terrible spot there. More moments of personal experience that we can talk about, Tom. There is just an unfortunate bad luck catching a GT3 in the wrong space, and then as another car puts wheels off in the background, choosing to force the pass around the outside instead of just backing out and taking the time loss.
Yeah, I think he needs to calm down a little bit. His car's a handful to drive. Yes, you've made the mistake, you've lost the time, but stop. Take a breather. Go again. You'll lose more time if you don't clear your head, and because then you'll do silly things like keeping it pinned open while 4 wheels on the grass, which got away with it that time, but any other time could very well have speared across the track and taken out one of the GT cars there as well.
Yep. So here we go, guys. Looking to chat once again. We have a request. Cardboard Racer, I believe, is Alan Terzic, asking for a replay of having gone from P13 or something. That's a number. 13 or something is a number you've probably not heard before. To P3 in 1 lap, but it's not on stream. So if we can find that, at least one of our viewers will be pleased. Maybe we can dig that up while we're talking about all the other things going on out on circuit.
We have a replay of the incident up at turn 2 involving 2 LMP2 cars, Tulio, and we believe a backmarker, but we'll get confirmation of that right now. Chris has loaded up a replay for us. Here it comes. There we go, up to turn 1. Oh, okay, so there was a contact with a backmarker, sorry, a GT3 while trying to get past a backmarker LMP2, and 3 don't go into 1. Dominguez completely blameless in that one, Travis.
Yeah, I think that again, just a little bit impatient by an LMP2 driver. Tom and I are so accustomed to blaming GT3 drivers, but most of these incidents today have been squarely on the LMP2 drivers. The car ahead of him, Dominguez, was trying to go by the back market, not the back market, the slower class, the GT3. And I think Tulio got a bit impatient and tried to force a pass through the middle of those two cars in just about the worst place to do it, going into a high-speed bend. Again, impatient. The LMP2 drivers need to calm down a little bit. It is frustrating to lose, a second and a half in one corner, but that is the nature of multi-class racing. You sometimes you just have to take the loss and rely on the fact that eventually luck will come your way and you'll be able to catch the slower cars in a better spot when the drivers you're chasing won't. You just have to be patient and plan a bit more carefully.
We are approaching the 6-hour mark as we watch Yoni Katilla for the number 7 LMP2 brand R.Shop Esports weaving his way through GT3 traffic, setting his sights on the back of the 90, but a 44-second gap at this stage in the race is a huge amount, Travis. 2 hours gone, but Yoni is slowly but surely bringing that gap down.
Yeah, if anyone can catch the leaders, it is either Gabor, who is yet to appear in the 72, or this man right here, Yoni Katilla. Both of them so talented. Yoni running a pretty quiet race today. That gap is slowly coming down, but Ipsale and Sant'Andreu have been so quick and so consistent today. The other quick drivers, the top drivers in Live for Speed, I think they have their work cut out for them today to close a 44-second gap. Still a long way to go yet, but that is a huge advantage this early on in the race.
So we'll do our rundown a bit differently this time as we watch Yoni Katilla come into the pit lane there. Hard onto the brakes, just about gets it under the limit before deciding to lift off the brakes. But yeah, it goes past the sin bin and up towards the second set of pit boxes. And I don't think there's going to be a driver change here. This will just be a very normal stop for Yoni. Just some fuel, and he'll be on his way out of the pit lane very, very soon to resume in P3. So driver coach Polniak has made up a place because of that.
Yeah, the shuffle of pit stops has now put these two, Zdravko Polniak in the Yes Motorsports machine and Yoni in the Brand R.Shop Esports machine, swapping positions second and third when they make their stops. So Zdravko wants to keep the pace high, ideally gap Yoni a little bit now that Yoni's on a full load of fuel, and maybe secure this second position on their next stop. Yoni obviously wants to close the gap further so that he can leapfrog Yes Motorsport when they come in again. But close between these two. Still, though, so far behind Augustin Ipsala in P1. As we hit the top of the hour, Pete, let's, you suggested a moment ago that we'll do the GT3 order first. There we are, 6 hours. Let's have it.
Yeah, leading the GT3 class, it's Jeremiah Sinella. He started on pole. He dropped back a little bit at the beginning, but is well in command at the moment. 26 seconds ahead of Guzlani in P2, driving for the Eastern Europe Union team, the number 46 there, up a place from the start. Then it's Suarez down a place from the start for the number 87 top racing car. Remember, all these drivers are on different strategies at this point. They've got a different number of stops under their belts. They're running different fuel lengths. They've got different numbers of drivers. Who knows what's going on with strategy at this point in the race? It's too early to say. But yeah, minor losses, minor gains for some of the drivers at the top end. A big gain, 2 places currently for the number 11, Furtive Racing, with Ciardini currently driving that machine. Then it's Saitone for Manthi Pseudo America, down a couple of places. The number 92 currently in what we're looking at P5 in class. Then we've got Rodriguez driving for Low Cost Racing in the Wizz Air livery, which is very confusing. Hungarian company driven by 3 Spaniards, but there we go. Low Cost Racing with a low cost airline. Currently in P6 overall in the GT3 class, the number 33 team there. Then we've got Stensnas. He's still in that LMP2 entry, the number 27 there, having a bit of trouble with Zdravko Polniak, who swings past on the inside into the final sector. That's the number 27 entry, down up a few places actually from their qualifying position, running with a bit of damage, but seemingly okay on pace. Then it's Eric Blixt for Westhill Fence Sports. Got given the car about an hour ago, I think now at this point, by Martin Kapal. That's the number 64 entry. Then we've got Kondrik driving for Sausages Racing, the number 74, running well, running consistently, and probably one of the GT3s with the least visible damage at this point on their car. Here is the race green entry, the GT entry for Race Green Autosports, the number 16 of Jeffin Jacob, an Indian driver. Then we've got Sanchez running for Kind Runners, the number 14. Then we've got Martinez for Team America, the number 17 car there. And then Pasil here, Rafaela Pista, the number 53 team, running well. And then Malinovsky for Red Devil Street Racers, the number 43. And finally, it's Alvarez for the SG Racing team at the back of the GT3 class field. Not at the back of the race, though. There is an LMP car with fewer laps on the board just behind them. This is the number 86 entry for SG Racing. Travis, take it away for the LMPs.
LMP2s at the very top of the order. Augustin Ipsale, his co-driver, teammate, Santandreu, dominant early on. Augustin Ipsale has continued their ubiquitous drive so far, comfortably in the lead by nearly a minute over the Croatian sensation in the 72s. Zdravko Topolniak ahead of Tulio running in third. Joni Katila is in fourth position for the Brandar Shop esports machine, right behind Tulio right now. So while we run down the order, we have a close race on our hands. I expect Joni Katila will have this done pretty handily within a lap or two. Igor Santos in fifth position behind them, was running closely with the driver following him, Dan Bala in sixth position. Bit of a gap between those two drivers now. Ricardo Dominguez runs in seventh position in this very pretty Salata de Fruta Racing. I love the purple stripe there on the door of the side pod with the black and white contrast. Behind them, we have in eighth position Hernan Quinteros. Exciting moments for them early on, going under the lemon-flavored dinosaur machine. We'll see them in a few moments. This is Kashkun in ninth position. Todd Gonzalez's teammate. Good day from them so far. They think they would like to be further up the order, but they've been pretty consistent. A little biffing and bashing here and there, but through no fault of their own. Garcia for the Team America machine in 10th position. And then Nuno Cardoso is the last of the LMP2s, still running with the contiguous LMP2 pack. Nuno Cardoso in the WD-44 SG Racing machine in 11th. And then we have to go pretty far down the order. This is the NFR machine, Delcourt in the number 69, behind the bulk of the GT3s. And then we have a few more GT3s separating that car from this one, the number 15, lemon-flavored dinosaur with a hint of cat zest. Mouthful of a name. Imran Azar in command right now. Daniel Lekostic telepitted early on, took a 3-lap penalty. Imran Azar then added insult to injury with an internet connection issue, lost another lap after timing out. And they have since rejoined at the very back of the field. They're a lap behind the last position GT3, so some work to do to start getting ahead of the slower class cars before they then rejoin the LMP2 pack. And there we go. Much faster through the order this time. We got it done in about 5 minutes, Pete, as we jump on board with Joni Katila, who has not yet taken this position from Tulio, though he is looking feisty, neatly on the power coming out of the final corner.
Yeah, I think if you're Tulio in this situation, you can see Joni come in, and I think it's really just a matter of time. It'll be interesting to see whether he bothers to fight it or just decides to stick with him and try and use Joni to pull him further forward, because he's one of those things that he's just inevitable that he's going to come through unless he makes a mistake himself. So it's an interesting strategy call you can need to make from this point.
You made a remark early on about Yoni Katila and mistakes, and I cannot recall having witnessed a mistake from Yoni Katila. Now he's got a bit of help from a GT3 right now. Is he going to try to force it? No. Experience serves here. Yoni thinks a little bit better of it. He knows that he can get the job done on his own pace. He'll be able to catch up with Marco Tullio in just a few corners. Or maybe, as you said, Todd, maybe he's content to just run this pace. He's only a few tenths behind. Expect he'll catch up once again, but I think, if I recall as well, their strategy is a little bit different from Tullio ahead of them. A slightly different pit stop cycle, so maybe he's happy to run like they're doing right now, and then leapfrog Tullio on pit stops and drive away when he's got clean air.
Yeah, I don't know. I think Tullio's turned up to 11 at this point. While we went on board, we thought there was an overtake inevitable, and Tullio seems to be matching pace at the moment. So we'll keep an eye on this one.
Yeah, it's Tullio's sort of surprised me a little bit today. He started a bit further back, and he's done a fantastic job. He worked his way up towards the front really quickly, and then came through very well. So it's been impressive to watch, and he's held his own definitely in all these fights. And as we see Yoni going off the track in the background there, managing to rejoin without hitting anything. So yeah, he does all, and the 44 car slow off the edge of the track there. So definitely need to be careful if you're one of those coming through. You're not expecting that one. So
yeah, that was a demonstration of experience by Yoni Katila. Goes wide in the first corner, trying to carry a bit more speed than the tires are willing to give, and then went straight to the cement opposite the grass to get a bit more grip and avoid picking up too much dirt on the tires. A stop-go penalty for the number 15. That will be the penalty for the unsafe rejoin much earlier in the race that led to Daniel Lacoste telepitting. So this, I think, a stop-go penalty, depending on where the number 90 is, will end up costing them yet another lap. The number 90 is not too far ahead of them on the road, so I think they will avoid going down one more lap. But bad to worse still for the number 15, though hats off to Imran Azar and his teammates for continuing to go around. You can't get a result if you give up, and they've stuck with it despite having a challenging race so far.
Yeah, just hearing that there's driver changes happening now for the 91 car, Alfonso now in the car, I believe, and also the 64 car, I think it was. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe they have now executed the change. I'm just trying to see who's in the car. There you go, Martin Capel stayed in the car, I believe. I don't think he jumped out. Sorry, yeah, Eric was in the car, and Martin's just jumped back in again now.
Yeah, and interestingly, that shows you how close the top of the GT3 field is, because Alfonso has come out behind Gojlani, so there is definitely a fight in it for the GT3s. That lead battle's very much alive, which can't really be said for Ipsalen's Zdravko, because that gap is now 53 seconds.
Yeah, it's a big one there, and I think something we missed as well. It's just happened recently. The 92 car, Patrick Sartoni, got a drive-through penalty when they pushed. I can't remember who it was. When they pushed the 33 car off the road earlier into turn 1, so they got a drive-through penalty for that one, which of course they have served already, which cost them a bit of time.
This is another real-life inspired livery right here, the Manti Sud America car. I love the fluoro yellow and green. It just looks fast.
Yeah, the Grello, as I believe it's affectionately known.
Grello.
Yeah,
that's good. I mean, I think I think this livery was used as one of the release liveries for this mod, and at that point I knew what the Argentina Turismo team were planning. Why have they just brought out a GT3 car? Well, we found out a couple of weeks after, and that's why we are all here today for the 8 Hours of Westhill, brought to you by the Argentina Turismo team. They've become synonymous with running high class endurance races in Live for Speed over the last couple of years, and we haven't had one for quite a while. The last one was the 6 Hours of Aston at the end of last year, but My goodness, are we happy to be back? And we have some more action up the front as Tullio and Yoni Katila are just about getting close enough, I think, for this to start getting interesting again.
Yeah, this is where the the ebb and flow of traffic and good luck, bad luck comes into play. Marco Tullio had the last few laps just brilliant luck with the traffic as Hernan Quinteros jumps out of the way but ends up making it 3 wide. Yoni Katila alongside Marco Tullio. Marco Tullio looks like he may be carrying a bit less downforce, or Yoni decided to tuck in behind and use the slipstream. Now alongside, going to make this pass the hard way around the outside. Marco Tullio very late on the brakes, holds the inside, but this will give Yoni Katila position into the next corner, though he has Martin Capal in the way. The GT3, brilliant racing. Marco Tullio fires it on the outside of Martin Capal. Yoni Katila has to tuck it behind. Guys, this is brilliant driving by Marco Tullio. Yoni Katila puts so much pressure on other drivers. He is so quick, but Marco Tullio has come in and filled big shoes today. Both of his teammates, Pedro Vitor and Igor Santos, I believe, is his other. No, Igor Santos is on the track right now. Pedro Vitor is one of his teammates. Two regulars in Live for Speed that we see fairly often. Guillermo Morera, thank you. Two regulars who are very quick. Marco Tullio, we haven't seen with them before, but holding his own today. Brilliant driving through the back markers to hold off Yoni Katila again.
Yeah, that was fantastic.
That really was absolutely incredible display. Smart use of the GT3 car as well to hold up Yoni and sort of protect him himself while he was vulnerable. Positioned his car fantastically and just believed in himself to keep it going, and really causing Yoni these issues. I'd say earlier I thought Yoni was just going to make easy work of this, and we're another 20 minutes down the line and he's still behind him. So he's doing an absolutely fantastic job there of keeping Yoni behind and holding on to this third position. It's really good to see.
This really helps the front of the field. This helps Zdravko. This helps Ipsal. If these two keep fighting, Yoni Katila is a force, and it's fast becoming apparent that Tullio is also a force in this race. A name that has popped up in a few of our broadcasts of our weekly pickup races in recent times, but certainly not in endurance racing. This is Tullio's first outing that we know of in Live for Speed in endurance settings, and yeah, impressive so far to be holding up Yoni Katila.
Yeah, brilliant debut. I don't think he could have hoped for any better. I mean, maybe being further up the order, but Yoni Katila gets a great run out of the chicane. Marco Tullio defends the inside line. Yoni Katila will have to do this the hard way once again. He'll want to be early on the brakes and tuck in behind, or nope, chooses to use the wider line and more grip on the outside. The inevitable has finally happened. Yoni Katila is through, now snaking across the circuit. Marco Tullio in the slipstream. It looks to me, Tom, like Marco Tullio probably carrying less downforce. We will see for sure right here. And you can hear Marco Tullio lean out of the throttle. Yoni Katila wide open on the way into the first bend. Marco Tullio has to slacken his pace slightly. Car ahead of them put a wheel off. I believe that was Dan Bala up the road, as Hernan Quinteros has given the car over to his teammate. And now negotiating a back mark. Oh, this Ronnie Kronpush has taken over for Dan Bala up the road, so that just happened. Ronnie Kronpush in the car right now, and Ronnie Kronpush is now a back marker ahead of Yoni Katila, and Marco Tullio, who is not giving up, has caught up a few tenths, and if he can get a good run out of the chicane here, Yoni Katila might be held up by Ronnie Kronpush on the exit. This fight, I don't believe, is over yet.
No, and I think there's a few changes going on with the GT drivers as well, with the pit stop cycles. I'm seeing a lot of those popping up, so few drivers happening there, so we'll have a run through of course some of the driver changes later. But still with this fight, there's all sorts of cars and stuff going on. There's the back double, you've got the LMP back marker and 2 GT cars as well there, I believe 3 GT cars. So this is really Yoni back under pressure, gonna get a fantastic run through the chicane there though. Ronnie Kronpush off the but Yoni Katila going round past Ronnie and the first of the GT cars. Tullio following past GT cars, and it's going to be in the slipstream behind him. I wonder if Yoni's going to try and take a wider line here, or if he's just going to stick it. Oh, he's done the cut back through, built the gap, and it's built a bit of a margin now to Tullio's course. Oh, I think he got slowed up a little bit with the GT3 car there, just because I think the way Tullio caught back up to him, but all cleared by the end of the straight, and still got the car right behind him.
Marco Tullio brilliantly using the GT3 traffic where he had room to gain a little bit of slipstream, find just a little bit more speed down the straights. Ooh, wheel off in the grass. Marco Tullio pushing as hard as he can. He's not going away. I really expected Yoni Catilla to slowly gap Marco Tullio here, but Marco Tullio isn't going anywhere. Great luck with the GT3 traffic right here, able to drive a normal line, get by easily, and if he can set up a good exit from the chicane, he might have another run on Yoni Catilla coming into the back half of the circuit. He has been heroic on the brakes coming into the infield and the final part of the circuit. So we'll see now if he has the slipstream, perhaps a little bit downforce. Maybe he'll catch up under the brakes, under braking. And we know he's been strong under the bridge and through this complex. Marco Tullio, great show from him today. Brilliant racing, though. Oh, slight mistake. A little bit wide, dirt on the tires. I think this will allow Yoni Catilla to start building a gap, Tom.
Yeah, I mean, it's there now. It's about, what, half a second, if not a bit more, is that margin they've got there. It's gonna build, but I think it's gonna come back through as well. I'm not 100% sure exactly where they are through their pit cycle in this time between the last pit stops. I don't know if Yoni's got less fuel, if Tullio's got less fuel, but it's going to be an interesting one to see. And it's definitely Tullio does have less downforce on the car, so he's able to get back with him on the straights, but then as you get to the corners, he just drives away, and we've seen how much these two have absolutely gapped Ronnie Krompost behind as well. They pulled probably two and a half seconds out of him on just that lap alone, while still pushing each other head to toe.
So here is higher praise than we could give him for Marco Tullio. Gabor has said in chat, no idea who Marco Tullio is. He just came out of nowhere and doing great. So that is a compliment indeed from Gabor. Marco Tullio once again putting on a brilliant show for us, holding his own with Yoni Catilla, who has finally recovered up to third position. That car started on pole with Yoni Catilla's pole position lap. Nico Patola dropped a couple positions in the early running, but Yoni Catilla clawing back the time, though he has a mountain to climb. He's got 24 seconds up the road to Zdravko Deponiak, and then a few miles up to Ipsale in the number 90. A great day so far for the Furtive Racing team at the front.
Car 86 has retired from the race. I think Alvarez has timed out. So that was the SG Racing GT3 entry. Hopefully see them back in later on if they can get a driver to reconnect.
And the 92 had a driver change. That was Pablo Saitone, I believe, got out. And then after the change, a drive-through penalty for speeding in pit lane. So frustrating for them. They were running pretty well, the number 92, in a 6th position, 7th position in GT3, now going to lose a couple more positions. Looking at, that is Bruno Almeida in the number 99. Just switched drivers. That is Dominguez, who was in the car for quite some time, now handed it over to his teammate.
This is a shame,
7th
Travis.
position, off and running. Yes, Pete, it is a shame. I agree. That car looked so beautiful when we first looked at it a few moments ago.
Yeah, Reyes has not long been in that car. That's had a driver change and has had a big incident. I'm sure Chris will head off and find what's happened to that car, because that looks like the single biggest incident that's required the driver to come straight into the pit lane after it's happened. That car is all sorts of bent out of shape. That will be a lengthy repair stop. Obviously, if this was real life, it would probably be race over. Look at the front left of that. It's been pushed inboard quite a lot.
Yeah, the camber is all wrong on it as well.
Gone straight through the pit.
He's just serving his drive-through then.
Had a drive-through. Yeah. Okay. So drive-through first, and then serve the damage. Not sure what's going on there.
I have to believe they'll bring this in to repair, because he's got positive camber on the left front, and that first corner is so crucial to the lap.
That's meatball flag territory. You can't turn around the corner. Look, he's looped the car. So I would have stopped the car and done the drive-through after the next lap or something, because obviously this is clearly going to probably cause more problems for the race.
Oh, I think we've got a virtual safety car.
I think we do have a VSC because of this.
We do indeed.
So, yeah, VSC.
Yeah, I'd have said to race control, I'd have said to them, why did you come back out? You should have repaired the car. You clearly you're limping round the last couple corners. You should get this thing fixed before you serve the penalty, because it's end of the day, it looks like it's had a heavy impact on every single corner. So it's crazy.
Yeah, and we have Jonathan Palmer in the rescue car coming around the field now. He's just a corner behind Reyes here in the number 92. I think he will be escorting Reyes around with the flashing lights to warn everybody to the stricken car. Jonathan Palmer, the victim of cold tires like everyone else. After us covering 2.5 hours of racing and having mentioned this a few times, you would think he knows better, but well held. Off and back on again, and now looking for the stricken 92 to escort them back to pit lane. This doesn't really neutralize the race, though. If we look up and down the order, it could benefit somebody who might be stopping soon if they happen to be around near pit lane. We'll have to look up and down the order and see if anyone might benefit. I believe Zdravko Deponiak is probably due to stop. We haven't seen him in pit lane for some time. Yoni Katila as well, I think, probably due for a stop soon. Santandreu was back in the 90 very recently. In fact, he may have taken over that car under this VSC. That is very recent. So this could shake up the race a little bit, especially if it goes on long enough to give some drivers a free stop. We'll have to look up and down the order and see who might benefit and where they happen to be out on circuit.
Well, Reyes will be guided into the pit lane to repair the damage, and then the VSC will end, and we will be back to green flag racing. Has anyone made use of the VSC to pit? I mean, you don't gain much, but you'll gain something.
I know the 65 car has come in. That's
and the 64
only
is in
one
as well.
I can say. Yeah, there we go. So I think there's probably been a couple that have jumped in. But of course, yeah, really, I don't pay attention to the pit lane, so I don't.
There we go. Zdravko Deponiak in pit lane in the number 72.
Cheap pit stop. Good call.
Martin Kapal is rolling again, looking to see where Yoni Katila is. So we talked about this a few minutes ago, how the strategies had Zdravko and Yoni leapfrogging one another. This should allow Zdravko to get out of pit lane ahead of Yoni Katila, because Yoni's still pretty far behind the line here. Don't see him anywhere near. There he is on camera right now. So he's not even up to the final corner yet. Zdravko Deponiak is away. So that is they will hold second position. Yoni Katila now a corner and most of the front straightaway behind. So yes, Motorsport in the 72, free pit stop that will give them some advantage over the number 90 ahead of them, and they hold second. Yoni will not be able to retake it. Yoni will need to come in and take another pit stop. He definitely stopped more recently than the 72. VSC ending, ready to go again in just a moment. I think this is shaking things up a little bit, guys.
Green flag. It has. Zdravko Deponiak probably gained quite a bit of time there. Yoni Katila was trundling down the back straight, and Zdravko was able to get in and out by the time Yoni had gone from the bridge to the hairpin. So yeah, Tom, that's worked well for the number 72.
Yeah, it has been a little bit of chaos there. It's gonna be interesting to see how people managed, because of course the tires are now going to have gone a bit colder. Who's going to be on it with the tires now? Who's going to have the control, and who's going to make mistakes and just sort of have that lapse on them?
Well, if it's a cheap pit stop, would you change tyres? I mean, I guess it's in the balance, but you'd probably be tempted to change tyres because you'll gain a bunch of time. We're hearing that the car that's on stream right now, the number 90, also pitted under the virtual safety car, so that negates or neutralises the difference between Zdravko and Santandreu. So the big losers there were, Katila, Tullio, and Rosa.
Yeah, three there in the chasing group. Yeah, they didn't get their pit stops in. I know Yoni had one. We talked maybe 25 minutes since Yoni's last pit stop, so he's definitely not gained there. And I think as you say, he's 100% lost out, and is going to have to make up a bit more time again. It's just the number 90 car. Everything so far seems to be going perfectly to plan for them. I don't want to put the curse on them, so I don't want to talk about them too much, but they're having an absolutely fantastic race at the front here. Just seems to be in control, and their decision making just seems to be absolutely on point so far.
So far, so good. For a number of these drivers, it has to be said, but still a long way to go. 5.5 hours left in this one, the 8 hours of Westhill by Argentina Turismo. Here is Low Cost Racing, currently running around in the GT3 class in P5 there. But yeah, that car has seen better days. It has been involved in a couple of unfortunate incidents with LMP2 traffic. But yeah, that's all part of the game. You have to, as we lose someone actually from the race, wondering who that was.
The 87 car, I think it was.
So the 87.
They were, I think they were third or fourth for a while anyway.
They were fourth, yeah. So yeah, the number 87 top racing team. They were leading at one point, at some point during the pit stops. So again, just connection issues for that car. That their connection issues did actually take out a car. We had a replay lined up, but chose not to play it. It was a lag incident with another car, and so yeah, the 87 suffering with some connection-based issues, which is a shame because they qualified P2. Hopefully, we'll see them back with hopefully some more stable connection.
Yeah, and race control told him had the driver rejoin with a different, and race control's told him to go straight back out. So I'm assuming they'll probably get the laps back, as it's not their fault. There's not really much that they can do there. So that's always good to see they're able to get back in and get going again.
There we go, the low-cost racing machine still. Oh, sorry, we tabbed away from them there. Looking at Koshkin now. His teammate, Todd Gonzalez, should be back in the car relatively soon, I would think. Koshkin has been in the car for a while. Good day from them so far in a very distinctive livery. These, kind of call them brush strokes, the blue and red over the white. Looks really, really good. I'm getting some corrections in my ear by Pete, who speaks Turkish. I don't know if many of you knew this about Pete, but he has learned the languages and has corrected me to say this is Joshkun and not Koshkun. My mistake. My apologies to him. Running a good race with his teammate Todd Gonzalez, which we have praised many times for his rapid gain in experience and pace. And now we watch him come under the bridge and over the grass. Nice and tidy through the chicane there. Looks mighty quick. And off he goes.
Yeah, my fiance would be having words with me if I didn't correct you for that one, Travis. Sorry. Yeah, but a very nice looking livery, as you said. A mixture of cultures there. Slovakia and Turkey. A nice little collaboration. And off on their way. P9 overall, P9 in the LMP2 class, the number 65. Qualified in P12, so up 3 places from the start as well. So nice driving. Coming up to a now repaired, I'm happy to say, number 92 car, the number 92 of Reyes there for Mante Sudamerica.
Yeah,
they've fallen well down. Oh, go ahead, Tom. Sorry.
They definitely got the old mechanics out with the sledgehammers. Probably a bit of just elbow dropping onto the bonnet, that sort of stuff, as you see when you see these cars getting just absolutely battered and then sent into the pits. So
always the people's elbow on the bonnet.
Yeah, that's the one. I don't think anything ever beats was it V8 supercars when you see a bit of damage come out and they're just like, right, let's just smack the hell out of the car and it will go back to how it should be.
Yeah, a bit of the same in NASCAR when they were still mostly made of sheet metal. The repairs are a hammer or rip it off entirely. Unfortunately, you can't do that anymore and run the cars around with no bodywork. That was the heyday of NASCAR, if you ask me, is when cars would flip on their lids and all the bodywork would come off, and they'd go running around with no bonnet, no splitter, none of that. You could see the big old V8 exposed. Those days long behind us, sadly.
Just fix the problem now with duct tape. I'm sure. Yeah, you could probably build a race car out of duct tape. I'm sure.
Yeah, I think there's enough carbon on stock cars now that duct tape doesn't do so much. But we digress. Looking at this Eastern European Union car, reminiscent of the car that Alan Terzic is driving. He's actually in right now, back up to 5th position. The Alan P2 car, which has had a mare of a day so far, looking clean once again. They've been in for repairs. Alan Terzic, I think, probably still a bit frustrated from their challenges early on. Now has Yoni Katila, they can trust him to get by safely up behind them. As we look at Zdravko Deponiak, as that was the STR, the Slovaturk Racing machine, doing a big drift off in the grass on the outside of turn 2, managed to keep it out of the barrier, it looked like. This driver, Zdravko Deponiak, just took a pit stop, took advantage of the VSC, so he will have most of a stint yet ahead of him. And then we expect to see Gabor take over this car. I think it's safe to say that Gabor will be taking over that car when they come in next.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Zdravko's been keeping his cards very close to his chest. I think wisely, because we would start to talk about their strategy quite openly on the broadcast. I think. I mean, he already told me they were running a short first stint, and I had to hold my tongue until they decided to come in on that one. But yeah, number of drivers have kept their strategies away from us so as not to divulge them on the broadcast, which is fair enough. But there we go. Yoni Katila, meanwhile, is only 11.28 seconds behind as a tyre gets thrown at them by the Wizz Air car there. The Night Racing machine. Yoni will pass them on the outside, just to say, hey mate, careful, there's a fragile prototype car behind you.
I don't know if we've mentioned this yet, but the 51 car has changed driver to Pedro Vitor now in the car. Tulio has taken a well-deserved rest, and they've put the car back together.
Yeah, they have.
Now
looks great.
It looks like the actual
Looks
Prema
brilliant.
racing car it's meant to be.
Look at
it. it's back from having the corners squashed in to looking like a race car. Unfortunately, he does have a certain Zdravko Deponiak coming flying up behind him. So, yeah.
So Zdravko is going to put a lap over P4. This is the gap now between P1 and P2 and P4 in the LMP2 class. It's a lap. So you don't really see this visualized that well until you see them on track together, and you'll just see the pace difference. Pedro Vitor is going to get a whole heap of Zdravko Deponiak in his mirrors pretty soon, and yeah, the pace difference between these cars is just unbelievable.
Yeah, I don't expect he'll jump out of the way, though. Pedro Vitor is by no means slow. He is a talented driver, and he'll want to stay ahead and avoid losing time behind Zdravko Deponiak. So I think Zdravko needs to get the job done if he wants to head on up the road. Pedro wants to avoid losing any time if he can avoid it, though Zdravko Deponiak, heroic on the brakes. Probably, I would say he is second only to Gabor. Gabor is well known for being just impossibly late on the brakes. Zdravko, it was looking a bit challenging around the back straight after the chicane, but once he's through in the final corner, looks easy. He is now gapped probably 2 or 3 tenths ahead of Pedro Vitor. There we go, job done. Zdravko safely off the grass. Can't say the same for Pedro. Who goes flying over it. No worse for wear, though he will have lost a little bit of time. A bit squirrely out of turn 2. Yeah, I think the difference in fuel loads accounting for much of the difference here. Perhaps less downforce on Pedro Vitor's Bilal Night Racing car. We've talked about that earlier on. But there we go. Zdravko Deponiak through the back marker, still 50 seconds off the lead. This is an impetuous drive by Sebastian Santandreu and his teammate at the front.
Yeah,
outrageous.
I think if we think back with Vitor and the 51 car, I think part of Zdravko coming through there is going back to the VSC, where the 51 was unable to take advantage of the VSC and getting that cheap pit stop, while the 72 most definitely was, and was able to gain a load of time from that.
I think a new feature on our broadcast needs to be, guess what Tom's eating now?
I thought the exact same thing, verbatim.
Jess is doing a load of baking, and she's a fantastic baker, cook, and she's just made some absolutely lovely gluten-free biscuits with a chocolate topping on it.
I was going to bring this up later, but sim broadcasts during endurance racing can't operate without support from our families and our girlfriends, fiancés, and wives. I guess I've had a yogurt and a Capri Sun so far, Tom.
I brewed the coffee this morning and then had a bowl of granola. So far it's been a solo day for me, but maybe
Oh
that will
no.
change as
I
the
mean,
uh,
to
as
be
the
fair,
broadcast goes on.
what time did you get on for this broadcast this morning?
I
It's
was
quite early there in the
Yeah,
US.
I was up at 6 o'clock in
But
the
there you
morning,
go.
and I got some eye rolling when Lynn came downstairs at 6:15 because she was unable to get back to sleep. I blame myself for that. Uh, I think we'll just say it'll be any grief I catch later will be well worth it because these events are just so good.
Yeah, and it's a Sunday. She deserves a lion. We've got another speeding penalty from someone or other out on the track. The number 44 is in the pit lane currently. So just come in for a scheduled stop, and I believe there's been a penalty applied. So that'll have to be
Just
done on a
quickly,
future
gentlemen,
lap.
Yoni Catilla going for a move on Pedro Vitor, pulling
Ooh.
alongside now. He's got the inside for the next one. He's on the brakes and he is ahead and clear. So yeah, I think Catilla has now put a lap. Sorry, not just a thing, but he's put a whole lap on them. So going from a couple laps ago where they were just maybe like I think 20 minutes ago they were fighting for position to now being a lap put there on top.
Yeah, I think in this case it is down to strategy and the way stops have shaken out. I think that'll come the other direction on the next pit stop cycle. Obviously, Pedro Vitor has just gotten into that car and is getting up to speed. Heavy fuel load. Yoni in the grass. Bit of a miscommunication with the GT3 driver there. The GT3 driver now moving over to the right. Tom. We see this so often. We just want the GT3 drivers to take the normal racing line. There, Yoni, a bit of a mix-up. Probably should have gone to the inside on the exit of the corner, and then the GT3 choosing to move over instead of holding the normal line. But all's well as ends well. Yoni would have lost a little bit of time, but
that GT3 that moved over, he promptly moved over and then lost connection. So, yeah.
Perhaps more than meets the eye there.
The 87 really struggling with connection across the board. Both drivers suffering with connection issues. So really unfortunate for the 87. The one thing we cannot control really is the internet connection to the server, and the 87 just unlucky there. It is the one variable we can't control in sim racing.
Yeah, I think the internet connections are the fuel pumps of sim racing. Sometimes they just go.
Fortunately, we're still doing better than the Le Mans 24-hour one, which had the whole server crash twice. So we're clearly well ahead there.
Well, let's not.
Let's say that
we have commentators cursed a few drivers. Let's not throw some shade on our own work. You keep that to yourself, Tom.
Consider yourself slapped there, Tom. I think by Travis.
Well and truly.
We're watching the number 90 weaving its way through the Furtive racing car. As I mentioned, this livery has gone through a fair amount of refinement over the years, and I think this is by far and away the nicest refinement we've seen so far. We keep talking about the liveries because we want to keep them at the front of your minds, because you are going to be asked to vote on them later in our poll, our livery competition that we always do here on the channel, but this time we've got a few graphics to back it up. So hopefully we will see some nice voting going on later on as Sant'Andrea weaves his way past the race green Autosports GT entry there.
Worth mentioning now, about a third of the way through the race, and I'm sure we'll bring this up again later, it is so easy to see these beautiful liveries from all of these angles owing to Mo's camera work. Once again, the shots that we get of these virtual racing cars going around the circuit, the variety, the quality of the shots, an immense amount of effort by Mo that we appreciate immensely. It definitely makes it much easier to call this action. The immersion from these beautiful, lifelike camera shots, they add so much to these broadcasts and to our experience. We really appreciate his effort.
Yeah, absolutely. The 69 is beached. We might have some action happening. Oh no, he's actually getting out, but the NFR LMP2 car with Burrell at the wheel is slowly backing his way out now. We've seen an LMP2 car that looked yellow have a really terrible rejoin at this corner. It was the Lemon Dinosaur car. That's the way you do it.
Yeah, a little more tidy and thoughtful from Burrell there. Lucky that he didn't have traffic coming through. They're just now catching up to him. But yeah, instead of instead of doing a flip turn onto the circuit, does it nice and gently, comes back on parallel without any drivers coming through. I appreciate also, so more worth mentioning about Mo, aside from these brilliant camera shots. While I was piling on his praises, he immediately went to business and was calling the action that was happening in the background. So Mo not only putting together the camera shots, but also telling us where all of the interesting action is happening on circuit. The man does not rest, and his effort is immensely helpful.
Yeah, a lot of action happens off camera, Travis, while we're doing the broadcast.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I know. I'm just backing it up. There's a lot of things that people don't see during our productions, and that's why we enjoy putting it together. It's a whole team effort. It's not just us on the day. There's a lot of prep that goes into these things, and a lot of on the day running in the background as well. So, Chris McElroy, he is the man behind the camera, doing the replays, telling us what's going on, and we're just here to chat about it.
One of these days, we'll catch him in an immodest moment saying thank you. He is so modest and so kind that he does this without a lot of fanfare. Malinovsky has just been done by the lemon dyno machine we were talking about a moment ago. Car in pit lane, that is the 69 machine, which I believe was Burrell. There's Burrell coming through pit lane right now. So we watch Grozel, and a great day for them. Consistent. Well, less so for this car. The Red Devil Street Racers has been running around the back, but that car is straight at the moment, so it does at least look nice. So we look to Santandreu once again, pounding around, extending the lead. When we last talked about that gap, it was about 50 seconds on the nosy, and now up nearly to 54. Commanding performance by Santandreu and his teammate Agustin Ipsale in the number 90. Certainly the class of the field so far today, but long way to go yet. Only just shy of 3 hours down, 5 to go. A lot can yet unfold in an 8-hour endurance race.
Yeah, I
mean, one of the cars, the Turkish guy. Sorry, stayed out the barrier. I didn't need to jump in. Sorry.
That's Josh.
That's okay. Yeah, Josh can keep it out of the wall. Just about at turn 2, rejoins cleanly and on his way. But yeah, you don't want to have too many more of those scary moments because at some point your luck's going to run out, and you're going to hit someone or something, and that's going to add a lot of time and to your race, and probably make you unpopular with other members of the paddock.
Indeed. So I have, as we've been looking up and down at the order here, I have, at least by my own reckoning, a winner for the best livery. My favorite, anyway, is the Furtive Runners GT3. If we could go look at that car again, this livery, absolutely brilliant.
Do you know what number that one was?
Well, no,
it's
I'm
the number
struggling
91,
now
Tom.
to find it down the order, so we're going to continue watching Jushka going around. Yeah, the number 91. There we go.
Just think it might help.
Pete's
Elman
determined
get it
not
up
to put
on
a
the
camera
screen
on it,
for us. There we go.
There we go. Yeah, Alfonso, this YPF 91. This car looks amazing. The yellow highlights here and there, the red and black stripe on one side, the blue stripe on the other. These black pinstripes with the little kinks in them. This car looks absolutely incredible.
I won't lie. I still prefer the dinosaurs.
The all yellow machine. Just
the child in me just loves the dinosaurs. It was an interesting one because they also because they didn't. I don't believe they have a pterodactyl on the dinosaur, but when they were flying earlier, it certainly looked like one.
Yeah, I need to. I'll put eyes on the car myself in my own Live for Speed client. See if I can see if I can experience the joy you are. Pete, I believe we have a new friend in the commentary box. If you want to bring him in.
Yeah, we do. I mean, I've just had a wonderful plate of cakes and what looks to be some sort of falafel arrangement brought to me So I'll step away for a minute and let none other than Owen Harmon come and say hello to you guys for a bit. I'll be back in a few minutes. I'll still be here, doing the cameras for you guys. But yeah, Owen, hi, welcome along. It's been a fun 3 hours, and oh, he's not in the box yet. All right, well apparently. He's in there now. Okay, I was welcoming you to the commentary box, but you weren't in the commentary box at the time.
I didn't move down. Oh, yeah.
No problem. Welcome along. It's been a fun 3 hours. I know you've been watching in the chat. But yeah, take it away and have fun.
Howdy, Owen.
How are you, Travis? Good to be along with yourself and Tom and the lads. So yeah, very fascinating race so far.
Yeah, Owen, I think this is the first time we're going to commentate together.
That's true, yeah. Absolutely.
This is a shame for you, Owen.
They protected you for this long.
Sure
So have you been watching?
Yeah, I've been interacting in the chat since the start, but obviously I've been dipping in and out as well. So yeah, the top order in the LMP is pretty static. So yeah, well done to those top runners so far.
Yeah, an incredible drive so far by the number 90, the Furtive Racing Machine. Stravko Duponiak not making any headway on them. And now that we've taken a moment to look at it, since you joined the commentary box, Yoni not making much progress on Stravko Duponiak either, as we watch a GT3 battle here. That is Friende going by. I believe that is the Eastern European Union car. Nope, Red Devil Street Racers. There we go. Yeah, going by Malinovsky. Yeah, lots of good action up and down the order so far. Glad you've been enjoying it, Owen, and thrilled that you're here in the box with us, of course.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I had me dinner, so there's no worries about any mid-session snacking or anything like that. I should be absolutely fine for my stint in the booth.
I've been caught on many occasions just as I'm finishing eating something and then talking, like, oh, what have you been eating? Yeah, so, I mean, yeah, what did you have for dinner, Owen? What was it?
Roast turkey and chips.
Oh, that sounds really good.
Yeah.
Did you have any cranberry sauce with it, or?
No sauce today.
Boo, you gotta go.
The sauce is half the experience.
Yeah, but there's a lull in the action on circuit. We will talk about our meals. I don't know yet what I'll be having for lunch today. I had granola for breakfast. We talked about that earlier, but I'm sure there will be something around. We have family visiting, so I think we'll probably go out for lunch a little bit later. We have the teacher in our ears now while we're talking about what we're having for lunch. Mo has reminded us there is in fact racing going on. Chile in the 53 has gone past the number 14 of that is Maciel in the kind runner's car. Car's getting a bit spread out now. Their early action for fourth position. Ronan Carmo's teammate
in the wall.
Whoop. Take it away, Tom.
Yeah, Joshkin in the wall. I think didn't see the accident itself, but I'm pretty sure from where he's off, he dipped the wheel on the outside, I'd assume, and just 180'd across the track into the wall. Is what I'd assume from where he ended up. Anyway,
I think that is probably true. His teammate Tom Gonzalez had a good go of it, but it looks like Joshkin has been struggling a little bit with this car.
Yeah, I think he's burning up the rear tires a bit too much now. May require either backing off the pace just to cool them down, or maybe it's time for a pit stop and make a change.
Yeah, I'm looking up and down the order, and there's not a whole lot happening right now. We're looking at the Rafael Pista machine, Chile, as the Lemon Dyno car goes by. I did, Tom, as promised, I did take a good look at it, and it does have I'm going to call it a joyful and childlike livery. I appreciate the pastel dinosaurs on the side, though from here they don't stand out too much. It just looks like a yellow car. So, yeah, I don't feel the same inspiration that you do, but I am glad that you enjoy it.
Are you referring to me as a child there, Travis?
Well, it wasn't intentional, but if that's how it came off, then I'm not going to apologize for it.
No insult taken. I do like to enjoy the little things in life. So, but yeah, as you say, it doesn't stand. The dinosaurs don't stand out too well when it's far away, but when you're zoomed in like that, it does look quite cool, and it's sort of thing you wouldn't expect to see it. I think, which is partly why I quite like it. It's
So
very unusual.
I'm gonna quickly interrupt you. While before the shot goes away, we could see as it was going by what appeared to be. Oh, we'll see it on the other side of the car here, maybe as it comes through. Yes. So the fuel. Ah, I was too quick. Oh, the fuel filler cap there. The Stegosaurus looks like it is a wide open mouthed spiked slug thing. So a bit of fun there. I'm sure that placement was deliberate. Owen, it sounds like you observed someone going off.
Yeah, it was Rosa in the number 12. I was trying to, I think, compete with the lapped car for position, and just before the final hairpin had a big spin. Thankfully, pointed in the right direction again and got going. Yeah, that's a really, really unfortunate one for Roda Preza.
It really is. They were in the thick of it early on with Dan Bala, Ronnie Kronepusch's teammate. And now a little bit further behind, the battle for fourth place was 4 cars running line astern an hour and a half ago. Now spread out quite a bit, 16 seconds behind Ronnie Kronepusch, so quite a bit of work yet to do there. Ronnie Kronepusch, I expect fairly soon, will be coming in to hand over to Patrick Hall. Ronnie Kronepusch also about to have the leader right up the diffuser of his car. That is Sebastian Santandreu, not far behind. A couple GT3s between them, but he will be compelled to move out of the way with blue flags before too long.
Yeah, something I don't think we've noted for a little bit. If the 22 car looks like it's gone through a bit of a washing machine. Garcia seems to be quite battered in that, but I think he's still going. And correct me if I'm wrong, but has he got out of the car yet?
I don't know. We can check though. Yeah, Pete, not subjecting us to the Tom treatment, has chosen to munch his dinner in the background and not share it with everyone on stream. Pete confirms, yeah, Garcia has run the entire race without having come out of the car. He has hit every quarter of this machine on something. We're going to assume those are mostly barriers and not other cars. And he is due to stop shortly, so maybe take repairs and put a fresh driver in that machine. Hats off to him. He's not in last, despite the state of this car, and has run almost 3 hours solo, so that's a good effort. Now has Zdravko Toponiak about to come through behind him.
So number 10, Lara, has taken on a pit stop here for a fuel change or fuel up only. That should let him back out still in position, because Koskun is only taking the final hairpin now. And there's a contact. Catilla's been flipped. Catilla sent on his side while with Koskun getting lapped, and thank goodness he landed back on all 4 wheels, because that is a massive contender in the Brand Shop Esports car, and he was sent flying on 2 wheels just before the downhill dip, and he's somehow able to rescue it out of the gravel trap. And Rosa's here probably looking to take advantage, but yeah, we have a beached vehicle. VSC deployment in 1 second now. There we go, VSC deployed. Oh, there was a massive moment, guys. Like, I'm very lucky I spotted that just by pure coincidence.
There is
We're going to get an action replay of that post-haste. That was a giant moment, I have to say.
Remarkably little damage on Yoni's car. When you called it, I just happened to tab to the end of it and saw him coming to rest. And the car, unbelievably, no visible, obvious damage on it. He is coming straight into pit lane. Mo is working on a replay in the background while everyone is neutralized under VSC. That is, someone's come into the pits behind Yoni Catilla. That is Lucas Rosa, who has taken this opportunity to come into pit lane. There's a GT3 that will go by in the background. More cars going past. So far, only 2 taking advantage of the VSC. Sebastian Santandreu is on the wrong side of the circuit. And yeah, cars going around at pace, even though we have the VSC. It's just gone green. The VSC, the VSC banner was still up while cars were going green. We are green once again. And Yoni Katila is still stopped. Rolling now, so Yoni chose to take advantage of the VSC to come in and get a free repair, but it's turned out to be not so free. I mean, he certainly will have saved more time than he would have if he had done it under full green flag conditions, but yeah, great catch, Owen, seeing Yoni come together with the machine
Slow the
of
Turk.
Chushkin.
Yeah.
Yeah. Unfortunate for Yoni, still in third position, but that is put a damper on his race.
Yeah, very, very fortunate time in there. I think, do correct me, I think our replay is ready of the situation there. So we're going to be having that come up in just a second now, Chris here. And here we go. So we'll be able to see exactly what happened here. Looks like Yoni maybe went a little bit deep and Joshkin completely missed his braking point, hit him hard up on the side and bounced down luckily, and then was able to, of course, just had the momentum bouncing off the wall and get himself swiftly off. But there you go. That's why we had the VSC, because Joshkin, as he was trying to get himself out the gravel, went a little bit on the grass and spun up the wheels and ended up stopping on there. So yeah, there we go.
Yeah, once again,
Sant'Andreo pits as well, so he's just back out.
yeah, kind of unfortunate timing for them because he had just come past pit lane when the VSC was called. They could have taken full advantage of it had it come a few seconds sooner. Not that it will harm their race very much. He's a full lap ahead of Yoni Katila in third and has a full minute on Zdravko Deponiak in second. This team still in total command of the race as we approach 3 hours completed. They will be in the pits and I think rolling again just as we hit the 3 hour mark. Yeah, watching Sebastian Sant'Andreo now negotiate the chicane coming down the back straightaway and into turns 8, 9, and 10. Expect him in pretty soon. I don't know, did we see his teammate join? I don't know if there will be a driver change here or not. I think this is Sant'Andrea's first stint in.
Oh, VSC deployed. It's number 22 Garcia for Team America, who's just parked. Yeah, he might be out of fuel.
Yeah, we were talking about him just a few minutes ago, how every corner of this car was battered to pieces. Roni Kronpush is going to benefit immensely from this. He was in pit lane and rolling to his box just as the VSC came out. So a free pit stop and then some from Roni. He got the benefit of the VSC just as he would have been slowing down. And I expect this will probably be a long one, Owen. They will need to push that car all the way back around. So I think everyone will be able to get in and out again. Notably, Yoni Katila should be able to leapfrog. Yeah, he is behind a train of GT3s with Gabriel Lara in the middle of it. So, assuming the cars ahead of him choose to stop, he will not have to work this traffic after the after these cars come in. So that will help him quite a lot. Looking up and down the order to see who else might be coming into the pits soon. Yeah, a number of GT3s going by pit lane right now. Sant'Andreo, who's just pitted, has chosen to, or sorry, Sant'Andreo, who's not pitted yet, chooses to go by. That's the, there's one GT3 coming into pit lane now.
The drifting
the
truck
other
going past.
car.
Yeah, that was incredible timing there. Yeah, I'm surprised there aren't more cars taking advantage of this VSC. The Lemon Dino car, your favorite, Tom, coming in to take a stop. Lucas Rosa in the number 12 is about to go by. I see Jushkun, I think, kind of looking toward pit lane. So a few cars, yeah, a couple more LMP2s coming in. Ooh, this looks like Zdravko Deponiak coming into pit lane. So second position in the race, 100 miles behind Sant'Andreu. It's a race for second place so far. Zdravko Deponiak makes a stop, and we will see if he hands the car over or if he pulls away for another stint.
Oh, that surprised me. He is staying in the car there, I believe, and I believe the other day he said he was looking at going to be driving for. It was going to be unavailable and be driving for around the first 3 hours. So I'd assume this is going to be his last stint that he's going to be doing in the car anyway.
That was a quick stop at that. Obviously, fuel only, no tires or repair. He was only stationary for maybe 5 or 6 seconds. So, Zdravko Duboniak in, out, on his way. Yone Katila still behind him. We could just see him peeking over the hill in the background as we look at Zdravko Duboniak. While we wait for Garcia to come into his pit box, he's now safely behind the wall in pit lane, being escorted by the course car. And the VSC will be ending in just a moment.
Yeah, I was going to say the pickup stroke, of course, still on the straights. It'll be interesting to see where he ends up pulling off there. There we go with green flag as well. Green flag going live. Yoni got straight ahead of Joshkin there, and it now has the 3 GT cars ahead of him. He's going to have to work through this gaggle because they're nose to tail.
Tom. Sorry, I saw. Oh, my mistake. I saw Santandreu slowing, and I think it was slowing behind the back marker or a miscue with the VSC. I apologize for cutting in there. He is at speed again. Everything is fine.
Oh, Mache won't give up the position though. Mache for that's a race green, isn't it? Yeah, he's not letting Santandreu through without a fight. As there's Peraza in the gravel trap. There you go. At last, the race leader in LMP2 is allowed by, but yeah, Mache not giving that one up at all.
Doing his bit for his LMP2 teammate. Good. They are. It's saying 30 seconds. I think it's probably a bit bigger as that gap, but we'll see close timing with the 22 car, of course, coming out of the pits there with the leader just coming through as well. But there we go. Braun now in the car, taking over from Garcia in the freshly repaired and refueled Team America car. There we go. It's good to see this 22 still going around. I know they had a rather torrid start to the race. They are all the way down in nearly last in class, 11th overall and 11th in class. The only ones behind them are, of course, the 69 and then I believe it's the 15, which is, of course, the Lemon Dinosaurs. So it's good to see them still going and still trying their very best to keep trying to get a result out of it.
Yeah, very much so. Yeah, you have to keep going to the very end, no matter what your situation is, as best you can. So yeah, it's important. We'll be able to keep this race alive for his team. And see another battle coming up here. So Drury, the number 44, is close to Lara, but that wouldn't be necessary for position. A bit of a queue going on right now, but Lara, for sure, is battling Koskun. This is for position. Yeah, it's a lapping. Yeah, it is. Yeah, there is a lap. But they are basically 8th and 9th in the category. So that's unusual meeting. But yeah, there we go. Oh, he's off. Koskun off. The downhill right-hander of turn 10 has pretty much brought him to another humbling, unfortunately. And he's got to be careful with the rejoin. There's 3 cars coming. 1 has passed him. He's going to be careful, yeah, keep the wheels going. Yeah, 2 more of the GT3s are through, so he has the chance to rejoin safely. Oh, no, a little bit too much wheel spin. Yeah, 1 more car through, that's Vitor in 4th place. So, yeah, now you've got to get the rejoin done ASAP, really, or else it'll be more and more delays.
Yeah, Joshkin's having an absolutely torrid time in that car. Todd did well in it earlier, and Joshkin's just really, I think he's really struggled, but he's still sticking in there and giving it a good go. And they're still, they've got about a lap to the 44 car behind, so they're able to keep going. But there we go. Instant now cleared away as they've now got the race leader Santandaru coming up behind them as well.
I believe we have a battle for position in GT3 coming up, which is a first for a while. It's Martin Kapal in the number 64 coming up behind Orlov in the number 74, and we are gonna have an image of Westhill plastered all over, or several hundred images of Westhill plastered all over the Westhill fence sports car, overtaking Orlov at Westhill, and it's a bit of an unusual situation. Roni's just completed a drive-through. The number 41, currently running 5th in LMP2, has been in and out for Race Green Autosports LMP. That's happened. But yeah, Martin Kapal now closing up to the back. We'll do a run-through. It's gone the top of the hour. We're down into hour 5 now. We're just at the end of hour into hour 4 now. Sorry. And yeah, we'll do a rundown in a minute once we see what's going on with this fight, because this is for what is this? This is for P6 or 7 in class.
Yeah, it sounds about right.
P6. So yeah, we've got the number 44 there, the LMP, splitting Kapal and Orlov now. Welcome to the commentary box, Owen, for your stint in the booth. What do you make of it so far? It's a good turnout. It's a pretty looking grid, right?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. A lot of fantastic creative designs have been submitted for the race, and yeah, as we've commented on, some have gone for authentic racing ability, and others have gone for the light-hearted, charm, I suppose. Plenty of balance and national pride on some of the cars as well, particularly the Americas representatives. The mixture of Argentinian flags, Venezuelan flags, all of them are on. It's actually Aston, the pictures, yeah. It's actually pictures of Aston on that Westhill fence sports car. There you are now.
That is an unusual choice, but anyway, I'll leave them to.
An interesting scoop on it is because it's Aston on the paint, because the person putting the paint together forgot which track it was happening.
Oh no!
So
that's funny.
So yeah, it's the 8 hours of Westhill with Aston paint.
Well, they turned up to the right circuit as we see a GT3 going off the track there at turn 1. But yeah, just to summarise, a fantastic looking grid and some very nice racing indeed. We've seen some spectacular overtaking. We've also seen some pretty dramatic accidents so far. And we aren't even halfway through this mammoth event. This is the longest endurance race we've broadcasted on LFS in 3 years, over 3 years. We've had 2 6-hour races organised by the Argentina Turismo team, but this is the longest. We did try to persuade them, as we've got a GT3 facing the wrong way between turns 1 and 2. I think that was the Team America entry, was it? The number 17?
Grinwald.
Yeah, Grinwald for
Grinblatt
for Team America. Lovely livery on that.
Yeah, sort of gives me an old vibes to sort of the mid late 90s, early 2000s sort of paint job on that one. Is what that reminds me of. There's just ahead of Martin. There's with of course Orlov. He's having to work his way through some of the lap traffic as well in their class. It is quite a scene to be watching this as well. And I believe they got Vargas coming up behind them to lap them as well. So they're lapping people. They got someone coming through the lap then while they're also trying to fight for position. So it's very interesting here.
Yeah, a ton of mental arithmetic to do. The fact that these are all in the same class, but they're on different laps, so yeah, it's effectively a three-way fight for P5. Bermudez is certainly not willing to give up any room to Kapal for actual track position. Vargas wants to get by both of them as the P2 in class. So there we go, that's probably the chance with Kapal on the inside. And then Vargas further on the inside. Bermudez not willing to give it up. And then, a little bit too hot. Now we're going to watch the double apex. Yeah, nice and mindful there. Good job. And they're carrying on and on, watching out for the tyre barrier as well. And thank goodness for the Furtive Racing team. They're a little negotiating with their opponents under blue flags will hopefully be over by now.
Yeah, I have to say, I didn't realise Bermudez was on the same lap as them. I missed that one because Orlov did an absolutely fantastic overtake round the outside of him. And I just went, oh, he's just going past the back marker. It was a stunning overtake, but I just thought, oh, he's gone past the back marker, so I didn't really mention it. But no, it was an absolutely stunning overtake. I think Bermudez is definitely struggling for pace, which is why he's been reeled in by these two, and they've managed to pull a gap quite quickly on him, actually.
It did take long at all, but we'll check out Salada de Fruta Racing's Almeida trying to put Frenda down another lap. Frenda now sees the opportunity to pull offside, and that gives Almeida the chance to carry on normally, but his opponent Lara is he's nearly at the final corner now, so yeah, a lot of work to do for the P8 LMP2 squad.
Not good news for the number 69. They've just been overtaken for position overall by a GT3 car. Alan says it's just overtaken an LMP2 for position. So bad news currently for the NFR car. Clearly struggling with straight line speed. Currently unsure why, but we'll keep an eye on it.
Well, Alan's been driving exceptionally well in that car. Of course, he got incredibly unlucky, getting murdered twice by two different LMP2s. But they're doing a fantastic job in LMP2, and really, I think they're definitely earning their current fourth place position in GT3, of course.
I was wondering where you were going with that, Tom, but there we go. You clarified it.
Yeah, they're going to go overtake the rest of the LMP2s.
But there we go. Normality is restored. The LMP2 does take its place back up. But yeah, the battle for position. Zdravko is going to be putting another lap on Rosa then. And there he goes. So Rosa on pace with the race green machine, having another lap put on it by the Yes Motorsports and Furtive Racing cars, the number 90 and the 72. And I believe also Jari Katila will be along soon to take another lap as well.
Something that I think also I haven't mentioned really is Zdravko seems to have found a bit of pace. The gap now to the lead down to 24.5 seconds. I am aware that Santandu did go for a pit not too long ago, so it could be a bit to do with fuel. But I mean, yeah, Zdravko he's on lap 7 of his stint, so he's doing an absolutely fantastic job to reel in this deficit. I don't know if anyone else has any inside scoop there on how he's found this pace, but he's got it and he's really trying to exploit it.
It doesn't help that Zdravko has Malinovsky trying to lap him just at an awkward meeting point, and Rosa as well is going to similarly benefit. But that is by no means for position. Rosa's down in 6th place. Reyes 92. Yeah, that is another case of the blue flags needed. Could be just after the chicane. But yeah, that is a double whammy for Tobolniak, because Sant'Andreu, how good his pace has been. It's doubly compounded when you've got the traffic as well, costing your own lap time by a little bit.
Azar, for the lemon flavoured dinosaur team, has unlapped himself from one of his LMP2 competitors, and is now up to P20. So trying to slowly regain the time. Still has a lot of cars to pass and 3 laps before they can join the back of the LMP field. So lots and lots of driving to do for the number 15 team if they want to get back on the laps with the LMPs. A long evening.
Yeah, they've got a lot of work to do there. They've been incredibly unlucky and unfortunate with some of the incidents they've had, and then of course had that big 3-lap penalty applied to them. With the first was of course the disconnect and rejoin, and then I think again they had the penalty for the crash as well.
Scary moment for the 44. Thought it was going to time out from the server there, but connection is restored. And it's Drury at the wheel now for the number 44 SG Racing entry. And if you look at the clock, we have 44 minutes left of the 4th hour. Coincidence?
Yeah, Pedro
Well, that
Vitor
has
for the
to- had to
51
happen,
car
mate.
now in the pits as well. So taking a stop. Have to see if it's whether it's just going to be fuel or if they're going to do a bit more.
It's important. Yeah, Vitor, one of the highest runners in Cron Push, lost out in the last lap. He made a small mistake, and therefore, yeah, that is the difference. Vitor has retained that 4th position.
Yeah, he's probably going to come under a bit of pressure this lap, especially if Roney can keep the pace up. He should be able to close up a little bit with the slightly colder tyres and heavier car of Vitor coming out the pits, but it'll be interesting to see because he's got to get past Joshkin as well, who, while is quick, does seem to be making quite a few mistakes. So it's just something to be mindful of and watch out for. There you go, the 53 car on screen there. Not one I think we've spoken too much about today. It's one of the plainer liveries we have in today's field, and still it almost looks like a chop between sort of like a grey and like a dark purpley sort of colour on there. Still looks good. They're keeping the car relatively clean, out of trouble, and are running towards the mid of the GT3, mid back of the GT3 field, down in I think it's about 10th, 11th place.
Yeah, it's got the camouflage pattern. I think if you look very closely, similar to something from Metal Gear Solid 3 and Solid Snake. Definitely one of those outfits.
Yeah, nice livery, nice logo too for Rafael Pista. Yep, a nice entry into the race. Currently P23 overall, and yeah, this car qualified well. Good time, and nice to see a lot of South Americans competing in this one. Of course, the race is organised by the Argentina Turismo team, so really shouldn't be too surprising, but still nice to have a good turnout from the South American countries here in this one. This really is an international event. We have people from all over competing. African countries, South American, North American, European, of course. So great to see.
I have returned, Peter, with a question and an observation. So the question would be, I know there is Imran Azar is from Malaysia.
Mm-hmm.
Curious if we have any Australian drivers or New Zealand drivers.
We do not.
We would have had every continent then.
Besides the icy ones, yeah.
Well,
And Africa, yeah,
We have an African
Ayub,
driver.
yeah, Ayub's here.
we do.
Yeah,
Yep.
perfect.
Several Asian drivers. African drivers.
And then my observation is furtive racing dominance. So obviously, furtive racing in the overall lead, in the lead of the LMP2 field, but furtive running and furtive runners and furtive racing 1-2 in GT3. So a great day for the furtive crew.
Yeah, I mean, they're no strangers to good results in endurance races. If you've watched any of the other Argentina Turismo endurances, you'll know that furtive racing often finish on the podium. And Santandro and his teammates are not strangers to the top step.
Bit of a cheeky late move under braking by Daniel Orlov, defending a position that's he's not in a bad position by any stretch of the imagination, but kind of a bit of a rude defense of 5th position in GT3. I suspect that might get a little bit more attention from the stewards because moving under braking is pretty naughty. So you watch Jushkin struggling with the rear of that car yet again. And now moving safely out of the way to let Zdravko Duponiak go sailing by.
Yeah, Zdravko matched the fastest lap of the race on that time around, although he's showing up as having the fastest lap. That is, in fact, not true. He's matched the time, but doesn't have the fastest lap. As we've got Gabriel Lara, in the pit lane for Lama FIA, number 10 entry, currently P8 in class and pulling off. I like this livery. I think this is, when you look up close at this one, this is a really nicely put together livery.
Yeah, this one gives me Vice City or Hotline Miami vibes. I really like it.
Yeah, when you were saying about it earlier, you were saying about that's all I could think of with the color palette for it, which is rather lovely. Very vibrant, and you'd be difficult to miss this one coming up in your mirrors.
Oh, Perosa spins right in front of Lara. That would have been a scary moment to see, but fair play to Peraza. That should be retrievable if he just gets the power down. Yeah, there we go. Back onto the outside runoff area, and he can turn in. Oh, a little bit risky with Zdravko at full tilt.
Eager to get back on the road.
I think that moment definitely gave Lara the S in SG Racing's name. And, Pereira's definitely got the giggles from it.
There it is.
So since we're looking at this car, what is this livery? What's happening on the side? It looks like bared teeth. Do I see this correctly?
I think so.
Yeah.
Looks kind of cool.
Snarling teeth, yeah.
Yeah, with the red eyes. Here comes Ioni Catilla on the outside. As we keep an eye on the SG Racing car, there goes Ioni, like a flash. The LMP2 car really is tiny, isn't it? In side profile compared to the GT3s.
But then the thing is, they're so small. I've been standing next to one when I was at the Mon this year. Someone ran out of fuel and didn't get the car into the pit lane and sort of just parked at the end of pit exit. And so when we were walking on the track after the race, just you're there and it's so low to the ground, and they are really truly tiny. They really are.
Yeah, I had the same experience at Daytona, walking around the paddock. Obviously, the prototype cars get a lot more attention than the GT3 cars, so I was able to walk up closely to GT3 cars, and they are quite small. But then, being next to the prototypes, they are so tiny. It's not a trick of our camera angles or a mistake in the design of the mods. The cars really are that much smaller than GT3s.
I want to join in. I have actually sat in an LMP car at Goodwood. Owen?
You've sat in one.
I've sat in one. Yeah. They have them.
How about that?
You can. Yeah. Oh dear. Owen, you want to join our
I've stood
party?
next to a lot of race cars, but I've not sat in one of these.
I've been to British GTs, but that was basically the road-going supercars rather than the LMPs. So no, I haven't had an experience of an LMP before, but maybe one day.
One day for sure. They are tiny. I mean, I'm sure they've got smaller as well. Well, actually, have they got bigger? I'm sure they've got bigger.
They've probably gotten longer.
Yeah, a bit longer.
But probably not bigger.
Yeah.
I've
Well,
stood
the
next to
GT3s have
Jim
got
Clark's. You have too, Pete. We've stood next to one of Jim Clark's Formula One cars, the Lotus 25.
Tiny thing.
And those are, speaking of tiny cars, you wonder how anyone ever had the courage to drive one of them, because it's barely a bathtub with wheels on it.
You signed the waiver before you got in the car. It's fine, don't worry.
Yeah. We got a little battle on circuit now. Well, I'm not sure how much of a battle this is, because Pedro Vitor is a lap up on Lucas Rosa, but we'll put him one more lap behind Lucas Rosa. Yeah, looks like. Oh, sorry, that was the WD-44. The color scheme is very similar. That is my mistake. I've been duly corrected by Pete in the background.
We have a couple of cars getting yellow flags. I think they're probably just diving into the pit. The 11 and the 16, I think, went into the pits from.
Yep, that's Magic and pit lane. And Lucas Rosa has apparently gotten into the 27, so bore contact for Alan P2 once again. That has been the theme of their day, getting biffed around by prototype cars. Remarkably, they are in 4th position, despite everything they have been through. Not even halfway through this race, they are still running in 4th position, and they're not that far off the lead.
Yeah, they have done an absolutely fantastic job. It's clear to see with just the incidents they've had to still be there. Their pace today has been quite exceptional. It really has.
Yeah, I mean, there's certainly two divisions of the LMP category. Rose has been impressive. I think you have to remember that early doors, it was a battle between Bala as well. So, Roni Krompush certainly has the legs on the Road Appraiser driver at the moment. But it's nice to see that there's huge battles going on up and down, even though we can't see them as clearly as the drivers can obviously see them. They'll be far more in tune with what the pace of the drivers around them. We can't possibly keep an eye on all 28 cars and their specific time differences. But the race is a hive mind, isn't it, Travis? It's a living thing. Only the drivers can really understand it.
Yeah, that's I would say that's accurate, and it's interesting how one of the things that I struggle with in the commentary box is keeping up with all of this action and kind of knowing where cars are on circuit and there's a coming together between the 44 and looked like Leandro Vargas in the 16. It was a GT3 car, and Yoni and Aroni just got through it. Looked like it was nearly a big accident, but everybody is through unscathed. Yeah, in the commentary box, there's so much happening, and you're tabbing through the cars, and you're looking at the tracker, and you've got you got help in the background. People telling you which things are happening on circuit, and it's all ends up a little bit disorienting sometimes. When you're in the car, you're remarkably well tuned in to where everybody else is on the track. The car's a few positions up and a few positions down, and then where back markers or slower class cars are going to, or faster class cars, like if you're running in the slower class. It's I don't know, it's interesting how hive mind is a good description of it, because it's interesting how even though there's a lot going on and you're trying to drive the car, it seems easier to keep up with all of it when you're driving than it is when you're commentating on it.
And certainly a very interesting point there, Travis. I've been in the one endurance race in recent years. That was the 4 hours of Westhill, I believe it was. Yeah, so not quite as long as this, but certainly it was a demanding effort from all involved. In myself and Steve Martinez, Dravko, and Adam Brown. We were all together in one team at that time. And yeah, I was unfortunate that my stint, we were P5 overall, and I had no business being P5. So I was like, I just better let everyone pass.
But you kept it between the lines.
Yeah, I did.
Didn't cause any big drama.
I didn't crash. Yeah.
Yeah, don't do a Travis and crash. That would be horrendous
Oh, come
for
on.
the team.
Come on, it's only hour 4. We can hold it together for a bit longer.
Well, I mean,
lasted longer
in
than
fairness,
one.
yeah, in fairness, we've everyone has given Tom a lot of guff for a long time about crashing pretend race cars, and then he abdicated his crown to me in our most recent 24-hour effort. I had an uncharacteristic mistake that has now followed me around for a few months.
Oh, it's like a bad smell. It will never leave.
Oh, tell me about it, Tom.
Yeah, don't worry. I've only crashed out of like 3 events we've been leading, so it's barely notices it anymore. It's just it's like I've done it again. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, a great attitude. Just saw Martin Capal, I believe, was in the pits, and I think perhaps there was a driver change there, or maybe Martin Capal took over the car. I don't see him on the list, so I think he's just given the car over. Oh, Santandreu has just come through. Ooh, the 86 car Perazza was off in the grass and did a lazy spin back onto the circuit right in front of Santandreu as he was coming through the chicane. Another exciting moment for them. As another interesting thing that happens in endurance races is how even in the lead, when you're so comfortably ahead, like the Furry racing drivers are right now, is how it feels like it can so quickly come unraveled. Even when it's going this well, there are little moments all the time that that keep you honest. A car going off, putting wheel in the grass like that just ahead of you, where if it happened a second earlier or a second later, it could completely change the complexion of your race. So you plan, you strategize, you think carefully, you make moves the best you can, but sometimes there's just nothing you can do about it, and the best you can do is hope that when someone goes off, it's a little bit further up the road than it might be otherwise if you've made a mistake or you went a little bit quicker on the previous few laps.
Yeah, it's always entertaining to come round the corner and there's suddenly a car stationary or someone's rejoining or something. You just think to yourself, thank God I knew that was coming, or thank God he's out the way and I wasn't there when that happened. So it's...
Yep,
Yeah.
exactly.
As I believe Stravko Toponiak just going into the pits and taking a pit stop. So we'll see, are we going to have Gabor time? He's been less active lately in the Twitch chat. So interesting to see if Stravko's going out for another, which I think would be a quadruple for him, or if we're going to have Gabor coming in, or if they're...
I think it'd be Darius.
Yeah.
This
Actually, yeah,
Darius
coming
again.
in.
Yeah. Trespasser, as people know him. Darius Vazinskas took a big sabbatical from LFS, over 2 years away, and in over the last year has been slowly getting back his pace that he was so known for having, cutting his teeth in the weekly pickup series, to the point where he's felt as though he can enter with the likes of Gabor and Stravko to enter into the 8 Hours of Westhill. This is his second stint in the car, so we're going to be left hanging a little bit before we see Gabor and what his pace is in this car. But Darius rejoins in P2 in the number 72, and epic stuff as Santandrew takes back the fastest lap of the race.
That is a mighty lap. I believe that is a couple hundredths faster than Yoni's pole lap. So no slouching, no relaxing by Sebastian Santandreu. He is on it all the way around. I think we could probably take that to mean that he will be in soon. That, or he is he's found some extra pace, even with a little bit extra fuel in the car. This is just a stunning performance from the number 90 car, Furtive Racing, Sebastian Santandreu, and Agustin Absale. One of my countrymen has joined the server, which I take to mean that Alan P2 will be in the pit shortly for a driver change. That is, Jake DeStout has just joined and been reminded of what the naming scheme looks like, so he'll get that sorted out. I think we'll see him in the car pretty soon. That'll be his first go in the car. Alan Terzic will be handing it over shortly.
Just absolutely on it, lap after lap after lap. Santandrew, he's a minute and 12 ahead, and that's not going to come down that much when he comes into the pit lane. It's not a long pit lane, not that long stops. We'll see what happens. He's setting the timing screens to light, so it's got to be soon. It's not going to be this lap though, so he's still got something in the tank, and there's a lot of cars up ahead of him, so potentially chance to... Oh, that was close. Thought about making a move on the inside of Alan P2, the GT3 entry, sorry. Oh, and again. This is getting hairy.
I think Alan might be having some... Oh my word. You're getting a little bit concerned with the LMP2 drivers at the minute, because, after getting murdered nearly twice by them, I think you were seeing a third time happening there.
Yeah, I think it was just kind of an awkward place to catch Alan Terzic. Obviously, Santandreu was way too late to get him into turn one, and then Alan drove a normal racing line, but because of the kind of the kink before turn two there, it's when the GT3 is following a normal line, it doesn't leave much space for an LMP2 to pass. So I think it's kind of a bit of a miscue from both of them. Fortunately, everybody through. Santandreu demonstrating, LMP2 experience and discretion. Instead of forcing it through turn one, he a risky dab of the brakes, unloading the car, but managed to hold it and chose to be patient rather than forcing it and committing a third murder on Alan Terzic's car.
Third time's the charm, hey. The next one would end the race.
Yeah, Alan, on the way out of the chicane, they're trying to do it on his own. He has to be in this lap or the next one. His teammate is there waiting, and he's been out for a long time. So I think we should see him in pretty soon.
Actually, another driver. Yeah, it is going to be coming up. Ipsale is on duty now on the server, so that'll be the signal to get the Furtive Racing race leader into the pits for driver change. And then Darius, of course, is on the relay in Sector 2 at this stage. So yeah, it's a big advantage so far.
Yeah, I think before the pit stop, it was something around the 25 to 30 second was the margin. So definitely a case that the 72 car has closed the gap. But it'll be interesting to see what it's going to be after this pit stop, if Santandaro's managed to pull it back out again, or if even sort of held position. So it'll be interesting to see what we're going to have when he finally comes in the pits.
Yes, Motorsports entry, finding his feet again. Remember, this is his second stint in the car, and we have plenty of running left in this one.
Sorry for the lull in commentary there. We distracted Peter in the background. We watched Darius Versinskas. Looking at the tracker, he started the race as watching Borislav Botev come through turn 2, and there was a car off beside him. Didn't see who that was, but it was another car off turn 2. Borislav Sanchez was off, and now race leader in the pits, Owen. Owen called it. There he is.
Tire change complete. Definitely refuel and the driver change. So yeah, efficient service here, and then that will allow Ipsala the chance to negotiate this race from the top of the leaderboard. And actually, a fastest lap there from Yanni Kittila, 135.99.
Is that
2
tenths faster than the previous fastest?
Yes.
Well, we're into the 29s, which is insane. So Yanni's seen that his pole time was shattered and has decided to respond in the race. This is ridiculous. The lap times we're seeing now are crazy. As Yanni runs into the back of a GT3.
Punt.
Yeah.
Oh, that angle made it look worse. I thought it was a proper kill, and I think it ended up being a gentle bump because neither of them seemed to be too compromised. That was, I think, more scary for us than it was for either of them.
I agree with you, Travis. It was just the camera and the angle misleading. How that looked, but from my perspective, I was behind Yanni's car, and it was just an ordinary tap. It was just scary because the particular right-hander there, turn 4, is very dangerous if you get it wrong. So yeah, it was just innocent coming together, but it was unfortunate that it happened that kind of fast bend. Yeah, Nikita.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Travis.
A little more bumping and running. Alan Terzic has just gotten another LMP2 into the back of his car, upset the back of the car quite badly, but he managed to hold it around the final bend. It looked like, I couldn't tell which car it was. I think it may have been Gabriel Lara got into the back of it. It was the purple and blue machine. There is who now goes sailing off in turn 1. Yeah, it was. You were talking about the trick of the camera and how it looked worse than it was for Yoni and the car he caught, and then the same thing coming into the final corner. I thought that Gabriel Lara was a bit late on the brakes, and then perhaps not, and then punt, and Alan Terzic managed to hold it. Notably, Alan Terzic has now gone by 4 times with his teammate waiting Gabriel Lara. Yeah, Gabriel Lara, I think, has misjudged it again. Alan Terzic is there a target painted on the bumper of this car that we can't see?
They shouldn't have gone with red. They shouldn't have gone with red.
Alan Terzic is cursed, and I don't think it's through any fault of our own. I think he's come afoul of some evil spirit. Fortunately, away unscathed yet again, somehow still in 4th place. I think by now he should just pull in and hand it over to his teammate. He is clearly compromised. and I think he would do well to give himself a break before he gets punted off once again.
I think what it is that they keep seeing the team name Alan P2 and they just assume that it'd be the same speed as them, especially considering he was overtaking an LMP2 earlier. So I don't know. It is quite the quite the turn of events for him, and they have had a torrid time with some of the faster cars. But I think now he's going into the pit.
Is the left rear
is
the
the
left rear
rear
tire on his car down? I think the left rear tire on this car is down. He's got a puncture.
It is. Yeah.
Perfect timing.
Yeah, I think we should.
Yeah.
I think we should try to get. Well, I mean, we love.
Did you see
anyone
that,
who
Travis?
is. Sorry, Peter.
Did you see that, Travis?
I did see that.
Oh,
I was trying to say that we enjoy all of the people who join us for interviews in the commentary box at the end of the race. But at this point, almost halfway through, the person I want to talk to most is Alan Terzic.
Well, the 27 is
Alan
having
is
a driver
out.
change finally. One stint each.
Yeah, I think it's about an hour is each stint in this. So the car looks, they've done the repair, got the drivers swapped, and now getting Jake out there and trying to get him up on there.
Apologies for the broadcast graphic. Jake DeStout is the name of the driver. Doesn't quite fit the format, but we'll get that sorted out. In any case, you know who that is. He's taken over from Alan Terzic. This is the one of the two American drivers in the field. Haven't seen him in the car yet today, but off he goes, nice and clean through the first few corners, and he is now well underway, retaining fourth position.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that that LMP2 that bounced off the side of Alan in the pit lane is going to get a firm ticking off by race control. Everybody saw that, and it's not okay.
Well, and now, so here's something. This yet more things that Tom and I experienced driving prototype cars. Is Jake DeStout has done something that no GT3 driver should ever do, which is in his frustration, he has covered off the space where Gabriel Lara could have gone safely by, instead of staying well wide of the center of the circuit and leaving plenty of room. I completely understand why they're frustrated, but those kind of things you just have to let them go and get on with it. I will be after he's taken a moment to refresh himself. I am keen to see if Alan has comments to share in Twitch chat, so we'll keep an eye on that.
Yeah, it looked like a little bit of a rare mistake there from Ipsale, and made a little bit of contact with the following up with the GT3 car. I don't know exactly who it was, but they both seem to have got away with it relatively okay, even if it was just a little bit of argy-bargy with the shoulders coming through.
Oh,
Oh dear,
Gabriel
that's an
Lara
LMP.
is off track at turn 2. Yeah, Owen.
Lara.
Yeah, Lara off, and that's a big incident. That's been into the wall. Has that been into the wall again, or is that just delivery? No, that has been in the wall again. There's definitely some front end issues with that car.
Yeah, after a repair with the last pit stop, they've then, of course, hit the wall again, and I think Lara's in the situation where he's had the instance, he's got the frustration in him right now, and he just needs to refocus and drive clean. Of course, he's now got the fun bit again of he's going to catch up to the Alan P2 car again, which is, I think, where everything's in the last sort of few minutes started to go wrong. So hopefully tempers aren't flaring, and he'll be able to cool himself down and just deal with the GT. He's got a lot of GT3 traffic in front of him. Just needs to stay calm and deal with that in time, and it'll be fine.
And race direction, yeah. I'm sorry for getting it there first, Travis. Coscon has been dealt a drive-through penalty for causing a collision with Yoni Katila. So that was probably a few laps ago now at this stage. But that's probably the one which I probably over-exaggerated what happened. It was just such a shock at the time. Yeah, it has been now awarded a penalty for Koskun.
So I'm watching. Gabriel Lara has gone by Jake DeStout again. And you'll notice if we follow Jake DeStout, he has his emergency hazard blinkers on. I think as I'm going to assume this is a warning to the LMP2 drivers behind him that their car exists and is not meant to be hit.
It's sort of a please be gentle.
Todd Gonzalez joining the server, so I assume that means he will be taking over for Joshkin, who has had a difficult day. Todd Gonzalez was getting around quite nicely early on in the race, and now I think he's going to hand it over to his somewhat more capable teammate once again as we watch Imran Azar exiting pit lane. They're making headway. Imran Azar, only one GT3 driver ahead of them on circuit now, in the middle of a hot mess of LMP2 cars. What happened there?
What are you doing? He just drove off the road.
Yeah, I think he might have run wide and then ran out of grip and got on the grass and didn't want to try and upset things a bit too much. So just got on the brakes a bit. Oh, it was a huge send by Ipsali on the Alan Terzic Jake DeStout car.
This for position Bermudez, low cost racing. There we go. Bermudez takes full advantage of that opportunity. But Protech, of course, is ahead of both these guys for P2 in class. Crop push finds a small closing gap just before it fully shut. But yeah, that's a big gain for Bermudez and his team. Protech, of course, has the right to lap both these cars. But that is for podium position in the class almost. So yeah, Protech in P2 in class. Yeah, that's interesting situation as Crumpush pits.
He's still got his hazards going though.
Flurry of activity.
Who could blame him?
Yeah, I mean, who can blame him? I mean, the two red cars, one of them seems to have been involved in more incidents than the other. Borislav Botev, currently P2 in class, putting a lap over the LMP2 machine. Another lap over the LMP2 machine with Jada Stout in the car.
And notably, so Leandro Vargas, who was second in this furtive running machine, has just been lapped by the 91. So the 11 and the 91 have Borislav Botev between them now in the 46. But a full lap between the furtive cars at the front of the GT3 order. So the theme of the day, the 90 and the 91, the GT3, sorry, the LMP2 and GT3 leaders, totally dominant performances in their respective classes in what must be said are absolutely gorgeous cars. Holy crap, these cars look so good.
Yeah, speaking of, 11 minutes before our livery competition will begin as Bermudez has a little bit of a half spin, and that's going to be DeStout into the back of him again. And remember, this is a race for position. DeStout hasn't been in the car that long, Travis, so he's going to just be getting up to speed, feeling around, feeling what the rubber on his tyres is doing, and now maybe feels confident enough to go for the move around on the inside. That's Yoni Katila in the background as well, the third place LMP car trying to get through as well. So DeStout has to watch out for him as well, but there you go. Does feel... Oh, and actually, Bermudez is coming in the pits.
Yeah, Yoni doing the wise thing that time, and compromising the speed out of the corner a little bit to take the safer line well away from the GT3 cars. As Bermudez, a nice scrap from him, tried to make up laps and positions, and now tidily into pit lane to take service.
Yeah, Blixt for the Westhill team. That will be for position if he can actually make the jump here. Should be close. Yeah, Bermudez just leaving pit box now. So yeah, Eric Blixt will overtake for position here. Yeah, there we go. So it's
Oh,
actually
sorry.
down another. Yeah, go ahead, Travis.
Leandro Vargas in P3 came together with Dan Bala in turn 1. I just saw the end of it. Both of them spun round backwards, pointed the wrong direction on the outside of the corner. So not sure if Dan made a late move or if maybe Leandro Vargas, a miscommunication. Leandro lost the car. But the two of them came together, both of them off fully stationary before they got going again. Leandro Vargas had just been passed by his teammate in the 91, and they were running line astern. And now Leandro Vargas well down the road, well behind now. Dan Bala appears to have gotten away more or less unscathed. No obvious damage on that car. Hopefully we can find a replay of that one and see exactly what happened.
Probably side to side contact then, and spinning rather than hitting anything. So hopefully just that and no contact with anything. Vargas is struggling though. Just bailed the chicane. That's Bermudez gonna get back past. But remember, Vargas is a lap ahead.
Yeah, is he a lap ahead, or was that just
a lap
straight
ahead.
for position?
Nope.
Okay, yeah, there you go. So he's lost his lap ahead, and seems to be losing more time. It just kind of looks like he doesn't really have the confidence in the car right now. I'm sure he'll get it back and he'll get himself going again, but he just seems to be losing time to Bermudez through all the corners there. He's taking a huge chunk out of him. So I think there's definitely an issue of some sort with the Vargas car right now.
Yeah, he's cooked the rear tires, which certainly won't be helping him much. The left rear more than the right rear, which would, I mean, that's consistent with having looped it around to turn 1, a right-hand bend. But clearly struggling with the rear of the car, which makes perfect sense. The engine in that machine is all the way at the back. There's a lot of weight back there, and hard to keep it under control. But yeah, as you've said a few times on earlier incidents, Tom, he just needs to calm down, back off a little bit, find the confidence, and then build the speed again.
A driver swap is due for the Salada de Fruta racing team. Almeida, who was actually trying to catch up to Santos, and Vitor for position, has decided it's now the moment to pit for strategy, and Dominguez takes over that car. The 8th place team, with Lara, of course, is too far back to make any headway. So it's now the chance for a new driver to compete and try and get that top 5.
Just going to jump in to say, Dominguez connected to the session just after Almeida reached the pit box. So they perfectly timed that. Really is straight in and straight in the car. Really well timed with that one.
I find that very stressful. I want to be in the server a couple minutes ahead of time. There are certainly people who can do it. I think owing to experience mostly, but yeah, I feel really comfortable when I'm in the car, when I'm in and I'm driving, and I'm just going around and turning out the laps. It's all very calm and relaxed. But the moments before getting in the car are always super anxious, and I can't imagine clicking the button and immediately putting the throttle down.
Yeah, I was trying to compliment him. Realistically, I'd be stressed like mad. Just off camera though, in the last few minutes, Blix and Bermudez have been fighting like mad. Blix ran a bit wide turn 3, which allowed Bermudez to catch right back up to him, and they've been doing some proper good touring car action. Shot right door to door, fighting all the way round and all the way through. Because of course these are for position. As a result of that, it has allowed Vargas to get back past them, but it's been really intense through the middle sector of this last lap.
Lara arrives at the wrong time, has to use the escape road as a little bit of a cushion there to stay in the race. Now should be the chance for blue flags. There we go. But now the opportunity to pounce on Blixt has to be priority here for Bermudez. They'll be rooting him on, but watch out for Della Corta as well. That's the number 69, I believe it is. Yeah, this is 69 car, the NFR car. Through, no chance of for Bermudez to close in on Blixt. But there's one more car, and that's none other than our race leader, who wants to get through every bit of this traffic.
Gabriel Lara, at some point, I think will probably get a note from the stewards, because he's driving a bit raggedly and has made contact with a number of cars. kind of highlights another theme of the day so far is one teammate who has been so strong. Oh, it's Saleh so late on the brakes to make that move under Blix. That was impressive. One driver who has started strong and run the race really well, and then the teammate who takes over the car and struggles a bit. Hernan Quinteros was going really well in that car, obviously through no fault of his own. Big contact with another LMP2 early in the race, yeah. Gabriel Lara really struggling. Here we got a replay ready to go. I think this will be the incident we talked about a minute ago in turn 1 with the number 11. So waiting for it to come up now. Here we go. Yes, indeed. So this is the number 11 and Roni. Oh, unfortunate. I think Gabriel Lara, sorry, not Gabriel Lara. Leandro Vargas made a slightly late entry into the corner, which appears to have confused Roni Kronpush slightly, Dan Bala, sorry, slightly, and just got into the rear of him. Unfortunate incident there. I don't think that was either driver's fault. Just a slight mistake from Leandro Vargas that caught out Dan Bala and a little bit of contact, and then they're both off.
Oh, Travis, you know me. I'm always the first to blame the GT driver, but in that situation, I've got to put the blame on Bala for that one. He was too far back. The move just wasn't on. And Vargas, quite rightly, just took the racing line, and Dan Bala just too far back and tried to get out of it, but still made the connection and cost Vargas a lot of time and cost himself a bit of time, which he would have just made back if he chilled out a little bit. So, yeah, unfortunately,
certainly. Yeah, you shouldn't hit anything you could see, and he would have been plainly visible to Dan Bala. So either way, could have been worse. Both of them off and going again. A few seconds lost. Leandro Vargas will be a bit frustrated because he was running with his teammate. But long way to go yet, and they both emerge mostly unscathed, and they can get on with it.
Well, what a treat we've been given here. It's my understanding that you and Tom and Travis are going to be stepping away from the commentary box. Tom, your time in the box for this race is up, I'm afraid, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't think I'll have a chance to return later. I might do, but it's all down to how the time is going to work out, and so it's going to be 50-50, but I don't think I will be. So it's been an absolute pleasure to be here so far for the race. If I'm not back, I just want to say I've loved every minute of the first 4 hours. It's been absolutely hectic. There's been some little lulls in the action, but the drivers have been sure to make sure something chaotic goes on. So quickly return us to having something to talk about and let people know and keep people engaged with. So it's been fantastic, and I'm really looking forward to whenever I have a next one. Just speaking like that, Blix running horrendously wide through turn 2, and everyone else behind him is also doing it as well. So that's quite interesting. But yeah, so if I don't see any of you again, I'll definitely be trying to make myself available for the next one.
Yeah, the next one, whenever that is. Thank you very much, Tom. We hope you enjoyed it. Travis, you'll be back towards the end, but you're going to go and enjoy your late morning over there.
Indeed. Yep, off to go enjoy a soccer game, a football game for those of you who don't enjoy real football. I kid, of course. So out to do that for a while. Go watch one of the kids play with some visiting family, and then I'll be back for the end of the race.
Perfect. Well, thank you to both of you. Are you going to stick around while we announce the livery competition or not? I leave it to you.
I will listen to you two call the running order at the 4-hour mark and kick off the livery competition, and then I will be off.
And I'll be doing fantastic. The same. Brilliant stuff. Okay, so a minute to go. Before that, any action that's going to happen? Looks like Bermudez is doing some of the gardening. Rallycross before we begin. That's close enough. Let's do it. Ipsale for the Furtive Racing Team, the number 90, weaving his way through the race screen GT entry there. Currently leads the LMP class ahead of Trespasser Darius Vazinskas for Yes Motorsport. Then it's Yoni Katila, who has found himself behind the number 44, WD 44 SG Racing entry. Qualified P1, currently running P3 is Yoni Katila, but he's on a mission to try and catch up to the front runners in class. Then it's Dan Bala, another solid drive from him, qualified P9. He has been in the car for most of the race, I think, compared to the other drivers in his team. We haven't seen Patrick Hall yet. That will be coming later. The number 41 currently in 4th. Then it's Santos, the number 12 for Roda Preza, slightly back from where he was with Bala earlier. But doing very nicely as well. Then we've got Pedro Vitor for Bilal Knight Racing, the number 51 in P6, with Dominguez for Salada Fruta Racing, the number 99 in P7. Then it's Gabriel Lara for Lama FIA, the number 10 in P8, with Bonzales, Top Bonzales. That's Johnny SVK for anyone who isn't familiar. Then for Slovaturk Racing, the number 65, currently inside the top 10, with Braun for Team America. Haven't seen his teammate yet. No, we have seen his teammate. Garcia had some incidents at the beginning of the race and handed the car over to Braun, and it has since been repaired, and the number 22 continues to circulate in P10. Then we have the first of two SG Racing entries, the first in the LMP category. Didn't have a good start, but just outside the top 10, calmed down somewhat, getting into the groove, moving up the order, currently P11. Then it's Imran Azar, came from the back after a questionable rejoin, caused basically the car to retire, and rejoined some laps down, and still has a lot of work to do to catch up to the back of the currently the number 44. So the number 15 car currently running in P12, but a number of laps down. Then it's NFR Delcourt, the number 69, rounds out the LMP grid.
Now it's time for the GT3 running order. Furtive runners have first position here with Alfonso behind the wheel so far. P2 for Eastern Europe Union. Borislav Botev is in command of that car so far. A solid run, having the traffic not too long ago. Furtive Racing, the lead team themselves, have P3, the number 11. That's Vargas at the moment, the Venezuelan Argentinian combo. Alen P2 have the best of the rest, with the Stout currently in control of the car that has been found one too many times for their liking in the battles under blue flags. 64, the number 64, Westhill Fence Sports, with the pictures of Aston all over it. That's the Eric Blix driving so far, P5 for that team. Low Cost Racing, not too far behind there, the Spanish contingent, with Bermudez currently in control there. The lovely pink livery just getting blue flagged. Sausages Racing, P7. Nikitin has the job to do there to catch back up, but it's certainly possible. Race Green Autosports GT just crossing the line to start another lap. They're currently 8th in class. De Silva is behind the wheel so far. Mante Sudamerica just in the top 10, number 92, 9th place. Gentile behind the wheel at the moment. Top Racing have the final car in the top 10, number 87. The two driver pairing there. Rafaela Pista, number 53, in 11th for GT3. The very camouflage style livery there. P12, it's number 43, Red Devil Street Racers. Adamczyk currently behind the wheel so far. Kind Runners, a very beloved name here for number for the moment. Oh no, that's Team America. Sorry, Team America have moved up in position so far, so they're currently 14th in class, ahead of Kind Runners. There we go. Yeah, there we go. So Kind Runners are down to 14th at this stage for number 14, and then and Giggles Racing with Peraza is currently 15th and the last place in class at the moment.
Well, Owen's come the closest to dropping a bomb on the channel, so there we go.
Yeah, I was about to say, I think you must have missed Pete's quick thinking to come up with an initialism for that team. But I do appreciate the and Giggles Racing.
Well, that means that all that's left to be said is for someone to announce the beginning of the livery competition. Who wants to do it, Travis or Tom?
I think is Tom already off? Yeah, Tom's gone.
No,
so
I'm still here.
He's still here.
Yeah.
I left the server, but I'm still here.
You do it, Tom.
So, as we've mentioned, ladies and gentlemen, we are, of course, running a voting for livery competition. All sorts of chaos going on track there, as we see the 86 SG Racing.
He's trying to let you see the livery before you vote.
There we go.
For
He
it.
wants
He's
to make
showing
sure
off.
everyone can see their livery.
Look
Look
at
at it there.
That is a beautiful shot of that livery.
If you think that is your favourite livery of the day, then a link is going to get put in chat very shortly. Go and vote there for your favourite livery of today. The poll will close at the end of the race, of course. Top right-hand corner, simbroadcast.tv/vote, and vote there for your preferred livery.
Brilliantly done by Perazza.
Good advertising. Well
Yeah,
timed.
really.
And after our rundown, all of the LMPs are back in the order. They are at the head of the field. We have normality is restored. Entropy, I believe it's called, Travis.
Yeah, I think you're right.
In fact, yeah, it's the opposite of entropy. Anyway,
that's not. I'm forgetting my physics. I don't know if that's enthalpy or what. There we go. Owen and Sim Broadcast have just posted that link in the chat, so you can go click that, follow through to the vote. Plenty of time left. That vote closes at the end of the race, so please do go there and vote for your favorite livery. Many good ones to choose from. Probably difficult to make a decision, but you have plenty of time to ponder it. Boys, I think that will be all for me. It has been a pleasure. Tom, it has been a treat doing your first Sim Broadcast endurance race with you. If you have some time at the end of that, would be great. And Pete, Owen, you guys have fun. I will rejoin you with about an hour or so left in the race.
Sweet. Thank you very much, both of you.
Thanks very much, Travis.
Thanks for having
Tom
me.
as
If I'm
well.
available, I'll be back. If not, I'll look forward to my next commentary with you guys.
See you later, Tom. Have a good one.
Cheers, friends.
Farewell.
Enjoy.
We've got a race for position on screen between Borislav Botev and Vargas. This is absolutely for position. This is a top 3 battle. Owen, it's me and you for a bit. Let's do it.
Yeah, this is a double XL edition of Santos. Does not care for this battle. He wants to get a move on, and he will have Botev ordered aside very soon. There we go. So a little bit of a pause there in the battle, but it will pick up again right now. Botev will not have as ideal a run into turn 3 as he would like. So it's a chance for Vargas to catch up, and he's certainly making that count. Now it's turn 4. Yes, this is very close now. Maybe Botev had a better exit there, following a better racing line. But Vargas is going to get very, very close now. We'll probably check out. Oh, a power slide for Botev. Probably had to use the handbrake to save that from going horribly wrong. So yeah, this is definitely a high pressure situation. And is there any way through for Vargas and Furtive Racing?
Well, this is an intense battle, and it's going to go on for a little while, I think. Botev is properly fast in LFS, and Vargas is not too shabby either. As we ride on board with Vargas, the number 11 Furtive Racing GT3 entry, looking down at the back of the lovely livery of the of Borislav Botev, the number 46. Now, where is this move going to happen, I wonder? Not in the slipstream into the final corner, but maybe up into turn 1. Let's see what he's got in the tank. Tighter entry, wider out. Botev trying to maximise the exit speed to try and... Oh, he's going in. No, he's not going in the pit lane. He's selling a dummy.
A little bit of a tease. Yeah, maybe just helped break a little bit of the toe. And Vargas having to follow as well, but he's going to be very close into turn 2. Botev, actually, if anything, Vargas got that wrong, but he has the inside line for 2. Watch out for number 51, Vitor. Vitor for Bilal Nietzsche has made absolutely sure of that using blue flags to his advantage in race leader pits. So we have double duties to keep an eye out for, but at the moment this battle continues to rage on. It's a very, very quick pit stop for Ipsali.
Yeah, Ipsali in and out as we ride on board with the Protech 92 GT3, a mod put together specifically for this event and others like it by the Argentina Turismo team, a creation of Chem Block 30 with some help from his teammates and other friends in the Live for Speed community, and now it's being put to the test in the slipstream behind the Europe Union team, the Eastern Europe Union team, and as he goes to the right, Botev defends the inside. Not going to make it easy, and why should he? This is an intense battle.
Very intense battle, door-to-door combat there. Botev had every right to defend his inside line, and he stays clear on the double apex. Right-hander down the down the crest. Number 91, that's in GT3, has a drive-through penalty.
Oh, big moment
Yeah.
then, and that's
Yes,
quite a
that
lot of
explains it, yeah.
the lead. He's okay. He has got a lap over the cars behind, but still, you can't start making mistakes like that. A drive-through penalty will cost Alfonso some time. In fact, he's not a lap in the. Is he a lap in the lead? He's a lap in the lead. So
Yeah,
these
one
two will
lap ahead.
now unlap themselves.
Yeah, this is probably a boost to keep these guys even more motivated, knowing that the car in the category lead has bound to lose another clean lap in order to serve a penalty. Yeah, Botef, very, very commanding drive here. He's not giving any invite to Vargas to overtake. Checking out the Eastern Europe Union decal on the rear wing there. Vargas really does like some of these slower corners, but he just cannot find the ideal gap to overtake the second placed participant in the class.
Jeremiah Sinella for the 91, he's back in. He started the race, he qualified the car, in fact, in pole for the GT3 class. He is back in, and he's going to have to go straight back round and serve a drive-through that's been given to him by his teammates. So while that's happening, we watch on the screen the battle between Vargas and Botev, the battle for P2 in the GT3 class, with an LMP2 being very patient there in the background. That is the... Who's that? Is that...
It's number 22,
22.
Team America.
Braun in the background waiting very patiently as Vargas knocks one of the tyre bales out of the way and makes the move on Botev.
Yeah, excellent driving for Vargas. It needed a lot of work to pull that off, but certainly this minor distraction with another GT3 with Peraza, the final runner in the class so far, the SGR car. Yeah, that could give a little bit of hope to Botef and make his desire known to get the position back. And Blixt, of course, in the background there's P5 in class, so he would love to see some distractions affect these two podium contenders at the moment. And number 14 in GT3 also pits, so Sanchez for the Kind Runners team.
Yeah, Yoni Katilla also now weaving his way through this lot. The number three in the LMP class. Number 7. And Yoni has a lot of work to do. There is a minute 10 between himself and Darius Vazinskas, the Yes Motorsports car. What's Botev doing? Botev's having to go back. Oh no, he's not yet. Oh,
He is.
Trying to have a go. Very late on the brakes for Vargas. But Botev is not finished with that P2. He really wants that place back. They've got a back marker ahead of them that's going to have to try and get out of the way. In the background, you've got Eric Blixt. He's also another lap down, I believe, over these two cars as Vargas goes to the inside of the back marker. Botev follows through. But yeah, nice from Botev. He's not giving up. He's still trying to push for that P2.
Yeah, that's all. Oh, the tyre barrier getting a big clip there. That's all well and good. Yeah, Botef knows just keeping in the mirrors of Vargas is really important for his morale. Make sure the team are right behind him to make sure if anything does change that they can adapt the strategy where required. Yeah, it's certainly advantage to Vargas now.
Yeah, well, that battle seems to have neutralised itself as Eric Blix now gets his way past the SGR driver, and that's the NFR car, LMP2 off in the background as well. And it looks like we've got a battle between Bala and Santos. They were trading places on the timing tower. These two close together again, and Owen, at the beginning of the race, that was the whole story. These two teams, rather, Road Appraiser and Race Green. It was Daniel Balla in the car at the time, but Lucas Rosa and Daniel Balla were losing so much time together, and now they're back together again.
Peraza had an incident with Lara under blue flags. That's at turn 3. He has exited the gravel trap and can rejoin safely, but there'll be more lapping cars to come behind him. So yeah, it's just SGR. This is a real grind that they must complete to stay in the race, and if anything were to happen, that would keep them, give them a chance to regroup. Daniel Bala's surfing through the traffic now. He'll come across Gentile next, but Frenda is actually for position in class. So Frenda, he's 10th in class, and he wants to catch up to Gentile for P9.
Yeah, this has been developing for a while. We talked about this a while ago, but yeah, Frenda is gonna be catching up to the wonderful. What did Tom call it? He called it Grello, a Grello car. The fluoro yellow and green machine, currently being driven by Gentile. Where will this happen on the lap, I wonder? Under a little bit waywards through the downhill complex here. Very tricky. Only a couple of parts of this are actually on camber. The entrance to the left-hander down the hill is off camber. So that's why he got the rear out. But now, Owen, it looks like he's got the slipstream. Well and truly.
Yeah, but maybe, if he's got a plan to use the curbs on the inside to give him a run, then certainly go for it. But Gentile staying in the racing line would have been probably what I would have done. Maybe Gentile he's got a little bit of a speed advantage, but now they're going to equalize, and Gentile will hang on to position for now. But Gonzalez has a chance to put a lap on these cars. He's going to go the long way round on Frenda. And there we go. Gentile now pulls over to allow the number 65 through. The Slova Turk Racing, I believe that is.
It was, yeah. Looking off the rear of the Manthe Sudamerica car now. Gentile at the wheel, a bit of a wobble on the way into turn 5 there, Owen, and that's going to give a sniff to the car behind.
Oh, he's using every bit of width of the track, really. I think that was avoidable. Gentile will be furious because he was holding his line. Frenda wanted to squeeze him, and unfortunately he made contact.
Yeah, well, off into the gravel and the wall for Gentile. Won't be pleased with that at all. Pretty unnecessary, I'd say.
Yeah, the move was going to be done no matter what. Frenda had everything lined up properly, and it was just really aggressive driving that led to Gentile falling off the road, and there'll definitely be words to race control about that.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we see something coming of that, but here we go. Yoni Katila also fancies getting past Gentile here. Easy peasy.
Yeah, no mind on Katila's mind. He just carries on as usual, but it's a long way behind Verzinskas, and Daniel Bala's a long way behind. So it's just a lonely road for Yoni Katila, and I may have just hinted that it's the right time for that team to pit. Yeah, number 7, the Brander Shop Esports car, is going to go towards the end of pit lane and make a change, and certainly a refuel at least. Yeah, tire change as well.
Well, we'll see. Is Nico Pantola going to be coming back into the number 7 LMP entry? We will see when that pit stop is over. A race developing between Nikitin and Bermudez. It's been brewing for a while, and this is for P6 in the GT3 category. We will see.
Brzezinski just laps him, actually.
Okay, yeah.
That's important because Yoni Katila will be out of the pits just now, actually. He comes across Vargas. See all these GT3s within reasonable distance of one another when it comes to the battle for second place. And yeah, it is certainly important, for Yanni to keep going. He'll put more cars to one side. And you're saying with Bermudez, who we briefly saw battling for the podium with Protech, it's a case of now he has to hang on to what he's got.
Yeah, now all the pit stops have been working themselves out, and the strategies are starting to reveal themselves. It is Bermudez currently in P6 in the GT3 class, and well, the gap between Nikitin and him is 2.2 seconds, so that's the number we need to keep an eye on. See whether it comes down. We have a replay coming up of the incident we saw just before at that last corner section between Gentile and Friends, so hold on to your hats, that is being rustled up as we speak, and we'll bring that to you as soon as we can. But yeah, the gap actually between Nikitin and Bermudez going up just now.
Yeah, we'll certainly compare lap times with Nikitin and Bermudez. We're almost ready to cross our finish line, but Daniel Bala has his opportunity to get the blue flag benefit. Important now just to keep the head down and see what happens as the race goes on.
Yeah, well, what a race it has been. We're over halfway now, well over halfway, and well, it's been very enjoyable. And with our livery competition now well underway, we'll give you an update on that in about 8 minutes' time. And there's still time for you to vote for your favourite livery of the day. And you can do that at simbroadcasts.tv/vote. And we're watching Igor Santos for the number 12 for Road Appraiser. The gap, interestingly, between Santos and Bala has gone up. I think that is due to pitting and changing drivers. But yeah, Bala is some way ahead now. Has Santos had an issue? Have we missed an incident here?
I think he just had a pit stop. That's really what it.
That was it. Yeah. No, I'm just looking at the damage on the front right of that car. I'm wondering why that hasn't been repaired, because I'm sure that's having a notable effect on the handling. Hopefully we see a fresh set of cars before the end if all the drivers feel as though they need to repair them. Here comes that replay that we were talking about, so hold on to your hats, folks. Here it comes. So this is into the big chicane, and well, what do you think of that, Owen?
Yeah, I get from that angle it's not as bad, but yeah, it's absolutely a case where the wrong party was Gentile. He was just holding his line, and I think Friend was just about to ready himself to brake, and unfortunately just misjudged it.
Yeah, I think so. Closer maybe from that camera angle that we showed originally, but still I would lay the blame at the feet of Gentile, I think. Sorry, Friend, not Gentile, of course. But there we go. There was a definite push. We've got a car in the gravel, the number 44, and this looks like it could be trouble if they can't get it moving. We may have a safety car. Oh no, there we go. He's managed to get his wheels onto the edge where there is more grip and should be able to free himself, but that was close. That's down at T5 towards the back chicane. Needs to be careful of how he rejoins. Yeah. And on his way.
Yeah, back to work there for Drury. He's a long way ahead of the Dinosaur team. Number 15, a good way back at this stage. So yeah, it's just one of those things. Braun in the Team America car well ahead as well, probably nearly a lap at this stage. And actually, speak of the devil, Braun has had a major spin out of turn 2, hitting the wall, and he'll face backwards. Yeah, that's a big hit on the front nose, turning around and around. He's back on the road in a safe rejoin. But yeah, that's actually a little bit of a lift there for the 44 team, because their direct rivals on track have had a bit of a crash there.
Bit of a shame. I mean, that car was it looked, well, Tom described it as having been through a washing machine, and then it was repaired, and now it's going back towards being in a washing machine again. As Pedro Vitor makes a quick stop and returns to the track. No driver change needed there, and that allows Bala and Santos, I think, to jump ahead. So pretty close still for P4 downwards. Those three from 4th, 5th and 6th still very close together. Nickerton was thinking of overtaking the NFR LMP. We've got Frenda off, half spin at turn 2, rejoining now. Not close enough to let Gentile through. Gentile has made a stop and is some way down the order. Sorry, just coming across start finish. And we've got De Stout there as well, ready to put another lap on. The GT3's ahead.
Yeah, lemon flavored dinosaur and Azar hit. That should be a standard enough service. Oh no, it's a driver change coming.
Who will it be? Will it be Daniel Lecastic, or will it be their Polish driver?
Yeah, Protech.
Protech joins the race for the first time. Or will do when that stop ends. It seems like a pretty long stop, that, Owen.
Yeah, it's a long stop.
Repairing tyres, fuel and damage on that car, so a very lengthy stop for Azar. 49 seconds stop. And Shech comes out into the race. This is the first laps that he will turn in the car, so let's see how it goes in the lemon flavoured dinosaur entry.
Yeah, and speaking of which, there's the 44 Jury. That's the closest LMP2 car. Oh, they're wide with the cold tires.
Yeah, got to be more careful than that on the outlap. Definitely. But luckily keeps it out of the wall. But brown trouser moment immediately after just 4 corners. Steady on.
Sure, yeah, that's the last chance the lemon flavored dinosaur team had to give the WD44 team a little bit of a fair fight while they were together on the road, but now that's brought to an end as of right now. Yeah, that's just a case. Keep the car going. Get your bearings now that it's your turn, and just see what happens in front and behind.
Well, in front and behind, we're watching Jeremiah Zanella, who's taken back the lead of the GT3 class. It is Furtive cars that lead both classes at the moment. The imperious Furtive Racing number 90, currently being driven by Upsal, leading in the LMP class, and the number 91, led by Jeremiah Zanella. A very strong drive from Furtive Racing. These guys prepare a huge number of laps before the event, Owen, and it just means that when the regulars of our channel, the drivers who turn up to pick up racing, turn up, they're in a different league now to these guys. The number 90 and the number 91 are showing people what's what.
You bet, yeah, they are the class of the field so far, heading into 4.5 hours of racing at this stage, almost there. Yeah, it's definitely Furtive's early afternoon so far. The Botef and Blixt, are they coming together as Burrell, number 69, wants to get through also. So that thankfully didn't end up causing grief for those drivers. Yeah, it is still a case of, if you're in the GT3, you're almost certainly going to meet someone either in the LMP class or maybe the GT3, because they have a group that have split well clear of everyone else. They might be even lapping yous as well. So, yeah, a constant checking the mirrors if you're in GT3. And we do have Martin Capal. He's ready to join in the Westhill Fence Sports car. So we will see Eric Blixt hand over the duties, making sure it doesn't break speed limit in pit lane. And yeah, that'll be a driver change coming up. And we do have a race green car also in the pits. And that's Redbot, Jeff and Jacob coming into the car for race green Autosports.
53's just had a drive-through apparently, so that means that Ginez is going to have to, whatever he does, he's going to have to hand over to his teammate maybe, and they're going to have to come in as well. The number 86 is just timed out of the server, so the 86, unfortunately, that's the GT3 entry for SGR has timed out of the server, so they need to get back in. And try and rejoin. So quite a bit of drama here, as it is indeed Martin Capal who leaves the pit lane.
Oh, Lara. We have Lara facing the wrong way out of turn 4.
Traffic coming.
He's in the middle of the road. Stop! Oh my goodness. Major hit there with the race green LMP2. And that would definitely require some intervention. That's left a lot of cars in its wake there. A hefty shunt. Nowhere else to go, unfortunately. Well, that's a very, very dreadful, baptism of fire for Jacob.
Yeah, I mean, the camera that we were using there had quite a long focal length, so Jeffin would not necessarily have even seen that car there. They are very low and very small cars, and that was quite not the brightest livery in the world, so you can't lay all the blame at all at Jeffin's feet. He could have slowed down with the yellow flags potentially, but the car was in the middle of the road. He couldn't go anywhere, and huge damage to both of those cars then. So Race Green Autosports probably going to be in with a repair, and that's a blow to their race. I mean, the RGA team often do pretty well at these endurance races, but look, I think the front right of that car just needs to be repaired now. He's going to carry on though.
Yeah, he wants to carry on. He may have hoped that Lara, the fact that his car is even in worse shape.
This car's coming in.
Rear left.
Look at the rear right.
Damage. Yes.
Look at the rear right. That is absolutely hopeless. That car will come straight into the pit lane.
But watch out! Speed limit.
Ooh.
Close.
Very close, but gets it slowed down, no problem. And we'll choose a pit box, get it repaired, and get back out.
Yeah, that's gonna be a hefty repair job. Gonzalez is not going to be able to overtake for position. He's too far back, but he could gain one lap back. The Sausages Racing team, the Russian trio, have got a driver switch complete. Kondrik has taken over that nice and fancy sort of, how would you say, pink-purple kind of mix with the leopard print, I think it is, or tiger print.
Yeah, which leads me nicely into the competition for the best livery. We've had 58 votes already, Owen, and that is, well, this is currently what it looks like. We will try and get the results for that up in just a moment's time. To see who is currently leading the poll, but yes, we will check that out for you. But yes, very nice livery there for Kondrik indeed, Owen.
Number 69, NFR, is at turn 2, facing sideways. He will get the chance to turn the car around on the grass. And there is a gap in the track, so there we go. He's able to rejoin. But yeah, that's the bottom of the LMP class. Borrell having a mistake at turn 2, but he's able to carry on.
Yeah, not the afternoon perhaps that NFR were hoping for. some talented drivers in that team, but just not on the pace today, unfortunately, and just struggling. But that being said, they are still in the race. They're still running around in P13, and you've got to be in it to win it, Owen.
Precisely. Yeah, you don't decide to give up your car. Will probably give up for you if it ever comes to that. So yeah, just keep going as best you can. Number 65, Slova Turk Racing, maybe planning a pit stop shortly. As
Ooh.
Whoa, Drury! Oh my lord, that's really close,
needle.
and that would be the two vehicles, 11th and 12th on circuit. But obviously, Drury and the WD-44 team are several laps ahead of Lemon Flavored Dinosaur. But Lemon Flavored Dinosaur want to get some pride back, getting the opportunity to go side by side into one, and Protech has done it. So there we go. That is a bit of a warning sign to WD-44 that if there is an equal fight, then there will be some genuine competition between these two teams.
Yeah, talk about threading the needle there. GT3 on the right, number 44 in the middle, and Lemon Flavored Dinosaur on the outside. No room left for anybody, but clean overtaking nonetheless. And they go on their way, but it is...
Oh no, Lara has tipped into Botef, and thank goodness he's actually caught the slide before it turned into a full-on 360 spin. But yeah, it's a case again. The number 10 just cannot seem to lap cars without causing some headaches for himself and indeed those lap cars. But there we go. That's a chance to take a deep breath and carry on. But yeah, big distraction for P2 in GT3 class for Eastern Europe Union. That would have wasted some critical lap time. And certainly the Furtive Racing and Chiodini will have noticed that. They're currently out of turn 2.
Yeah, we're approaching the top of the hour now. The clock has swung around and is on its way back up to the top of the hour. And we're watching the number 43, currently in 26th overall. A few places off the back of the GT3 field. Number 43, currently being driven by Adamczyk for RDSR, 3-man team. And hoping to get a good result here today. Still plenty of time remaining. We're over halfway, but that is by no means the end in endurance racing. Anything can happen. So good to see them still in the race and enjoying their time.
If you're in it just to enjoy the experience and maybe try again for future races, then by all means, keep going. Well done. There is a black and white flag warning issued to Lara for the incident under the blue flags there, trying to lap one of the GT3s unsuccessfully. So any more of that and there will definitely be penalties applied. So I think the black and white flag is just a warning to say no more dangerous driving under blue flags when you're the beneficiary of them.
Still no movement from Team 86. They timed out earlier, but they haven't rejoined the server, so that would be our only retirement from those who started up to this point, which is impressive, Owen. 4 hours and 40 minutes in. Of course, Michael Malik for Ferret Motors was going to attempt to do this race solo, but unfortunately wasn't able to make the start, and we wish him well. But yeah, only one DNF so far if the number 86 does not rejoin the server and continue their run.
Yeah, precisely. Yeah, absolutely wonderful case of keeping the attrition rate to a bare minimum. And what matters is even when the things have gone wrong for several teams, that they are able to pick up and try again. But yeah, at the moment, it just seems like the rhythm, the drivers that have been in the race a long time are well and truly in command, and then the new drivers who have their first turns, probably a few teething problems, whether you've had something happen in front of you or just maybe the cold tires dragged you into the gravel traps. Yeah, it is really impressive that everybody is putting their best foot forward.
Yeah, it's awesome. We're here for it, and we're glad that you are too. Here on Sim Broadcast, we're broadcasting live on Twitch and YouTube as we always do for our Live for Speed coverage. And this, the first endurance race this year that we've covered. Can't believe it, it's October already, and we're enjoying 8 hours of Westhill. We're currently 4.5 hours in, and we're watching Yoni Cotillo weaving his way past the Westhill Fence Sports GT3 down into the final corner. And, well, he's looking comfortable, but what is the story with that car? Because they're a lap down on the race leaders. We know they're on slightly differing strategies, but the time, at some point, Owen, the gap needs to come down if they want to have any chance of winning. And at the moment, they don't have the pace.
No, I'm afraid not. And a lot of people would have put their trust into Brander Shop Esports and the Finnish duo of making a major impact on this race. And obviously, P3 is nothing to be, taken for granted. Still a really good position, but you'd imagine they would have been aiming for the race win and take the overall prize. But as of right now, they're not lapping quickly enough at this juncture. So yeah, 137s is the target, but yeah, they have hit 139s, 138s not too long ago as well. So yeah, Yanni, just an enormous stint since he took over from Nico Pantola in the first hour and 15.
Yeah, brilliant stuff as we ride on board with Darius Vajinskas of Yes Motorsport, currently running in P2 in the race, just behind Ipsal. And you can just see there the spread of laps in the LMP class, especially 14 laps separating the leader, Ipsal, from Burrell down in P13. So it's close. Oh, as we just see there. Vajinskas almost losing the car at turn 3 there, Owen. Sorry, turn 2.
Yeah, very, very fine margins between survival and having a big crash that would require a rethink of the strategy. Yeah, we carry on nevertheless. That was crucial just to keep going. And thankfully, anything that could have gone wrong was not brought into a crash with the barrier. So, yeah, one of those things. Yeah, Darius just wants to keep going at this stage, see how he fares, trying to pull away. As Yari or Yanni Cotillo will want to get very close to him now. He's not too far behind. And there was the best livery poll so far.
Yeah, I think we've had something like 60 votes already for the best livery. There are still, of course, 3 hours to register your vote, so don't feel like you have to rush straight away. But currently, it's Sausages Racing that are leading the livery competition. A lot of love for the number 74 and the number 44 SG Racing. They're in P2 with Furtive Racing, the number 90, with 8% of the vote there. But yeah, you can see that there's a huge spread of votes we're not seeing there because 18% goes to the top livery. So a nice spread of votes by the looks of it. A lot of love for the liveries out there. All but 4 of the liveries have had a vote put next to their name. So that just shows you the competition this year. And that is not surprising. The effort that's gone into these liveries is apparent.
You bet. Everyone should be proud of themselves for coming up with their individual designs. Indeed, some teams running more than one car might have a mini twist depending on the slight differences between particularly the Furtive Runners team versus Furtive Racing in GT3. Subtle changes, but certainly make a difference as well. We check out Silva and the Kind Runners team. They're carrying on towards the back. But yeah, there's still plenty to believe. They can hopefully, make one last opportunity to make up some places, but it's going to be a long slog.
Gentile pits, a little bit of damage on that car not being repaired in the stop. Who is going to take over from that? Also, who's that coming into the pits? That's Igor Santos, and it looks like our race leader has just pulled into the pits as well. It is indeed. Ipsal has come into the pit lane, snuck into the back of shot there. Let's see if Gentile will hand the car to his teammate at the end of that stop. And will Santos hand over to Rosa? Nope, but Gentile has handed over back to Reyes. So the Manthey Sud America team has a new driver at the wheel. A returning driver, should we say, in the form of Reyes.
Good to have Reyes back behind the wheel, to have another shot here. Yeah, there's another gaggle of cars all over the place, different lap strategies. Zanella, of course, is the leader of the GT3 class, so he has to overtake everybody also in the same body shape. And then, with the return of Reyes, he is well ahead of Adamczyk.
Moreira has joined the 51, so Pedro Vitor hands over to Moreira, and also Lucas Rosa has taken over from Igor Santos, so that's another change for the number 12. Moreira has, there's some more damage has appeared on the number 51 on the right hand side. Car has only seen a handful of laps without some sort of cosmetic damage on it, Owen, but still a very nice looking livery indeed.
Yeah, it's definitely a simple idea from real world racing and converted to the mod, the LMP2 mod. Yeah, thumbs up for me. 51 just in that awkward middle road, not competing for the podium, but far and away clear from any of the back runners in the class as well. So yeah, just that awkward middle point. But if there's any way they can catch up to Bilal Nitet, then they'll be aiming to do it. So they are Bilal Nitet. They're trying to catch. I think who is it then? Yeah, Salada de Fruta. That's.
Yeah, here's Team America, currently with Curabetto at the wheel, and one of the nicer liveries out there for sure. Always a nicely turned out car. 3 South American drivers, 2 Argentinians and a Chilean. The number 17 currently circulating in P25 overall. A nice effort from the Team America team. And here is Jeremiah Sinella, who leads the GT3 category. Alfonso did a mega job in the middle of the race, and now Jeremiah is back behind the wheel with an absolutely commanding lead of over a minute to Borislav Botev, who himself is extremely experienced hands in Live for Speed. No stranger to endurance racing. Definitely loves his endurance racing. And that's Darius Vajinskas, P2 in the LMP2 class getting past. So P2 and P2 together, Owen.
Yeah, that's certainly a great sight. That the podium sitters, not quite leaders of their individual classes, but definitely the quality of those two teams very apparent in their pursuit of their victories that they're trying to catch.
Similarly styled liveries, actually. The red, black, and a little bit of grey in there. So nice to see a bit of similarity between the classes, that's for sure. And here's Yoni again. Every time we talk about a GT3 car, Yoni Katilla is somewhere about to overtake them. He is, as Travis put it, ubiquitous.
Oh, you bet, yeah. He's got plenty of work to do, and he is. You can almost taste the chance at second place now. It's still a little while away. gap about 7 seconds, I think, thereabouts.
It's coming down.
More traffic, more traffic may tip the scales a little bit. He catches one car and another.
Yeah, I think we're going to see an overtake for P2 in LMP2 pretty soon. The gap was 7 seconds a couple of laps ago, so maybe not immediately, but maybe in a stint's time for these drivers, we might be seeing them close together. I reckon, and don't quote me on this, I think the time that Gabor is going to be getting in the car is getting closer and closer, Owen. He can't, I mean, how long can he wait? There's only 3 hours left of the race. He's got to go in the car at some point.
Yeah, precisely. Yeah, it's really important to have your certainly a prize driver get his go before it's too late. And yeah, it could be the right time for Yes Motorsport to unleash their third contender in the race when everyone else might be starting to feel a little bit fatigued or just going through the motions.
Yeah, a lot of discussions in the chat about Live for Speed itself. We don't often talk about the sim kind of on its own, but yeah, if you're just tuning in to our broadcast now and you're thinking about trying LFS, then you can do. You can download the free demo at lfs.net, and we'd be very happy to see you trying out the demo and then deciding that you love it like we do, and then buying S1 and then loving that too and buying S2, and then you know where this goes. You buy S3 and you can join us in an endurance race with some awesome mods. So yeah, please get LFS.
Lara has spun again. This would be probably turn 3 or 4 again. He knocked over a traffic light system, so thankfully it didn't land in the middle of the road. It was just about clear. No idea if that was as a result of he probably just made a mistake on his own, or maybe he hit Protech as well. That could have been it, just a tangle with Protech.
Car 27 yet again almost being nailed by LMP2s. LMP2 is a magnet for LMP cars, and this time coming into close quarters with none other than Joni Katila. And this car, being driven by Destout, still has the hazard lights going at the back there, Owen. Just to warn the LMPs.
Left them on, yeah.
Yeah, so might as well. Let's turn our attention to the battle for P2 in the P2 class, because a few moments ago, Owen, that gap was 5.9 seconds. It's now 1.6. So what on earth has happened to Vajinskas? Darius is having a mare out there, and Joni Katila, well, he is absolutely on a mission now.
Yeah, I think Vajinskas, he's not capable of meeting Joni's lap standards, 139s, 138s across the board for the last 5 laps. Joni, by comparison, should be in the 136s, 137s, and he's going to go for the outside line here. Is it a clean move? No, Vajinskas will hold, but a little wobble down the hill. And yes, that's a beautiful pass. Joni Katila for P2 in class.
Yeah, but wait, Martin Kapal is going to be a cork in the bottle here. Joni is through, but for how long will Vajinskas take advantage of this? They're still going at it side by side, but Joni has a nose ahead into turn 2 and seals the deal.
Oh my goodness, the safety car's deployed.
Okay.
Safety car deployed.
What has happened there? Lara's on his side. It's gone bad.
Oh.
It's gone wrong for Lara. So after you called it half a lap ago, Owen, Lara's come into even more difficulty.
Oh,
And
sugar! They didn't see him. They didn't see him. It's in that blind entry to turn 3, and the second and third overall, Katila and Vajinskas did not see. They were coming in at a rate of knots, and both had to split in between the stricken Lama FIA car. Wow, there we go. It's taken 4 hours, 54 minutes, but we have a safety car.
Well, we have a full safety car. Yeah, we've had plenty of VSCs, and there's rescue cars arriving now. There's the Argentina Turismo truck has arrived, and the cars really need to slow down here. JP is also there, Jonathan Palmer from New Dimension Racing. And I wonder what's going to happen. So the rulebook says that they're allowed to reset and be escorted back to the pit lane, I think. So let's see what happens. The car is on the track, so I think that's the way that it works. And then they can resume from there. But Gabriel Lara, often a driver that we associate with good results in races like this, Owen, but it's just not been that team's day. And well, actually, look at the drivers are now having to slalom between the different track cars here.
That's a dreadful spot to have an incident. Pit lane was open, so Dominguez for Salada da Fruta took the opportunity. I believe Frenda also has taken his chance, but yeah, as you're saying, Pete, yeah, just not the team's day, and it's a really awkward spot because even to go slowly around turn 3 means that you're still going in quickly. It's such a you would be able to see there is a wide berth of vision, but the corner, the way it just dips so quickly, if you're going at full speed, you're going to have to react very quickly. And it's just as one of those corners, that even at safety car regulatory speed, it's still very scary, especially if there's an obstruction.
Yeah, another interesting thing here is that the safety car has not picked up the leader. It's picked up someone further down the order. So we may have a little bit of a delay here. Sant'Andrew is a couple of cars back. That's the car I believe the safety car was attempting to pick up. So the two cars ahead of Sant'Andrew should be waved through by the safety car at some point with a wave around. And we will get going in a moment's time for another bit of green flag running, but really unlucky for Gabriel Lara. Quick work from the race control for spotting it. They had the safety car out before we'd even clocked that it had happened.
Yeah, spot on there from race control. They were absolutely on the ball, ready to catch the incident, and of course the drivers who were coming in, even just as safety cars deployed, they had to be quickly on the brakes to avoid crashing into the car on its side. The case of where the cars are in genuine competition, Morera and Dominguez, for example, they'll be closed back up because Dominguez took the chance for fresh tires. Certainly the battle for GT3 is it's still possible. Zanella, and then the driver change for the 46 car, Gorzlani has taken over for them. So there's plenty of narratives waiting to unfold now, as they will be bunched up for the first time for a while. Certainly the last VSC is as close as we've had all session long.
Well, yeah, exactly. This has been now, we've been at this for 5 hours. We have just ticked over into our 6 now. So this is the first opportunity, as you said, that all the cars are going to have been bunched up together. In fact, look at the clock there. We haven't quite ticked over. The race did start slightly late. My apologies. Just a minute and a half to go before we're into hour 6. But yeah, this is a really important time. Sant'Andrew is going to be. There's no word. There's no other way of saying this. He's going to be gutted. Didn't quite have a lap over the cars around him, so the gap is going to come down to 0. Or there or thereabouts. Chris has got a replay for us, so we're going to see what happened to Lara. We have a bit of time, so we might as well play the full thing. So the incident of what happened to Lara is coming up in a moment's time. Here it is then, what happened. So Lara's coming up to turn number 1, Owen, and all looks okay there. Has a wobble, so there's 2 incidents. We're going to see the first, which is just a normal spin on the outside, backs it into the wall, so the car's already bent out of shape, and then Lara is going to rejoin the track, hopefully cleanly, and make his way up towards turn 2, but it's at the following corner, turn 3, where it's all going to go wrong, and we do not know why currently. Okay, so fast forward, nice. The car is slightly worse for wear. There goes the NFR car. Is it with the NFR car? It is. It's a rear
Oh.
contact with the NFR car, and because it's contact with who was that? That was the that's the Grella car. That's Reyes, the number
Reyes.
92 car that's topped that up, and I don't think that can really be the 92 car's fault. That was just unlucky, I think. But there we go.
Coming across
That's how
via
Lara's
Suja.
race came to an end.
Well, now Lara has now been put back onto four wheels by the rescue team. If we have a look at him, currently 8th in class. There you go. You can see his rear left suspension is practically destroyed. He will still have the control of the car. He can get it into pit lane, but yeah, Jonathan Palmer in the rescue RB4 is making sure the number 10 has adequate space just to ease into the pit lane before anyone can zip by trying to take a bit of a advantage. So there we go. We'll see that car in pit lane for the foreseeable to get a big repair job.
Right, interesting scenario then. The gap from our leader to P2. P2 is now Gabor. Gabor is in the car. St Andrew's worst nightmare has entered the server. Let's see what happens then with race control. We do not know what they're going to do. They're going to do some wave rounds, we think. But how close to St Andrew will Gabor be? Will it be basically status quo? Will we be back to where we started with our lead 3? Yoni Katila, Gabor and St Andrew. It's going to be an interesting final 3 hours, Owen.
Yeah, so if you've just recently tuned in, it's a great time to get yourself settled down and prepare for another round of incredible racing here at Westhill. We do have a driver change for Roda Preza. Santos has substituted in for Rosa. So yeah, another chance for Roda Preza just off the podium, but now behind Patrick Hall and Race Green Autosports. So yeah, potential. The fact that Race Green would have pitted earlier in the stint in the safety car window, I suppose. It's a chance just to fight back against Race Green, and they'll be straight away into the fight once Race Control has the queues sorted.
Yeah, well, I'm sure that the queue for the commentary box door to get in and commentate on the final 3 hours is going to be growing, because we are we're into it now, and this is the leveler. The safety car has happened. It took 5 hours, but we've had one. At some points, we thought we weren't going to get one. We thought we were going to have a completely clean race, but the racing gods have provided us with some curveballs. Lara has gone onto his side and has caused a safety car. Now we are waiting for some cars to catch up to the back, and then lapped cars should be allowed to unlap themselves, which is important actually for. I'm interested to see what happens to P15 overall. That's Gujlani. I think he's a lap down on Zanella.
Gonzalez is in the gravel trap at the final hairpin.
Okay.
That's going to waste, well, depending on your perspective, either munch up.
He's
going
to need a push out of there. That's stuck. That car is stuck. The engine is running, but that car's going to need. JP's on his way. Oh, they are trying to get it out, but Todd Gonzalez has got that car beached at the final corner, and there's a hefty amount of front right damage on that car as well. But not good under the safety car. That will come with some penalty, I assume.
We'd have to figure out what happened for absolute certainty, but regardless of what has happened, it's dreadful. The fact that you've either been led to your own demise under a safety car or someone has hit you. Either way, that should be kept to an absolute minimum as best as possibly done. But it just means that now that Yoni Katila has reached the very back of this queue, that would have given Race Control the opportunity to enforce the procedure. But unfortunately, Bonzala's being stuck for so long. He's gonna have Baltic cold tires. You'll have to change those, and it'll just add to the amount of time required for our safety car driver to be left on the circuit.
Yeah, race control have a tricky bit of administration to do now. They've got to get the cars unlapped. They've got to wave some cars through. That's going to mean they're going to have to work out which ones they're going to let through and go from there. The safety car will happily do a few laps, and we will, as soon as we know, we will relay the information to you as to who is going to be moved. So the situation is now that, according to our timing tower, Gabor has made his way around and is somewhere in the vicinity of Sant'Andrew. Everybody is now in the queue, so the race control can now begin to do their calculations. Top Gonzalez, of course, has thrown another spanner in the works. He is somewhere out on the track. They don't have to wait for Todd, I don't think, because he doesn't need to unlap himself on anybody, I don't think. So he shouldn't be a worry at this point in time. And will have lost his opportunity anyway because he drove off the track under a safety car. So yeah, we wait patiently. We are in a caution period where nobody is allowed to overtake. The drivers just have to sit, try and warm their tyres, keep their tyres warm as the safety car decides to veer off the track. And there you go, there's the cars all weaving around in the background. It's good to see them all together again, right?
Yeah, it will mean that the discussion we had earlier, where if you're the GT3 runner and you're probably outside the top 5, top 10, you are you're going to have to compete with the LMP2s up and down the order. You have to let them through. Then there'll be the podium sitters in GT3. You have to let them through, and then also maybe there are 1 or 2 GT3s that have to be lapped by yourself, and they also have to be dealt with. So very confusing times for the drivers, but there will be a small window of reprieve before all the blue flag work starts all over again. Race control, the cars 53, 33 and 46 are allowed pass on the left hand side. So they are now done. On their way.
Yep, they've all gone. So Sant'Andrew is aggressively tyre weaving. I hope he's got enough rubber left on the front, but he is now leading the cars. We've got 4 more cars coming through to unlap themselves, so that the weaving will need to stop. The drivers will need to move over to the right-hand side of the track to allow them to pass. There we go. Team America being waved through. One of the furtive cars going through. Suarez going through, and some people have it looks like car 11 has been forgotten about, but anyway, we're gonna wait and be patient and see how this gets dealt with. Okay, well, we're starting to see some LMP2s at the front of this grid, Owen, so something's working. Here's the second list of cars. 17, 91, 87 and 11 being allowed to pass.
Yeah, so it's the case of, it has to be done in batches. Otherwise, there'll be just too many drivers trying to go back around to catch up to the rear end of the queue, and that would cause more confusion and possible distractions and destruction.
Yeah, I mean, the interesting thing is, look at where Gabor is. Gabor is in P2, and he's currently got all that traffic between him and Sant'Andrew's at the head of this train. So there's a lot of stuff that needs to happen before we can get running here. We have another batch of 4 cars. 92, 64, 74 and 16 are allowed to pass on the left side now. And here you can see they're all lining up to get through. So Gabor is gradually being shuffled further forward. Let's check out then where Jeremiah Sinella is. So he's on track, and Gorge Lamy is on the wrong side of the track. So yeah, Gujlani is, I believe, he's been allowed through, so he has unlapped himself on Zanella. So the top 2 in GT3 are on the same lap now.
Yeah, that's the worst nightmare for the furtive runners team. They had control of the GT3 class. Yeah, Zanella will be ahead. He's ahead, but he had that buffer, and it's gone.
The next batch of GT3s, or sorry, next batch of cars to be allowed through, cars 27. Well, that was a fast pass. That was a little bit too fast, I think. 27, 43, and 14. So that's the GT3 lot sorted, we believe. And then they're going to sort out the LMPs. So we will see. Welcome along. If you're just joining us, then you've missed 5 hours of epic racing, and we have had a bit of a reset here because the safety car was deployed thanks to an incident with Gabriel Lara and the number 10 team. They're currently still in P8, so they didn't lose that much, Owen.
No, they haven't lost out too badly for. Yeah.
They will have to do a drive-through after the green flag, thanks for essentially for causing all of this. A pretty light penalty, has to be said. The alternative is not being allowed to rejoin the race. So we will see where they end up, but they won't lose too much time and might be able to regain that place.
And number 99 of Dominguez is so far ahead of Lara, though. So, yeah, it's the only way he is down, to be honest. So that penalty will give Gonzalez and the Slovaturk racing team a little bit of hope that they could actually make a pass later in the restart.
We're looking here at the 8 hours of Westhill safety car. Nicely equipped with the Sim Broadcast's colours and the event logo, created by the Argentina Turismo team. Fantastic looking thing.
Yeah, people wanted to vote for that livery as their favourite, but unfortunately it's ineligible. It's like voting for the clerk at the poll station rather than your political candidate.
Indeed. Well, as we come up to the final corner, getting a nice look at this safety car. Where are the next batch of cars to be let through, I wonder? We've got Santandrew leading the way. Gabor is some way down the back of the order. I think there's about 6 cars in now, is he? Yeah, we've got the NFR car ahead of Gabor. BS Motorsport. Yoni Cotillo is several cars back as well, so interesting moments ahead. As someone decides to pit, that is the WD-44 car in the pit lane for LMP2.
That's well, see, the drive-through, it can't be served during a safety car.
It can't be served during a safety car, absolutely not. So if that's
No,
to
that's
serve a
gonna be
drive-through,
reapplied.
that will be re-given. You cannot serve
Yeah.
a drive-through penalty under safety car. So
Race
nice
control will
try,
need to note that, yeah.
but that's going to get given back. So you just lost a bunch of places.
But if anyone should pit under safety car, it probably could be the number 14 down the back of the GT3 class. Silva, just so much damage on that rear end.
Yeah, lesson to anyone there. Do not serve your penalties under safety car because they will remain. Anyway, Santandrew is still weaving. He's not going to have much rubber left on those front tyres, Owen, after this.
Yeah, he's got a very aggressive left right weaving technique, and he's mastered it so far. But yeah, the fact that the safety car has been running for 15 minutes, probably just a little bit more than 15 minutes, he just goes and goes and goes. Safety car in this lap, says race control. They're satisfied. Everyone is in their correct position.
Okay.
So, Santandrew, he's got to burst clear of everybody. Gabor has 3 cars in the way that he must get rid of to stand a chance. And of course, Patrick Hall is he's a quick car. He's right behind Gabor. Obviously not for position or anything like that, but he's just off the podium for race green. He's going to be quick. So Gabor has to be alert to the drivers that he has to lap quickly. And of course, Hall, who's in a fast race green car and will not want to yield to Gabor at all. So here we go, Pete.
Yeah, the drivers aren't going to get into formation. They're going to go one after the other. It's going to be Santandrew leading us for the second period of the 8 hours of Westhill by Argentina Turismo. The safety car is going to be peeling in. Santandrew is going to try and time this to perfection, but is he going to leave enough space? He's gone, Owen, he's going for it. And we are going to be green flag racing. Wait for the sign. It's not green yet. The race has not restarted. And there we go. We're back to green flag running.
Away goes Santandrew, number 69. NFR, yields to Gabor. There is a car off just ahead, well, just behind Santandrew, but ahead of Gabor. That would be. Would that be? Oh, there's contact at turn 2! And it's a big crash. Lara out of bounds. And that will be another safety car. There's a big pile up between the LMP2s. Catilla involved, Santos involved. Oh no, that waiting for nothing, Pete.
That's an absolute disaster. We completely missed it on the broadcast. We will have to get replays later on. But Yoni Catilla's car is absolutely totaled. Lara is out of bounds and will therefore not be able to rejoin the track as easily as before, because his car will be unreachable from there. So that car will just be asked to reset. But yeah, I really wonder how Race Control deal with this. An absolutely shocking restart, apparently, from the LMP2s. And, well, the culprit will be found and will be dealt with. But Lara has removed himself from the race. And, well, we go running, but we'll wait to see what happens from Race Control. There's no one else stranded on track, so it should be green from here. But, yeah, absolutely crazy scenes here at the restart.
Yeah, it's bonkers, I'm afraid. It's just an amount of cars just piled into one another. The worst outcome of all was to Lara and Lama FIA. They are DNF'd after their efforts of 170 something laps. So they are gone. Yeah, 172 laps of competition comes to an end, and they will lose positions left, right, and centre as the remaining hours tick by. Devastating end, but we do continue under green flags. Gabor is now clear of traffic. He's got his one-on-one pursuit to deal with, but Yoni Catilla still has cars to deal with. Garcia, number 22, and Patrick Hall, number 41, all in the way.
Yeah, well, yeah, a lot of opinions about that incident, whether there should have been a safety car or not. But the Race Control have made up their minds. There will be no safety car. So the big losers from that one, as far as I can tell, are Yoni. Anyone else that you saw who who was tangled up in that incident, Owen?
It was Santos. He was definitely one. So Santos was the third driver I know. Just the concertina effect at turn 2's uphill climb. At least those 3 cars anyway were involved. Maybe other cars will have to slow down in time, but I just saw those 3, to be honest.
Well, we will endeavour to get a replay of exactly what happened. As I said, we missed it on the broadcast, but Yoni Catilla is wasting no time in trying to get back through the pack. He is only 15 seconds off the lead, and if anyone knows Yoni, he knows that is nothing on a good day. Will he come into the pit lane? No. He's going to run around with this damage, assess it for a while, and decide later whether he or the team would like to repair it. Doesn't look like it's affecting it too much. I thought maybe it was flagging towards the end of the straight, but it looks to be mostly cosmetic. So anyone watching and thinking this car is out of the race, think again. Yoni has lost some time, but that car looks quick.
Yeah, he's escaped, I suppose, the worst case scenario. Suspension, only a tiny bar of damage, nothing more than that. It's probably just a bump on the sides when he was caught in a spin, and Lara was pitched into orbit, I'm afraid, so he's gone. Yeah, of course, the GT3 class, they're pretty close to one another now. Gorozlani doesn't have to, well, at least he probably doesn't want to obey blue flags on Zanella, because that is first and second in the class. So check them out now, as Protech does have the right of way there. And now the inside line will be open. This is Zanella's chance just to emphasize they're in first position in GT3. So there we go. Zanella through, has the 1 lap advantage over everyone else in the class. And Chiodini in the other Furtive Racing branded car, the senior team. The senior team will be closing the gap in as soon as they can, and they'll be for the podium positions. And of course, Stenisas as well, also trying to chase Chiodini.
Yeah, brilliant stuff there. Important for Zanella to get that lap back on the entire field, just to assert the dominance of that team, really. But yeah, I mean, really impressive effort from the 91 Furtive Racing, Furtive Runners actually, Zanella. But yeah, absolutely brilliant stuff. Gabriel Lara and his team will not be able to rejoin the race after their retirement, after the restart. That is confirmed. So we are down 2 runners from the start. The 86 and, of course, the car driven by Gabriel Lara and co. A shame, but in the end, too many opportunities afforded to Lara in the end. So the number 10, which qualified 6th place, Lama FIA, is also out of the running. The 86 can rejoin. They timed out of the server, so the SG Racing GT3 entry is still able to rejoin the race if they wish to at the end. Okay, Santandrew leads. He has a gap of 4.3 seconds over Gabor, but as far as I can tell, that gap's coming down, Owen.
Yeah, the gap is probably shrinking little by little. We'll check out lap times now. 138.3 versus 137.1. So actually, yes, this is Gabor on a mission now. He's going to put the first bit of legitimate pressure on the Furtive Racing number 90 for several hours, at least since I've been taking part in the commentary. It's been pretty much a case of they've been able to rattle off the laps together. They've had the big gap, nearly 1 lap to the good, but now it's all reset, and Gabor fresh-faced and ready to attack. This is a crucial moment in the race.
It is indeed, and what can Gabor do? 3.5 seconds now. So the lead that Santandrew had before the incident with Lara has completely evaporated. It was almost a lap, but now, thanks to a safety car and thanks to the fact that Gabor has decided to join the Yes Motorsport lineup for his share of the race, well, the gap appears to be tumbling. You can now see them both pretty much in the same shot, and in LMP2 at least, we will have a battle for the lead pretty soon. Zanella and his teammate Alfonso for the 91 have everything pretty much in order. They are a lap ahead of the rest of that class, and well, to be fair to Guzlani, the gap isn't going up quickly, Owen, but it doesn't need to.
No, it doesn't need to whatsoever at this stage. There will be the little distraction as LMP2 is going to pass everyone by very soon. That is
The NFR entry,
the
number
NFR,
69.
yes. The NFR will be allowed through under blue flag. So Zanella, this is his prime opportunity, and he'll take it, no doubt about it. Oh, he tempted fate there. Burrell in the 69 has got through, but it was close as he wanted to get back into his pattern. And Burrell does miss the apex a little bit there. So what Zanella needs to do now is just equalize what he sees in front of him and watch out for anything that happens behind him. Chiodini had a slide there. He caught it nicely before the acceleration point out of turn 10 through the chicane. So it's all heating up in GT3.
It's heating up everywhere. Yoni Katila is, however, dropping back now from Gabor, I believe. I think the gap has gone up a couple of seconds, but at the end of the day, with the state of that car, it's not going up as quick as I thought it would. So we're going to keep an eye on that. Patrick Hall has taken over the number 41. Finally, Roni Krompush and Daniel Baller have put in pretty lengthy stints each, and it's now the turn of Canadian Patrick Hall to navigate the number 41 Race Green Autosports LMP to the end of the race. Probably. I mean, I don't know if either of the other two will jump back in for the end. We will wait and see. But P4, that's a decent turnaround. The Road Appraiser car that they were fighting is only just behind them, battling through traffic currently at the wheel of the number 92, the Manthey Sudamerica team. That's Reyes at the moment, who stayed in the car throughout the entire safety car period.
There's trouble here. Drury at turn 7, I believe it is.
Okay, that's the hairpin.
He's into the barrier, or the advertising at turn 8, sorry. There might have been something going on with Protech. They were both slow on that sector. Drury had to reverse.
Well, look at the rear of this car now.
Yeah, the lemon flavored dinosaur team. They've had plenty of.
That is going in the pits. The right rear of that car is gone. So into the pit lane it comes. Needs to slow it down, but that's going to be a lengthy repair stop again. Lemon flavored dinosaur. That has been a race to forget for these guys.
That is unfortunately the truth. Yeah, they still have advantage over NFR, who just turned to a final corner now. Drury pits as well, most likely due to the spoiled. Certainly the tires will be spoiled on that car. So those the rear enders in the LMP2 class, they need to take more time out for repairs and changes. There was actually Koskun as well. He made a mistake at turn 1 before I spotted that incident, so he would have lost time. He's going to gain that back and more. So
yeah, this
bit of damage on that car as well, but it's cosmetic.
Just a little bit. It's, quite a mess. The rear left of that one has seen better days. Decides to stay out. We've had a runner drop out from the LMP class, the LMP of 44. They've gone. They've rejoined at the back though.
Brought the car back.
Yeah, so they've left and rejoined. So that will cost them a lap at least when they get their laps back. But that's an unfortunate loss of time there. They will be given the laps back, but it might take a couple of laps for race control to work out how many they need to award to that team.
You know, if you remember the lemon flavored dinosaur team, rather than have to hobble back to the pits after getting launched airborne, they spectated, gave themselves a new car. So this is a similar case where the 44s need their laps back, but they'll surely have some sort of deduction because they basically got a free car, fully brimmed with fuel, new tires, etc. So that is a little bit of an advantage once they get their laps back.
Yeah, there will definitely be a penalty, even though the car was coming into the pit lane anyway. It doesn't matter where you do it on track, the rules are the rules. And Suarez here in the number 87 Top Racing, moving their way back up the order. They did drop down quite low, but they've been consistently plugging away. The safety car definitely helping this team out. And now we look back to the top of the GT3 field, and it does look like Gojlani is managing to stay with Zanella. I mean, Zanella's edging away slightly, but not too much. You have to remember that Zanella is a lap ahead, but good pace from Gojlani. You just have to think what would have happened if this was maybe 4 hours ago.
Yeah, that would have made an enormous difference to that team, but there is a head-to-head battle for position in class. It's low cost racing versus race green autosports. Lopez and Jeff and Jacob, they are for position. They had a traffic at both ends of the scale to deal with. Now there's a little bit of 1v1, but now we've race greens LMP2 car. That's Patrick Hall behind the wheel, so he's coming at a rate of knots. So his partnership car has to merge. Then he may give him Lopez sees him as well, so Lopez will not gain or you not suffer too badly because of the mutual respect between the race green cars. And then Adamczyk, who's behind all these laps, he's behind by several laps, the Red Devils car. This is not for position, so he wants to just get through and mind his own business. 25th overall, 13th in class, but he doesn't have the opportunity to overtake, and Jacob won't just bow down and let him through, that's for sure, especially with Lopez now trying to make a break for it.
Yeah, good call, Owen. And these three all pretty tight together. But yeah, Lopez leading the way. Jacob now going a bit defensive, but no need, really. That is a lapping that's happening there. So the RDSR driver of Adamczyk trying to unlap himself here.
Yeah, Jacob decides it's not worth it because he will get a little bit of a slipstream back. But Adamczyk struggled at turn 1 last lap around. Yeah, that will rage on. Number 17 is causing yellow flags. Yeah, he's at turn 2. This will be where these cars are coming. There he is. Yeah, the Gulf Racing livery. He has to concede, and Adamczyk, that was for position, as a matter of fact. So Adamczyk does very well using his courage to fight faster cars. It's rewarded as he overtakes Carburetto for position. Yeah, this is a very, very bizarre scene. Here comes Jaguar. Jaguar wants to unlap everybody now. He'll get the right of way. He hasn't been awarded his laps back at the moment, so he just carries on as normal. Then behind all of them, would that be? That's the Westhill Racing, yeah. So Kapal has the right to overtake all of these cars, except of course the LMP of the number 44. And then of course you've got Carburetto needs to catch back up to Adamczyk, and then Lopez and Jacob. Their battle still has to find a new chapter. It's all going on here.
Yeah, Martin Kapal gets past the Team America driver, now sets his sights on the back of his friends in the race green team. Jeff and Jacob is the next driver that he's going to try and get past. It looks like the 44 team have yet to be awarded their laps back from race control. It will happen eventually. They just have to do a count back and work out how many to give. But they will lose at least one lap, and they may be penalised for removing themselves from the race without permission of race control.
Lopez and Adamczyk so close again. You can just see them in the foreground with Kapal ready to overtake everybody.
Oh, what on earth?
Adamczyk is into the kitty litter, and he loses his genuine position back to Carburetto. So all that work, he was giving it everything in the Red Devil car. Unfortunately, it was a case where Lopez would not yield, and he just unfortunately tagged him at turn 3.
Yeah, I mean, if Adamczyk genuinely has the pace to get past, then Lopez should maybe not have muscled him so wide. You know, I don't know. Maybe Adamczyk, he just didn't think Adamczyk had the pace to stay ahead of him. But either way, there was contact. I feel like Lopez.
Jacob through. Okay. He's overtaken the turn 8. Kapal will have blue flag benefits, and it's all falling apart now for Lopez. With the faster car through and now a slower car behind. This is just an uncomfortable position to be in, and no doubt about it, Jeff and Jacob will absolutely leg it. He will not want any more headaches now that he is getting the hang of this car. He has a chance now to settle in with the position. This will be 8th in class now.
Yeah, so low cost racing, not a great lap for them, that one. Team 44 have been given their laps back. They're currently back in P10, so not bad. Managing to recover a top 10 finish.
Oh, I see Chiodini. He has to get through the number 46. This is for position as well. Second in GT3. Down the inside at 8. Now for 9 and 10. He has to hang it out wide. It can be such a black hole corner there. It can suck you in and take you out. But a fantastic pass. Chiodini now second place for Furtive Racing. And he will see his sort of partner under the Furtive banner a lap ahead. But if he can keep to the pace, then yeah, that'll give him a confidence boost. But Eastern Europe Union, all that time they've had second place, and they have to get it back now.
But what an overtake from Chiodini there, out of nowhere around the outside. Bit of a power slide to slap it shut, and now he can power ahead and see if he can go and play with his teammate Zanella. Whether there's pace enough in that car and consistency enough to do anything further from there. Obviously, Furtive Runners you'd have to consider the number 2 team in GT3. Furtive Racing is the name of the team, so Furtive Racing should, in theory, have the legs.
Yeah, in theory, yes, absolutely, but it's not proving in the official test bed of this 8-hour endurance. It is Furtive Runners in the lead, and barring anything else, they're bound to keep hold of it. But yeah, strategy will have to come into play later. Everyone who pitted under the safety car should have plenty more in reserve to make sure they can keep going. If Gorzlani can reclaim his confidence, and that will maybe give Sten Senes P4 for Alain P2. That could give him a chance to enter the fight for the first time in quite a while. But Sausages Racing in P5 are just on the straight down to turn 8, so they're a little further back as well. So yeah, still a lot of action in GT3 that we can't possibly call at the moment.
Yeah, it's going to come down to the wire most likely with some of these small battles that have been developing throughout the race. One small battle which has been developing for the last, 40 minutes only really, is this one between Gabor and Santandrew. Safety car is the cause, and Gabor being in the car is merely a coincidence. Santandrew works his way past the low-cost racing car there, and now that is the car that separates Gabor, and it is just 1.8 seconds between the lead in LMP2 after 5.5 hours of racing. If you'd have told me that an hour ago, I would have been shocked.
Yeah, it's all completely switched up in this race. It was the 2 or 3 VSC deployments just made sure everyone had to slow down and keep to a particular delta. But now with the safety car, it has upended a lot of comfort zones that certain teams had, and others have had the chance now to reap the rewards. So it has changed everything. And Gabor on board here, beautiful camera work and driver technique as well here from Gabor, the Hungarian master, I have to say. He has one more car to lap. That would be none other than Jacob. So Jacob will now see blue flags. He stays where he is. Yeah, that's the right call. Gabor puts him out of his sight now. And then Santandrew has the 44 coming. Oh no, sorry, that would be the 22. I think that he's catching up on.
Yeah, a fascinating onboard, shows you how quickly it can change. Look, Santandrew's disappeared, and over a second has been added to the gap because of the traffic and where Gabor met it. So obviously every single driver is going to have to do a lot of overtaking, and the theory is that the overtaking evens itself out. Not everybody will meet cars at the same corner every time they try to overtake, so the time lost balances itself over the course of a race, but on any given lap the time difference lost through lapping can be quite large, as you just saw. It's over at 1.1 seconds that Gabor's lost on that lap to St Andrew.
Yeah, and it's a big deal here in GT3 because Chiodini pits from second in class. So Gorzlani and Sensanes have both made it through for the time being. I expect a driver change as well here. Vargas will take over that car right now, as a matter of fact. So here we go. Furtive Racing will have to fight back now that they've got the fresh driver and the fresh tyres and a refill.
Yeah, the important factor now to consider is how much fuel do they want to have left at the end, because if you need to do a splash and dash 2 laps from the end of the race, you're going to lose. Well, how many places has Vargas just lost, or the number 11 Furtive Racing?
2 places.
2 places, yeah. That is a driver change, so Vargas is back in. Chiodini, good stint, ending up in that position. So nice work.
Yeah, he's got Yanni Catilla out of his way now. Yanni will just keep pounding in the laps. And Lopez behind, obviously not for any genuine position. And yeah, this will just be the case now. Vargas needs to use his fresh energy and try and put the pressure back on the Eastern Europe Union and the LMP2 cars to make sure that they can get the position back.
So Gabor had a 2.1 second gap, and now it's come down to 0.8. So Santandri must have had more traffic, or Gabor has just turned it up to 11 once again.
Definitely traffic. Yeah, no doubt about it.
Yeah, now 6/10. So we're getting into the slipstream kind of territory. Maybe another 10th or so, and Gabor will be able to get a long distance tow from the back of the number 90 Furtive Racing car. And this is the battle for the overall win and the win in LMP2. So 2 big hitters. Santandru and the number 90 have led the whole race up to this point. And now it's the turn of Yes Motorsport to try and spoil their day. Gabor is absolutely on a mission here. No one has been anywhere near the Furtive Racing number 90 until Gabor had his chance. And when Gabor gets a chance, you know what happens, Owen?
I'm very familiar. He will gobble it up and make a very, very dominant show of it. And Santandru, this will be where he feels the heat. And this is the LNP2 driver that will now probably stick to the curb there. Lets both drivers away. And this should be excellent for Gabor. He's so close. He'll get slipstream. Yes, and Andrew didn't get the ideal apex. We would have seen it there on the onboard exactly how, but maybe a little bit of a better exit though. And that may spare Furtive Racing overall leader for this lap at least.
Yeah, we're just going to watch this because this is just fascinating. How Gabor manages this will be very interesting. We're down to less than half a second now, so well within slipstream territory when we get to a straight. A little bit of a loss of downforce through turn 3 there. Gabor trying to keep it over to the left-hand side and the right-hand side there to avoid too much dirty air going straight over his car. You can see that he's taking alternative lines here just to try and close up, but not in the wrong places. Now, the exit from here is really, really important. He's taking it a bit deep. Santandru's exit a bit better, but yeah, we're watching an important moment in this race now.
Yeah, this is where we'll look back and decide how the race was won through these moments. It's been 5 hours 45 minutes nearly at this stage. The clock is just ticking down. 2 hours 15:43 to go. And there's a little bit more traffic. This will be an LMP car, Del Coutre for NF4, and Jeremiah Sanella, our GT3 leader. They both have to get out of the way very soon. Zanella should see these raging fast elite drivers coming for him now. So, of course, Zanella won't want to interfere with a first of racing driver under any circumstances. Oh, that was close to the grass.
Yeah, it was. There was a wobble there, and we've got the NFR car ahead, moved well out of the way. Good heads-up driving. Can they see Gabor coming through as well? Yes, they can. And now that is your gap for the overall win and the lead in LMP2 versus Gaborgia and Sebastian Santandrew. And it is super, super close now. That's the smallest the gap has been all race long.
Yeah, Santandrew got a mega start all that time ago and never looked back. But this is the first time anyone has been able to stick their hand in and try and snatch the lead away. It's pretty much 0.3 of a second. It's just mighty close now. Is there any side-by-side openings? It doesn't seem to be. They're just evenly matched. So here under the Michelin timing tower they go. It's still too far away for any legitimate overtakes. And yeah, you can see I think Santandrew has it set up better on the corner exit heading to the start-finish straight. So that means Gabor has too much work to do as we look at the helmet and the shoulders at work at this time. So there we go. There's turn in for the first corner, keeping it nice and tidy. Back forwards now we can see how close it is still. More GT3 traffic coming up. That will be Reyes. He will have turn 3, but then he's got to yield immediately. This could be close. Gabor can see the inside line. Could he do an amazing pass in between? No, it's not possible. But thank goodness for all involved. Reyes out of the way on his own there. He's just minding his own business. But that was close. Gjør has almost found the initiative. It's still too far away. Amazing driving from these two. Just put under major alert. But it has to be said now, there is 2 or 3 corners worth where no one is in the way, so these two can now fight among themselves, hassle free.
Brilliant calling, Owen. I thought you were thinking that this was a Hollywood movie when you were talking about Gabor threading it through between the back marker and Santandrew. To be fair, we've seen crazier things, so maybe I'm not dreaming big enough, but where is it going to happen? Gabor can't make this happen right now. It's an intense fight. There is nothing between these two. Gabor has nothing to lose at this point. He just got to go for it.
Yeah, Yannick Kitila is only exiting the turn 11-12 chicane, and there's the action. That means there's a strategic call here. Furtive Racing pit to give the lead to a brand new team for the first time all afternoon / morning / evening long, depending on your time zone. So it's a quick splash and dash. It just makes sure that he can fight back later on. And yeah, this is very important as Yannick Kitila is now through for position as well.
Yeah, Yanni's through, but he's still losing a lot of time. The lack of safety car after the restart has really cost the number 7 team dearly. I'm sure the discussion will go on long into the night after the race finishes about that one, but it is what it is. Gabor leads and will register a lead lap unless he decides to come into the pit lane. Let's see how he manages. Is he going to manage the overcut, Owen? I'm sure that's what he's got in his mind now. Santandrew must have been running on fumes. Gabor's got a lighter car now to try and push with.
Yes, this is the crucial time now. We can use the NDR tracker to get lap by lap accounts of exactly what's going on. 200 laps have been completed by the top 3 cars now. So this will be lap 201 next time around for Gabor. And yeah, the fact that he has the race lead, he can push as hard as he wants now. He doesn't have to compete with another driver. So yeah, he's going to keep going long after his driver change at the safety car period, I believe it was. He would have got his chance just before the safety car thereabouts. And he's pushing as hard as he can. Fastest lap, 1:35.94. Are you listening, Furtive Racing? You've got to respond as soon as you can. Get rid of the cobwebs with the high fuel load and push as hard as you can.
It's not going to happen. Gabor is on light fuel. Santandrew is going to have full fuel, and Gabor is going to start taking chunks out of Santandrew's race. And the overcut looks like it's on, unless Gabor does more work at the stop. Maybe there's a tyre change scheduled. We just don't know where the tyres are at with all these cars. So it's just information we haven't been keeping track of between these cars. It's the drivers will know what each of their strategies is. They'll be tuned in to what the other teams are doing. But there's so many moving parts in a race like this, as Gabor threads his way past Low Cost Racing once again and heads into the final sector at Westhill International. Westhill International has been a stadium for many a great race, and this one is shaping up to be just another one of them.
Yeah, it's really brewing up nicely, and Gabor gets past Corbetto, another GT3 car, just trying to keep its attention now that it's trying to meet a car. It's second to last in class, and its nearest opponent is a lap ahead of it. So yeah, it's a lot of work to do, or at least be about a sector clear thereabouts. So yeah, Gabor doesn't mind about all that. He will now see Vargas. Vargas is now in his vicinity. Santandrew also trying to get past a multitude of LMP 2 cars. Garcia is the next one up, as a matter of fact. So yeah, all sorts of work to do for the number 90 team.
Yeah, the number 90 are absolutely sweating buckets because there is nothing they can do to stop Gabor from just biting away at all the time. Santandrew gets a wobble. The high fuel load, he really is pushing now. There is no doubt about it. He was on the absolute ragged edge and over it, I think, at the exit of turn 1, Owen.
Yeah, that looked very, very marginal, but he managed to keep it going. Yeah, he will feel the loss of time there. So we'll see. Sector 2, it may come to light what's going on. Gorzlani there in the GT3 just has Cardozo behind him. They're getting a little bit close. Now Gabor has 2 sets of cars to overtake. Ginés and Silva, they're actually for position. So yeah, this may give Santandrew the chance to claw it all back. He lost a tiny bit in Sector 2, not the end of the world. And here we go, Gabor pits. So this is the chance for Joni Katila to become the overall leader.
Yeah, I mean, it's solace for the 72. The 07. I wonder if he's going to actually get out and across start finish before Gabor leaves the pits. He should do. So unless Joni decides to pit as well, the number 07 will lead a lap of the race. Yep, he's through. And Joni Katila will take over the lead of the 8 Hours of Westhill, albeit briefly. And that car is a sorry state. I mean, you can't really. You got to feel sorry for Joni. We haven't yet seen the replay of the restart, but it is coming. We are going to get that to you, and we'll see just what happened to Joni and other cars at the restart, because it was such a pivotal moment of the race, Owen, and it's important that we see what happened there.
Yeah, absolutely. There was 20 minutes or thereabouts of waiting behind the safety car when everything was cleaned up and organised. The turn 2 Fracca has made a sorry, just a sneeze there. The turn 2 Fracca meant that there was a blowback effect, and it cost several drivers dearly, as of course the number 10 team will tell you all about it as they DNF'd.
Bless you, Owen.
Thank you.
Okay, well, Joni Katila leads artificially at this point. The net lead will go back to either Gabor or Santandrew. We think it's going to go the way of Gabor, just based on the pure lap times and outright speed, and actually how much he's catching Santandrew just on the lap itself. I mean, Santandrew's just gone under the bridge a few seconds ago, and look where Gabor is. He's going under the bridge, so it's properly close at this point. And we won't know until until we see what's going on. So it looks like Gabor has taken tyres then, and Santandrew hasn't, and that is pretty indicative of what Santandrew has left in his stint plan. Will Santandrew be able to go to the end on the set of tyres he's on, Owen?
If he can complete the stint on these tyres, that would be good, but I don't think so. It was mainly just a splash and dash that he did the last time out. So, yeah, it is going to be a very, very narrow margin, whatever happens.
Yeah, so we can only assume that Gabor's got fresh rubber on the car, and Santandrew has taken a risk maybe and not replaced the tyres at this point. So Gabor should be good to the end on tyres, we think, potentially. And in fact, no, I think he will have to change again. But I think they're on different parts of their stint plan, so super close. But Gabor absolutely took tyres at the last stop, and that is why he rejoined after Santandrew in the race. So probably two more tyre changes. One more tyre change at least for Gabor, and definitely at least one for Santandrew.
Yeah, that all clears up with me. So, yeah, it's all down to the driver's skill at this stage. The strategy can wait a little while longer, unless in case Yannick Tilla has to pit soon. He's going to come across some traffic. Del Cortra and Chiodini together, so Chiodini has to be careful of two LMP cars. Del Cortra back of the pack for the remaining LMP2 cars has to yield as well, which he now does. Santandrew is now going to meet Silva and Jeunesse there for position. They're going to have a little bit of a peace treaty because Santandrew got squeezed. He didn't find the gap. Jeunesse didn't actually yield fully in the end, so that's a big chunk of Santandrew's time gone. Gabor only entering turn 3 now will not have known without anyone informing of that case. So yeah, that's still really difficult situations for the the GT3 cars, and I think there will be a driver change for the 017 very soon. Yeah, Nico Pantola on the server.
Yeah, the 07 is going to be in the pits at the end of this lap. These teams like to leave it late to reveal their strategies. So into the pit lane will come Yannick Attila to relinquish the lead of the race, and the lead will be handed back to Santandrew, who will hold on to just a 13-second lead over Gabor. There he is in the back of the shot. You can see Yanni will pull up just after the sin bin, and then Santandrew is going to fly past our view. There he goes to retake the lead of the race.
So we'll be back to P3 now for the 07 team, and they'll get Nico probably in for the remaining 2 hours. Certainly a logical splitting of the duties if Nico gets the remaining hours. Number 41, of course, no real threat. 3 laps further back than anyone else in the podium position. So Brander, Shop, Esports resume, and the driver swap did actually not go ahead. Maybe they're changed their mind.
Maybe it was a dummy, who knows. But anyway, Yanni came into the pits, and it looks like Nico will leave the server again and rejoin later, potentially.
Yeah, maybe next time.
Yeah,
But,
Yanni's back in the car. So Yanni will do at least another, probably another hour, I'd say. And then Nico will do the final stint. Yeah, Yannick has had an interesting final third to this race. But, P3 with a 2-lap buffer, it looks like the podium is sealed unless something else dramatic happens in LMP. Because Roni Krumpusch has got to do something pretty amazing to gain 2 laps on Johnny Catilla, Gabor Jure, and Sebastian Santandreu. That's impossible.
Yeah, it pretty much is. You couldn't find any better in endurance racing than those three for this particular LMP2 category. And it's basically just Ronnie has to beat the Road Preza team. He has to beat the Salada da Fruta racing team, and then that'll be a job well done. They're on the lead. They're on the same lap as those 3 cars are on the same lap. So yeah, there's still motivation for Ronnie to do as he's doing. The podium is a far cry away.
We have the replay, the one you've been waiting for. It's coming at you in a couple of seconds' time. Reminder, there was a pile-up at the end of the safety car period just as the race restarted. And here it is. So we're running up to the first corner. Here is Joni Catilla. This is the 0-7, and there's going to be an almighty accident, I'm assuming, ahead. It's going to be pretty obvious what's going to happen here. It should, so...
Yeah.
Just a big crunch of cars. Gabriel Lara just loops it, and there's just a pile up behind, and that's how Yanni got the damage. That's how the dinosaur car is off as well, and that's how Road Preza got the damage as well. So just a big crunch at turn 2.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate. One moment led to another, and that's how it all occurred. So yeah. We'll see now as Santandreu has his lead back. Yanni stuck in a bit of traffic himself at the final corner, so now they're all spread out again. Santandreu going to cross the sector 2 line. He does just narrowly miss Stensnas. Stensnas. Yeah, sorry, my bad. Stensnas. That was close, but thankfully nothing came of it. So now Santandreu is into this final sector.
Our race leader has a 14.6 second gap over Gabor, and we need to keep an eye on the gap to see whether it continues to grow or not, because we believe that Santandreu needs to do at least 1 tyre change, if not 2. Gabor almost certainly just 1, I think, but Santandreu, it could be close to needing 2, and that would be very important in the makeup of this race, as he has to dodge the Manthi car there quite aggressively into turn 1, Owen.
Yeah, that was a case of Reyes thought he had the job done to stay where he was, but he just moved a little bit. Santandreu had to move even more, and his turn 1 apex was a little bit spoiled, but he carries on, and he'll meet Del Cortra again to put that team another lap down. They're about 15 or 16 laps off the pace, which is a pity. They're about 16 laps behind, so they're just trying to make it to the finish at this stage.
Yeah, another interesting development. Martin Capal's found himself up in P4. Spent most of his time in the lower half of the GT3 class, but worked his way up slowly but surely, and now being harassed by 3 LMP2 cars. They do look like toys, don't they, when they're whizzing around the GT3s? So small and nimble.
Yeah, I remember Tom saying earlier on in the broadcast about how when you see them in person, they really are so low to the ground and not very tall. So yeah, they are definitely finely packaged machines. So yeah, extraordinary stuff. Oh, there's trouble ahead of Gior. That's Del Cortra sideways before the final hairpin. He's just moved ahead of him now. So it must have been an unusual coming together. I don't know how that occurred, but it's now back to normal racing condition.
We're at the top of the hour, so it's time to bring everybody up to speed for the penultimate time on our livery competition, which there is still time to vote on. You have 1 hour, 54 minutes and 50 seconds remaining of this before the time is up. It's currently Sausages Racing with 15.7% share of the vote, with SG Racing getting in a few votes there as well. There have been 89 votes so far in this, so thank you everyone who's voted. And the remaining few of you who are yet to vote, save them till the end or put them in now. Whatever you want to choose is fine by us. Furtive Racing 4th, Llama FIA 5th, and we have a lot of other teams that aren't represented there who have received other votes. So yeah, that's the livery competition, but the most important thing is the order, Owen. The order as they currently run. It's Sant'Andrew in the number 90 leading the race for Furtive Racing, followed by Geborgia on different tyre strategies at the moment for Yes Motorsports. Then it's Yoni Katilla driving for Brand R. Shop Esports. Roni Krompush is driving for Race Green LMP in that bright green machine. Then we've got Igor Santos driving for Roda Preza Racing with Bruno Almeida for Salada de Fruta Racing in P number 6.
Oh, he is off track though.
Yeah, he was off track.
Garcia spins. Garcia's spun it. He needs to get the Team America going again, and he does.
Yeah, I'll resume quickly then. Moreira in P7, Garcia for Team 22. That is Team America in P8. Then we've got Josh Kant for Slovaturk Racing. And the Sant'Andrew's come in. Now, is that early? Or is that on schedule? I think that is on schedule. But there we go. He is in. And we think it may have been an issue because that was a slow in lap. We may need a replay. We might have a puncture on our hands or something. Potentially Sant'Andrew pushed the tyres too far and lost a whole bunch of time. We'll need to look at the replay. We'll need to confirm what's happened there. But Sant'Andrew has not replaced tyres in that stop, just damage and fuel. So only fuel going in and no tyre change. So it wasn't a blowout. The time came from somewhere else. But even Yoni Katilla has managed to get ahead of Sant'Andrew now by a few seconds. So it looks like there's been an incident for Sant'Andrew, potentially an incident involving a damage repair, Owen.
Yeah, now that's really frustrating that the team that has led the majority of the race has picked up damage somewhere. We'll have to figure out exactly where, because that car was spotless, certainly when I started my stint in the booth. And now something has had to be fixed just to make sure they have the confidence that they can go to the end. And that would have cost them some time to Gabor. And of course, Yoni in second place.
Flurry of activity here in the commentary box as we scrabble to find all the information for you. We have another replay lined up from the start of the after the restart, in fact. But the more pressing issue is what happens.
Oh, Sant'Andrew's a puncture.
Oh, he's got a puncture now.
Pete. His front right is down. So by not changing the tires, he has lost surely the win at this stage. This is a massive blow. It's all gone pear-shaped.
Yeah, it's a massive blow, literally, Owen.
Yeah.
The safety car weaving and warming may have caused a flat spot that he didn't see. We did mention that the weaving, the aggressive weaving that he was doing, under safety car would definitely have negatively impacted his front tires. But Gabor and maybe even Yoni Katila here can benefit hugely from the mistake. Either a forgetful moment to not change tires and trying to get it around just one more lap. It does seem unlikely that he would have done that, not changed tires deliberately on the pit stop, Owen. But yeah, massive drama here. St Andrew with an error in the pit stop caused him to have a puncture on the following lap, and he's back out. But he's back out in P3. Gabor 26.5 seconds ahead of Yoni, and Yoni further 15 or so seconds ahead of St Andrew. It's all changed here once again.
Yeah, 1 hour since the safety car deployment finished. So Yanni has actually repaired the car since we last looked at him. So yeah, St Andrew, he'll be at risk of going a lap down for the first time all day long. Gabor will be at turn 4 now. St Andrew out of turn 6. So yeah, this is absolutely massive for the champion, for the ability to call yourself the champion of the Westhill 8 hours. So yeah, this is so important now that St Andrew nails every lap that he can to avoid the blue flags to Gabor Gior.
Yeah, this is such an important moment now in the race. To win this event is so important. The drivers have worked so hard for a number of weeks to not only prepare liveries but also to prepare their their laps, their setups, all of that stuff. It doesn't happen overnight. You have to put the time, you have to put the effort in, and well, at the moment, St Andrew is going to be absolutely gutted with that mistake, and will be pushing hell for leather to try and make up anything he can. P3 will not be good enough for him. He wants more, and he's going to have to prey on mistakes from the two ahead.
Yeah, that is the decisive factor now. That would have lost him so much time, probably a minute or so, when it was probably only intended to lose 20 seconds on a regular pit stop. So yeah, he's got to completely push every fibre of his being to catch up little by little. There is a slow car at turns 5 through 7. That would be Gorzlani, who has a drive-through penalty to take, so he's third in class of GT3.
Yeah, that's important.
He's having a
Martin
struggle.
Capal's only just behind.
Yeah,
I know it's a lap, but yeah.
Yeah, Capal will have the chance to get his
himself.
lap back and then push even harder. So here's St Andrews losing a bit of time. Gorzlani has to pull over, and he does.
We've got another replay of the restart, and then we're going to move on to replays of the St Andrew incident. But there we go. From the top down, we'll get a bit more of an idea of what's happening. This is Igor Santos that we're riding on board with. Santos into the back of the NFR car. Then Lara crashes into that. The dinosaur car goes off, and Yoni just a completely innocent victim of that. But a much better angle there. Thank you, Chris, for that one.
Yes, that does explain the Constantine effect a lot better.
Kapalin.
Driver change for Alan P2. De Stout comes in, and he'll try his best now to stay in position. So he will be, of course, just down one position. Oh, Santos merged into the pit exit line, nearly caused a creative or massive accident there. But we look at Capal and his pit stop for the Westhill Fence Sports team. Long enough stop for them, but yeah, if they can fight back for the podium, they'll be feeling very chipper about themselves.
Yes, well, it looks like we have an Alan P2 going to be on the podium potentially in GT3. Obviously, lots and lots of time left. 1 hour 46 remaining before the end of the race. I didn't quite finish my rundown, but there's just too much action at the moment to be able to squeeze it all in. So, Gabor comfortably in the lead now with 24 seconds to Yoni Katila. and it's a minute now. That's how much time St Andrews lost to Gabor. 1 minute, and that is so much to gain back on Gabor in just an hour and 45 minutes.
Yeah, no doubt about it. More lap traffic at Chiodini for Furtive Racing. Gets out of the way. Gorzlani, who will be 2 laps ahead in second place in the GT3 class. There you go. He's also out of the way neatly for Gabor to push on. But next up, it's I think it's Maciel in the 14 who has to be caught up next. And there you go, just about through.
Here is Johnny Catilla. We normally see him overtaking GT3 cars, and that's how we've seen him for the whole race. But at the moment, he seems to be lapping completely independently. He is catching up to one now, but he's doing nice lap times now that he's repaired his car. The gap 23 seconds. What can Johnny Catilla do against Gabor? We don't often see them anymore racing the same machine in equal settings. Normally it's either Johnny or Gabor starting at the back of a sprint race and trying to beat the other one, but now they're on a level playing field. Johnny has had the slight disadvantage of having that incident at the restart, but we do have enough time left to see how this transpires.
Yeah, we certainly have a lot of time to go. We'll start feeling a little bit like a bearable amount to go in probably the next half an hour. 1 hour's 43 remaining as of right now, and then it'll be the hour 15. That's when you'll start to a little bit of fear, a little bit of excitement that the end is approaching. We have a chance to compare lap times. Yanni across the line, 136.69. So yeah, he would have gained a little bit of time there.
Yeah, good stop. The Brandar Shop Esports car rotating nicely. As we've got a car off there at turn 2. That looks like one of the Furtive cars, was it, or not? And just as we didn't want things to get more complicated, we have as a Dravko Topolniak in the commentary box. Dravko, first of all, let's quickly talk about your race then. Gabor in the car now. You drove handsomely for the 72. Tell us about your experience of the 8 hours of Westhill by Argentina Turismo thus far.
Well, yeah, it's an interesting race. It's an interesting track with this car. Wind is quite heavy, so it took me some time to get used to. I took it quite easy. We had a bit weird strategy where Tris Pacer Darius did only half of a stint, and then I took over. So when everybody else was settled with the wind and everything, I had to take few laps to see what's what. Had to take a few trips on the grass in turn 1 and turn 2 to realize that they are biting now really hard. Yeah, it's the wind makes it hard.
Yeah, well, you've done an absolutely amazing job to get the car into a position where Gabor could take it from you and push forward to the end. We thank you for joining us in the commentary box for the final few minutes of this race. Chris has got us another replay. We think it's of the Sant'Andrew incident, and yeah, that's coming up right now. So we will play that for you. So let's see what happened then to Santandrew. This was just before he came in for the first of 2 pit stops. The first, he did not change tyres. So he tried to thread the needle, and it's the NFR car along with Sausages Racing. And that's what happened. He was, I want to say, a bit greedy there. I don't know. I mean, there was a gap. It looks like just 3 cars came far too close to one another and contact, and they just exploded.
Yeah, I can certainly see where you come from there, Pete. Yeah, it seems like he probably could. Yeah, see, I think the NFR car wants to yield to Santandrew, but probably would have been better off taking the initiative from the Sausage Racing car. Just stick to your line and then have Santandrew follow you and then merge a bit later on. Yeah, obviously they've been driving at least a few hours between them each. All those drivers had to go for a long time, and those kind of mistakes creep in as you get worn down little by the epic distance of the race. So yeah, it's just one of those things. There was a miscommunication between the 3 different drivers with 2 different priorities.
If I can chime in,
Yeah.
especially with GTs, it's challenging if you drive LMP. The pace difference is quite high. Often I found myself lifting quite way before corner entry, just trying not to catch GT mid-turn, and I'd still catch them on the corner exit and have all sorts of trouble because of that.
Yeah, I mean, of course, we want your opinion, and it's good to hear from someone who's actually been in the race today. Obviously, we don't have that opportunity too often, so great to have you in the booth. Yeah, but you have to admit that Santandrew had the race pretty well in order, and just one mistake from him and the safety car incident that was caused by an incident with Lara. You got quite lucky as well, but you still have to be there to take advantage of those incidents when they happen. So you've driven a brilliant race so far.
Yeah, well, mistakes happen. After my second stint, when I really gelled with the car, I think I gained like 8 or 9 seconds on Santandrew in the stint, and that was like for like stint, so we always had a pace. Darius obviously had an off in turn 1. I don't know if you showed it on the stream, but he had an off and had to repair, so that's where we lost the time. Otherwise, we were thinking that if we release Gabor and we're less than 40 seconds behind them, there's a chance, because yeah, that dude is just fast, ridiculously fast.
Yeah,
and yeah, I saw they had a problem here, and they forgot to change tires. Yeah, it's easy to happen, because one stint you change tires, one stint you don't change tires. Once I went into pits, and like in last second I was like, just check the tires, and I saw I have them always change, and that wouldn't be the good for that pit stop, so I extended into another box and changed.
Yeah, I mean, Santandrew just had that incident as well, Owen, so he would have been flustered. And Chris is saying that he had quite a lot of tyre tread left as well, so he might not have even been thinking about changing tyres at that point.
Well, yeah, if you lock up, the tyre tread doesn't mean anything, and especially if it's really bad if you lock up at the start of the stint, and then every time you maybe go into sector 2 chicane, you lock the front left, and you always drag it a bit, and it doesn't feel like it's bad, but then it just pops. So it could happen.
Yeah, I mean, every single driver, every single team will have their own story of today. Most of them will end in an unhappy ending. Unfortunately, that's the way it goes in racing. But some teams will be pleased with their results for sure. But yeah, racing's tough, and especially you got to feel for the number 90 at this stage. We know it's not over. We're not ruling them out, of course, but they're over a minute and 7 seconds off of Yoni Katila now, and well, that time is not going to come back in a hurry.
Yeah, I mean, there's plenty of time to go on. There could be easily another safety car, virtual safety car. As the race goes on, drivers tend to be a bit more tired and mistakes easier to creep in, and everybody pushes a bit harder. I mean, it's visible when you drive more. Like if you drive 3-4 hours, you're bound to push harder at the last hour than at the first. At the first, you're going easy, and there's plenty of time. But then you start thinking, okay, I just need to extract more pace, and as you do that, this track bites really hard if you cross the line.
Yeah, I mean the consistency from the field on show today just shows the number of the amount of preparation that's gone into this one. I said it earlier, but it really is a demanding track, as you said, and yeah, because of just there's it's not forgiving at all. You run one wheel over the curb, like Zanella's demonstrating there on the inside, just up the hill. It doesn't take a lot of contact patches over the edge onto the grass, and you're off. And the barriers here are hard, and it's sometimes even difficult to get out of the gravel once you've had an incident. So, yeah, the driver's doing an epic job. And with 1.5 hours to go, we cross another milestone. This is the longest broadcast we've done in over 3 years on our channel now. But we're not complaining. That is a good thing. We absolutely love these long endurance races, as so we hope do you, and so we hope the drivers as well, because well, we want bigger and better things. We want longer races. We want to have a proper endurance championship back in LFS, and this is the testing ground. This is what this is. So yeah, we need to just keep developing this formula, and we will see where it leads. But I have to say, with over 3/4 of this race now gone, massive hats off to Argentina Turismo. They've done a stellar job at organising and putting all this together. We're very grateful to have been invited along to cover it, of course. And so far, so good.
Yeah, Argentina does a really good job. That's a really good bunch of people doing hard work. Let's not forget they also did the cars, so both cars that are in race today wouldn't be existing without them. So yeah, quite a job to make cars and make systems and make the team to make everything go as smoothly as it's going. And I just hope that they are happy when they see the drivers, because drivers then have to keep up the standard that the organization has put the baseline on. And I think the driving has been good. From my perspective, I crossed a few LMPs and GTs, and yeah, everything has been quite good. Only thing that kind of bothered me was, some of GTs have indicators on, so they would have like left indicator on, and then you're not sure, does that mean that you have to overtake them on the left, or does that mean that they are going left? And I think that different teams have a different perspective of what it means. And so you get to a GT, he has an indicator left, you go to the left, and he goes to the left. Then you get to the next GT, and you think, okay, this one is going to the left too, and then you go to the right, and he goes to the right. So yeah, it's a bit weird. Yeah, I mean, my opinion is maybe they should just stick to the racing line, and then they are on the racing line. You just have to find a way around, and only if you maybe dive. If you dive next to them, they should acknowledge that they are the slower class.
Yeah, I mean that's what the
That's
rulebook
only
says.
my opinion.
Yeah, that's what the rulebook says. You should stick to the line, and it's the responsibility of the faster cars to once they go for the move, that's when you yield. Or we just have a handshake agreement between the drivers that indicators work the same way they work on the road. You indicate where you're going, not where you want someone else to go.
Yeah.
Anyway,
I mean the wind is making it harder than it would be in a normal race, because when we talked in preparation with Darius and Gabor, and we were thinking how wind could be and what is the worst wind for this track. It was basically this.
so these are the worst
Tailwind.
conditions that you were prepared for.
Yeah, I mean, it's tailwind on start-finish straight, and only thing that it could be worse is if it would be 24 kph. It's 21. It's still hard for low wind, but it's not maximum that LFS has. So, yeah, it basically makes whole Sector 1 quite little. And the fact that it's not visible on the stream, I watched it before my stint and I watched it after my stint, and you don't notice it. It's a testament how good at adapting drivers are. Because if you to drive it like you usually drive with no wind, you would go off in, basically whole Sector 1, Turn 2, Turn 3, Turn 4.
Well, that's where we see a lot of drivers going off after they leave the pits for the first time. They're just spooked by the weather. Clearly, the teams that have relayed that information to their drivers and said, "Look, go slowly through the first sector." Just some of them just haven't got the message.
Yeah, I mean it's nice getting message, but you have to experience it by yourself, and it's one thing what somebody tells you, but then you have like, I don't know, 200-300 laps of practice where you drove the different way, and you maybe think, well, maybe I can push it, and in turns like turn 2 or turn 3 here, if you push it and you get a bit wider entry, the wind just throws you, and you go wider, and you're lucky if you just lose time. Usually the grass is waiting you with open arms, and then the speeds are so high in Sector 1 that you're bound to get to the wall. You're not gonna stop it on the grass.
Yoni Katila's come into the pit lane just before the 1.5 hour mark, or just after rather, and well, he's revving the engine. That means the fuel is going in, and he displaces one of the cones, which blows itself up the pit lane in front of the safety car.
Yeah, I don't think that'll make Jonathan Palmer particularly happy. He wouldn't want any of his belongings interfered like that, but we move on, I suppose.
Chris says in our ears that would be a drive-through if this was V8 Supercars. Well, unfortunately it isn't, and Yoni Katila will not get a penalty.
Car 90 just started their lap, so they are, I think, at least 20 seconds behind Yoni now on the track.
Well, we'll get an update at the split line, which is here.
Yeah,
So...
Yoni did change tires, so here you have to go through the heat pick process, while car 90 doesn't. They just went through it, so they could catch him. It's a lot of time, but Sant'Andrea is really fast.
Yeah, crazy fast. We have a battle on track. We have a battle for position between Ronnie Krompush in P4 for Race Green Autosports LMP and Road Appraiser Racing. This has been a constant in this race. These two teams on the same piece of tarmac at the same time for over 6.5 hours. It's been these two. This has been the fight for P4 at this point, and it's no different now. Road Appraiser Racing or Race Green Autosports, who is going to take that P4 spot? If you had to go on previous experience in the race, I think it should go the way of Race Green. They've been more consistent, and yeah, I think that's the way it's going to go.
Who do they have in the car?
It's Ronnie Krompush at the moment.
and Bala, and maybe is it Hall?
Bala and Patrick Hall in that one.
It's quite a lineup.
Yeah, it's a
Depending
good lineup.
If Bala takes over for the last hour, that they could be strong.
Yeah, I mean, it does look like Santos has a bit of pace right now, held up a little bit there by the Team America car out of the final corner. But as they come over start-finish, Santos is in the slipstream and won't have a chance into turn one. Look at the amount of speed that Krompush is able to carry through there. Once Santos...
I think the 17 is on a crash just behind. Yeah, he has gone backwards into the barriers before turn 2. Just saw it in the corner of my own screen. So he will have to be careful with the rejoin. One more car coming, and then he can hopefully get away from this grass and resume the race. But that's a heavy hit.
Yeah, and a long drive round to the pit lane if there is any. Well, there is obviously some important
there's
damage.
something wrong with the rear.
Yes.
Probably. Yeah, maybe
He
the
will be
front
lucky
right
not to
has a little bit
spin
of
it.
damage as well.
Yeah, we'll be incredibly lucky not to spin that one, but hopefully makes it round and into the pit lane to repair. There goes the Slovak Turk racing car.
That didn't look really safe, as that car 65 is also a bit of damage, and they both had troubles in the corner.
Yeah, Joshkin's been in that car for a very long time. Todd Gonzalez, that's Johnny SVK, may end up taking over that car for the end, but we will have to wait and see. Sant'Andrew, as you predicted, Zdravko is taking chunks of time out of Yoni Katila, down to 16.5 seconds now, the gap. That's 3.5 seconds in the last few laps. So, yeah, you were right there.
Yeah, that pass that Sant'Andrew did on the GT wasn't really noticed from string camera angle, but and there's a crash with Sant'Andrew.
Oh my!
And car 16, I think. Yeah, there's a bit of damage.
That's more than a bit of damage. That's a significant amount of damage. Rolling along the barrier there does cause you a pretty hefty amount of.
There's Gabor. That's Gabor in the background.
Yeah, that's for lapping. He's going to want to absolutely. Oh, there was no room. There was no room to cut back in front there. Well held from Sant'Andrew, but he put himself in that position, unfortunately.
So the problem with hitting the wall like Sant'Andrew did is, if you bend your front splitter and it starts scraping in sector 1, you have big problems, because it can scrape a bit and then you just go straight. The car won't turn, as Agustin Ipsale joined the server. So yeah. maybe Sant'Andrew will go into pits and repair.
Not this lap, he won't. I have a feeling that the rear axle is shorter on the the left-hand side than it was. It is. There's definitely some geometry damage there. As Gabor goes into the pit lane in the background, he's in the pits, takes one of the first pit slots. So he was looking like he was going to be going for the overtake. Apparently, there's floor scraping on the number 90 through turn number 1. So you're absolutely right, Zdravko. That car has to come in the pits.
Well, let's see how it goes through the lap. Floor scraping in turn 1 is nothing weird with this car. During our testing and developing of the setup for the car, we were kind of thinking why the car is so understeering in turn 1, but we were like, okay, it's just the way the car is. And then after a week or so, we just tried to raise it really, really high, and finally the car started working, because with the downforce, and as you turn, the car tilts to the side and splitter starts to drag. So maybe it has been dragging all along for them. If the speed is good, then they're okay.
Well, it was your teammate that alerted us to the fact it was scraping, so that's why I assumed it was unusual.
Yeah, I mean, for us, it was. That's why my teammate died in turn 1. Let's see this turn 1. I think he will go into pits. Yep. So what he saw in the Explorer lab, he did not like.
Yeah.
Oh,
there
And
you go.
drive-through
sped. I
penalty.
think he broke the speed
from
limit.
bad to worse. Oh, you could see the amount of damage that went onto the car when it popped back into shape. But a drive-through penalty, really?
I mean, from my point of view, it all looked okay. He wasn't over 80 at the line. That had to be the tiniest of margin.
Okay, well, it will be reviewed, and we will see if it can be a drive-through. We will see. There goes Gabor. That is a lap now.
Yeah, that is a lot.
And Ipsal does take over the car from St Andrew, who must be seriously frustrated after that stint. It's just completely unravelled on them. They were dominant in the first, essentially 2/3 of the race, but it's all gone wrong at the end. 1 hour 20 minutes to go. Gabor Jure leading with Yoni Katila 46 seconds behind. And
Yeah, I mean, before we talked about it's all over for them, I just like to pay attention that there's hour and 20 to go, and last time around at 80 endurance, 1 hour from the end of race, we had a safety car that completely turned the race on its head. So
yeah, it's not over yet.
plenty to happen, yeah.
Well, we were thinking that it was all over at hour 5, so
Yeah. I mean, they did a great job from the start, and it kind of echoes the Kyoto endurance that they had. They were also always leading and dominant there, and then just it started getting from bad to worse. Well, actually, Aston was similar, wasn't it? Hopefully they don't give up. Yeah.
Oh, they won't give up.
Yeah, I
Racing.
think in Aston they were also leading, and they got, I think, 2 drive-throughs in a row. I think they got a drive-through and then get another drive-through when they were trying to serve the drive-through.
Look at the damage on the left-hand side of this Slovaturk racing car.
Yeah, and it was in a wall a lap ago.
Yeah, still not being pitted, but still driving. Properly messed up, and obviously struggling to drive straight with that. Just too much geometry.
Yeah, that's scraping.
Damage.
That's scraping on the turn 1 for the car 65 and turn 2. Yeah. Turn 2, they are basically, I think, 30-40 kph down the speed.
I saw you joking earlier that you said your team strategy was basically to drive safely for the first 5 hours and then simply hand the car to Gabor. How much truth is there in that? You guys did quite a lot of practice.
Yeah, I'd say we did some practice, but there's a funny story to that I can share now that we are in the last hour of the race. We did quite a bit of practice, me, Gabor, and Trispacer, and even on the Friday, I took a day off work just to drive because I wasn't able to drive as much before, and I did 200 laps in a day and a half. And today, 15 minutes before race start, Darius asks a simple question. We used this and this set, right? And Gabor made one answer, and I made another answer, and we were just like, wait, what? And it turned out we all practiced with different sets. We practiced with 3 different setups.
I mean, it's the simple things, right, that you get wrong.
I mean, I practiced with V2 final R. Gabor practiced with V2 final, and Darius practiced with V2 final R V1. and there are big changes. Like there are huge changes between the setups. It's not like, I don't know, a bit of this and a bit of that. And then we were like, okay, if we're doing this, then we can also change pressure and camber. And we did that, and then after my first stint I also changed pressures in the pit lane a bit more as we were tuning the car to the wind. So yeah, we did practice, but basically on this setup my first laps were in the race. So yeah, it's turning out good. Our strategy was just keep it clean, don't fall down a lap, and keep it close to the leaders and let Gabor get them. That was our strategy. Yeah, I mean, Darius is a bit rusty, and I'm not driving as much as I was, and I needed quite a lot of time to get into shape. And Gabor is just on another level to us. We're happy that he even wants to drive with us. Imagine how boring this race would be if he takes Yoni and Seb for co-drivers.
I say bring it on.
I mean, we would obviously dig deep. We would obviously dig deep and get somebody like Isaac Price or Joe Holmes and let them have it.
Well, yeah, it's a shame Isaac couldn't make it along. Joe, I've seen both of them in the chat actually today, so wherever they are, hope you're doing good. And join us for an endurance in the future, please. We've got a bit of news. It sounds like Gabor's had a bit of a bump with somebody. Apparently it was a kill, car 17. So contact with Grimblatt off into the gravel. That's contact as a result of Gabor. And it looks like they haven't repaired the car. Anyway, we've got a replay to show you, and then we have a commentator coming back to the booth. So lots of things happening. Let's bring you the replay first. Here comes the replay. Here is car 90 having a bit of an incident, so straight into the back of a GT3. And that's what happened to St Andrew. I mean, that was a massive impact on the outside there, Zdravko.
Yeah, I mean, he had to lift. I guess he was chasing time, but that GT is, it doesn't feel like in LMP, but the GT was at the edge of its grip limit. And it's not like he can move easily somewhere. And yeah, I mean, it's hard. I said before, it's hard in LMP. You catch them so fast. We calculated that on average we will lap the fastest GT every 8 laps. So that's how much faster the car is.
Yeah, I mean, it's incredible, and I do like that there is that difference. But that you can get caught out so easily after you're in a rhythm, and then just one of the GT3s can just disrupt that rhythm so much to the extreme. Before we carry on, we have to welcome back Travis Mellinger to the box. Travis, I know it was hard to peel away from the broadcast, but a lot happened while you were gone. How much of it did you catch?
I caught maybe 1 minute of it about an hour and a half ago when I pulled up Twitch briefly to see that the complexion of the race had completely changed. And now I'm back and I see that the roles have been reversed somewhat. So Yoni's right where he has been for most of the race, yet the 90 and the 72 have swapped positions, and Gabor is now in a commanding position where the 90 car was earlier. So might have predicted that, but here we are.
You pretty much nailed it. But yeah, there was a long safety car period, because obviously there was a lot of running before the safety car, so there was a lot to sort out, as Yoni there, just being a little bit hesitant on which way to get past this GT3. The safety car happened, and then a big accident happened at turn 2 on the restart, involving Yoni, Lara, the dinosaur, and a few others. And Yoni picked up some pretty hefty damage. We think it was mainly cosmetic, but it did hinder his pace somewhat, so that's why he's a little bit off Gabor. And then St Andrew, obviously, in recent laps, has just had a few mistakes have crept in, and that's what's caused the drop in positions.
Did I see that they had a penalty? The number 90, that is.
Yes, a drive-through penalty for speeding. However, I don't think it's been confirmed by race control yet. We're still waiting for that. So, but I think it stands. I think
They
they
completed.
have. I think they
They
have.
completed the penalty.
It. Yeah. So that has been served.
Well then, since I listened to you two chatting before you reintroduced me to the commentary box, so I'll ask you, Zdravko, after listening to your account of testing and developing the setup and then practicing and doing your first laps today. It sounded like you were well prepared and then had a bit of a surprise and then did well early on in the race. You must be mighty pleased that Gabor has done a full Gabor maneuver and sailed off into the distance.
The history has taught me that I would just wait for the last lap and start the finish before I start being happy or anything. At the moment, it's just about grinding the laps and not doing the mistake, and he doesn't have to push as hard. But then again, I think that he will just be pushing because otherwise you might lose some concentration. We are happy with the way it's developing. Hopefully it stays like this till the end. I think that no matter the bad luck or anything, the speed our car has been shown on the track.
Speed and then some. I'm sure you're aware that Gabor has the fastest lap of the race. I don't know when this happened, but he did pip Yoni by a mere 500ths. So you've got the quickest car and the quickest driver on track. Not too bad.
Yeah, I mean, after all the talk I had with the setup and everything, I have to say that when I started driving the car and when I got used to the wind, it is actually great to drive, and I didn't want to push too hard. We were still in the game, and I think that at one point I matched the fastest lap of the race, and I knew that Gabor has like half a second on me, and that was close by Yoni. And he's showing that with his fastest lap, and I'm sure that he won't try it again if he doesn't have to. But yeah, you need a bit of luck to go for the fastest lap here because you need a lap without GT3s, and it can get busy.
A lap without GT3s, and I suspect because Yoni and Gabor were or Darius were on just the bleeding edge in qualifying, that a little bit of a slipstream probably helps for fastest lap of the race.
Yeah, but with this tailwind on the start-finish straight, it's not that big. Maybe if you'd get a draft out of Sector 2 chicane into the hairpin, maybe that would give some time, yeah. But other than that, I know for me personally, I'd rather have a clean track and just be able to focus on the turns.
Absolutely, same. So while we were talking, the cameras have bounced around a few different cars on the broadcast, but I have been watching your teammate, and he had a bit of a heart-stopping moment this time, or the last time through this part of the circuit. He had it was another LMP2. I cannot recall which one it was now. But passing an LMP2, a backmarker, and then a GT3 that came together right behind him just as he went through. The two of them fishtailing all over the circuit, coming down to turn 3, and then they spun off behind him. Nicely done there by Gabor to do the over/under around the 92 car and get neatly around the number 14. So Gabor, no stranger to working traffic, through quite handily and off on his way. It will have cost him a few hundredths maybe, but not too well. It would have cost him a ton coming down to the hairpin, but pretty handily through the not the hairpin, the chicane. My apologies. Lost some time down to the chicane, but then through pretty cleanly.
Yeah, I think it's an art, and maybe in this type of race and with this type of circuit, maybe even more important, the raw pace. I saw it in my last stint. I started the stint 32 seconds behind Sant Andreu, cut it down to 26, and then I caught traffic and it went back to 29. And then when I got in clear track, managed to get it down to, I think, 24 in the end. But it just shows that pace doesn't matter if you're worse with traffic or if you have bad luck, because if you catch it like somewhere out of the hairpin in sector 3, you can lose over a second easily.
Oh, absolutely. Well, and you can see here too how Gabor doesn't have to prove anything at this point. He's got nearly a full minute on Yoni in second place. He can afford to be a little bit patient, not too aggressive, but he's doing a good job. Like here, he could make a late dive. Again, really not worth it with 1 minute in hand. But
Yeah.
you ease out of the throttle. Yeah, he did have a little bit of contact.
Yeah, that was interesting. Gabor waited, and went from the outside. But what happened was GT3 on the inside had dirty air and just bleeded out to the outside, and they had a bit of contact. I don't think anything is to the car, but yeah, it shows like even if you take care, things can happen.
Oh, absolutely. But if they, if he balances the patience getting through the traffic with, the aggression to get through when he really needs to make up some time, you save some fuel here and there. You take care of the car. You're not as hard on the suspension, like on the brakes and up over the curbing, and it gives you a little bit of strategy flexibility. If you got 1 or 2 laps of fuel in hand, maybe you catch a safety car, or maybe you avoid one in a bad place. Being that smart in the traffic creates possibilities in addition to just being sensible and preserving the car and your race.
Yeah. I mean, you can use traffic. You can use traffic to save the car, to save the fuel. I saw some people going full on to the GTs, then braking in the turn. Well, you could easily maybe lift to 200 meters before the turn, coast into it, save some fuel, save tires, and still catch the GT3 on the exit.
Yep, easily.
And you don't really lose any time, but you save the car, you save the tires. I mean, it's easy to say, but in racing conditions, sometimes it's hard to think about it.
As we approach the final hour, what's left to say is thank you very much to Mr. Owen Harmon for joining us for commentary. Owen, it's been a pleasure, mate. I hope you've enjoyed it, and I'm sure you'll be keeping one eye on the chat and the broadcast when you step away. But thanks very much for your contributions here in the booth.
Well, of course, thank you very much to Pete and to everyone at Argentina Turismo for all the exquisite preparation. It's been well worth it. I've had a great time. Welcome back to Travis, of course, and indeed as Dravko has joined us after his stint. So best of luck with the final hour, guys, and I'm sure it'll be a cracker.
Cheers, Owen. Thank you.
So long, bye.
See you later. So yeah, an hour to go. When we hit the hour, we'll do our final rundown before we have the grandstand finish to the 8 hours of Westhill. What an event it's been. I can't believe it's been more than 3 years since a race longer than 6 hours took place on our channel. Bit of a wobble there for Todd Gonzalez. But yeah, we did it again, 8 hours of Westhill. What a fantastic way to spend a Sunday afternoon.
So before we cross the 7-hour mark, I'll sneak in a question for you guys because I missed this. Oh, Tulio and Gabor just got together. Oh my goodness, the GT3 car nearly slid into Gabor. So the three of these cars had gotten together. Oh my goodness. Sorry, I probably gave you a heart attack there, Stravko. Yeah, the three of them came together and resulted in a spinning GT3 car that nearly just missed the back of Gabor's LMP2 machine. Tulio is off and running again. I guess we'll see if we can find a replay of that. That was exciting. I'll try to get back to my question. Mo's saying that pretty sure that was the 27 car, but we will check on that and see if we can find a replay.
Yeah.
My question was going to be, what happened to the number 11 cars? They were running second, third. I think they were leading at one point, and the 91 had fallen down to third. Now the 46 is right where it has been for the entire race, the 27 up one position, but the 11 is way down in seventh, the GT3. What's the story there?
I think I saw Mr. Friend at timeout, but I'm not completely sure if he was in the car at the moment.
And just like that, Gabor in pit lane. I guess we were just talking about this. We'll come back to my question in a minute. So Gabor in pit lane presumably will take some repairs here. Strelko, we just talked about how luck plays such an important role in the race, and I don't know if there was a bit of bad luck or a bit of a miscalculation, or perhaps a combination of both. Fortunately, your teammate has an enormous lead over the rest of the fuel. Tires fuel doesn't look like he has taken repairs. The front of that machine looks as wonky as it had done.
They didn't
but off and
touch
going
him
again.
at all. He didn't touch with any of those two cars.
I
But
wonder if I got
it
a
was
big
close.
lag then, because it looked like he got clattered on the side quite hard.
For me, I looked at it. I was following his car, and it didn't look like they touched. But yeah, maybe a service side replay would show different. I don't see a damage.
Either way, exciting moment for your teammate, who now has Ipsale right behind him, trying to reclaim one lap.
There's one thing we missed. Gabor, at the end of that stint, made a new fastest lap. It was 35:54, so that's half a second faster than Yoni.
Shocking pace.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Ipsala will look one lap.
Yeah, if you're wondering why Ipsala is able just to drive around Gabor, it's because Ipsala has massively less fuel on board. But tyres in a better shape, so that's why that's just happened. But importantly, Furtive Racing get their lap back. They're on the lead lap again.
I think they are lap down, but only one lap down, not two.
Well, now they're back on the lead lap.
Yeah, okay, yeah, my mistake.
Yeah, minute 29 gap now.
So the pit stop for Gabor now means he has to take, 38 laps until the end of race? Our strategy was always to run 40 lap stints, so that aligns really nice.
And the tires should easily go the distance, right? Ooh, as GT3s dive out of the way.
For
in
us,
front of
with
him.
this wind, tires go like 42, 43 laps. I know that some teams managed 47, 48, but we are pushing the car a bit harder, I think.
I think we've got a replay coming up. This will be the moment that I caught with Gabor just a lap or so ago. Should be coming up in just a moment as we watch De Silva in the race green GT3 with LMPs coming alongside. Here we are. So this is the moment. Gabor off the throttle, and then a nice slow motion. This is Tulio in the car coming together with the GT3. Gabor with an LMP2 facing the wrong direction in full view. I note here, Stravko, that he has not gotten on the brakes, or if he is on the brakes, he's managed to avoid locking them up, and just sneaks. Oh my goodness! Just
imagine
misses
braking
the GT3.
there.
Whew.
Imagine if he braked there.
What a replay!
Yeah, if he does, that's the lead of the race for Yoni.
That
would have been a big
replay
shot.
ever.
I take exception to this. That was an incredible replay, make no mistake. But the best replay ever was also featured your teammate at Kyoto. Actually, I believe this was you and Gabor racing side by side at Kyoto, where we got to see the front wheels of the car working as you went up the hill through the S's.
It was me and Ronnie, I think.
No, you're right. It was Ronnie. Not Gabor.
Yeah, I know.
Either way.
Yeah,
these slow motion. Mo has done a hell of a job with these slow motion replays. I am so pleased with them.
Yeah, I think LFS devs should use some of those clips for trailers for LFS. I mean, that one with Gabor going, and with a camera on the rear wing of Gabor's car would look pretty cool.
I agree. It would. Pete, we had a bit of excitement there that disrupted our top of the hour rundown. Would you like to take us through the order with slightly less than 1 hour remaining?
Sure. With 55 minutes to go, it's Gabor who leads only just after that incident. That was hair-raising. I mean, how lucky to just to have a parting of the seas. It's unlucky for LMP2 as well, to be fair. They've had their fair share of being hit by LMP2s today, and that just adds to it. But yes, Gabor for the 72 Yes Motorsports team leads into the final hour ahead of Yoni Katila for the Brand R Shop Esports team. Then it's Ipsal for Furtive Racing, the number 90. Roni Krompush for Race Green Autosports LMP in P4. Igor Santos for the number 12 Road Appraisal Racing team. Dominguez for Salada de Fruta Racing, the number 99 in P6 currently. Then it's Tulio, who we saw pirouetting in front of Gabor for Bilal Knight Racing, the number 51 in 7th place. Then it's Todd Gonzalez in the number 65, the Slovaturk Racing team, currently in P8. Then it's Braun for Team America, has driven well with to get the car back up to that position with Garcia, his teammate. They are in P9. And then rounding out the top 10, it's Protech, the lemon-flavoured dinosaur team, in P10, the number 15 car there. In P11, it's WD44 SG Racing. They've had an event, but to be fair, for their first endurance, they've done pretty nicely indeed. P11 for Encardoso, currently in that car. And rounding out the LMPs, it's car 69, Jay Burrell for NFR. Travis, you want to do the GT3s?
I would love to. Leading the GT3s are one of the Furtive cars. This is the Furtive Runners team with Jeremias Zanella in the car right now. In second position behind them, great race for the 46 Eastern Europe Union. Behind them, Alan P2, despite many difficulties during this race, somehow still running in third position. Alan Terzic back in command of that machine with Westhill Fence Sports in behind them in fourth position. Eric Blix driving that car right now. We've got Kondrik in fifth position in the Sausages Racing Machine. Great day for them. They have also done really well. Followed by the number 87, Top Racing. Frende in command of that car right now. Furtive Racing in the number 11, 7th in GT3 right now. Giardini driving that car. Further up the order earlier, and then a bit of difficulty while I was away. Returned to find them in 7th position rather than competing for podium. Race Green Autosports GT, De Silva in command of that car right now, the number 16 in 8th position, followed by Low Cost Racing in 9th. That is Lopez in command of that car. We have Gentile for the Manthey Sud America, this brilliant Porsche Manthey inspired livery on this car. One of my favorites out there right now. 10th in GT3, Rafaela Pista with Pagile driving the car right now in 11th GT3. Red Devil Street Racers, the American McKinsey, driving that car right now to 12th position in GT3 with Kind Runners, not too far behind them with Sanchez behind the wheel. Ahead of Team America, Curubetto driving that car in 14th position. And bringing up the rear of the GT3 field, though I believe they're out of the race, I think they have retired, will be the Beep Giggles Racing. Retired, parked, yeah, indeed, Team America, the last of the GT3s running.
Yeah, SG Racing had a timeout and decided not to rejoin. They still could at any point in the next 50 minutes if they so wanted. But yeah, just two retirements. Gabriel Lara's team, unfortunately, in that restart incident, thrown over the Armco barriers, and SG Racing.
So I have more questions now, as I am watching on board with Yannick Attila, who is catching Gabor a ton, and if I read the lap chart correctly, I believe they both only have one stop remaining.
I don't think that is the case. Jonis.
Do you think Yanni has two stops?
I think Gabor has to change, has to just put on fuel. And Yoni, I'm not sure his tires will go to the end.
They are newer, but looking at the lap chart and how long he's been out, I think it would probably be a trick for him to make these last. So I wonder if he is just
how
driving
long
flat
has he
out
been
right
on
now.
the track?
20
Definitely like
laps
15
or so?
laps or 20. Yeah, so he needs fuel. So he needs fuel, and full tank is for 26 laps.
Yeah,
Somebody
this is
get me a calculator.
Yeah, this is his 21st lap from his last stop, so he has some more to do, and then, yeah, hard to say. How long can the tires go?
Well, the tires can go, I'd say 45, but does he have enough fuel?
Hard to say. We will have to wait and see what happens as Gabor snaking his way through the GT3s. Was on the left side of one and the right side of another. Oh, this is looking forward for Yoni Kattila. We can see Gabor snaking his way through. Tricky in the traffic here by Yoni.
So my
Timed very
calculations
well.
say that full tank of fuel could last 42 minutes of driving. If I'm not wrong. Let me do it again.
Well, I have no idea, so I think Pete and I will have to trust you on this one.
Yeah, 42. So maybe he can extend it to like 43, 4. But it all depends when he pits for the fuel now. If he does it before 45 mark, I'd say he has to pit again for fuel definitely. Maybe he wants to risk it and hope that there will be an early safe car. So if he pits only for fuel and doesn't change tires and gets a safety car immediately when his tires still had tread, so he can heat them up, maybe it works out. But if they get a safety car like later, 20 minutes before end, his tires will just be stone cold.
Well, we can take some vain stabs at guessing the future, but one thing we can be certain of right now is that he is catching your teammate very quickly, a rate of knots. Yoni on pace right now has closed that gap from 4 or 5 seconds a couple laps ago down to about 1. And there, looking forward from Yoni Kattila's cockpit, you can see Gabor quite clearly, the next car up the road. That lap not so good from Yoni Kattila, about 2 laps off, about 2 seconds off his, or more than 2 seconds off his fastest time, but appears to be catching Gabor rather easily. Though catching Gabor, passing him to entirely different tasks.
I don't think Gabor will fight it too hard. A crash will benefit Yoni more than Gabor. They are on completely different strategies, but dirty air and wind will come into play. It's very hard to overtake on this track. I think that the best chance is, this. If a GT blocks Gabor in chicane, then Yoni has a chance, and that's okay. GT basically forced Gabor onto grass.
There we go. Yoni's got him on the power, off into the grass slightly, but Yoni fully alongside, banging doors as they come into the braking zone. Yoni Kattila late on the brakes. Gabor yields the position, and there we go. Yoni Kattila into the lead of the race, although he's done so right behind another GT car. So Gabor may have a chance here as, Lopez puts a wheel off. Gabor gets alongside, but he's going to be boxed in behind the GT car. Yoni not giving up. Wheels on the grass, over the curbing, sneaks into just 1 car length of space between the car ahead and behind, and cements the lead. Though Gabor could have, if he gets a nice run out of the final corner, he could still harass Yoni Kattila down to the first corner. I think Yoni has enough room here. Yoni takes first position before he comes into pit lane. So 47 minutes. It sounds like, based on what you've said, Stravko, sounds like this can't quite be done. He will need a safety car.
I think he will change tires and add full tank of fuel, and then just hope for a safety car or VSC. Or maybe he won't change the tires and still hope.
How does this always happen?
He didn't change tires.
Just fuel.
these long events, 6 hours, 8 hours, 12 hours, and there's some excitement throughout here and there, and then things settle down a little bit, and then
that
in the
happens.
closing laps, we always get a banger of a race as it starts to wind down to 0 minutes on the clock. So a spirited fight between Yoni and Gabor. Gabor now easily ahead of Yoni as Yoni comes into pit, and the question now is strategy, fuel, tire longevity. Yoni sweeps by. That looks
So
like maybe the 11 car.
when was the last time Yoni pit? Before this lap?
Before this one, we'll have to go back and look at the chart.
Because that would be interesting. Yeah. I'm not sure about the fuel. I think some aggressive fuel saving will be in order if he wants to get it to the end. I mean, if he attacks for the first place, he has to risk it. So that is probably correct tactic to try and vie for a win. But yeah, it might happen that he will need to refuel in the last lap or two.
Will Gabor take another set of tires, or he took tires in the last stop, so he is good for rubber to the end of the race.
Gabor needs one pit more for fuel, so if Yoni can extend the fuel, they will be neck and neck.
Well, I will keep an eye on board with Yoni to see if he tries to do any saving at all. First impressions, now that I've tabbed over to him, are no, not at all. He is driving the wheels off the car. So now, I guess for the sake of Yoni pulling a blinder, we would hope for a safety car. Obviously, we want the race to unfold however it would unfold, but I don't think any of us would be, well, maybe you would be, Zdravko. Pete and I think, would just be beside ourselves if we got a photo finish after a safety car influenced the end of the race. There we go. Stop count on the timing tower. You can see that Yoni Katila has taken 14 stops, one more than Gabor will have taken when he makes his final stop in 20-25 minutes or so. I believe that was I think their extra stop was probably because of the off that Nico had early on in the race. Is that accurate?
And Yoni was on the roof at one point, so maybe that's because of that.
Yeah, in fact, I remember he stopped immediately after the car went up on its side and then back down again.
Nico and Yoni both had a pit stop. Yeah, so that's it basically. If they both had an extra pit stop out of order, they should have one more. But maybe he makes it. With GT3 you can save fuel with GT3s.
And he's I mean, by my estimation, he's not really trying. He took a big lift into the first corner there, but he had to he also had a GT3 firmly in the way in the middle of the corner when he got to it, so I think that was purely incidental. It doesn't look like he is doing any saving, but we'll keep tabbing back and forth between the drivers. Maybe there's a VSC, maybe a safety car, maybe something else happens to influence the complexion of the race in the final 40 minutes. But I can say this about Yoni, having raced with him once myself, he does not give up. Even when he's 2 laps in the lead of the race, he's still looking for something. In that instance, it was fastest lap of the race, and then fastest lap of the race to beat himself, and then repeat that for about 9 stints in a row because he's a maniac. Yoni's not giving up here.
Yeah, he's definitely not giving up on the win, because if he would have, we would see Nico Pontola again in the car. As it is, I guess that Yoni has stamped his will over Nico and just said that I'm in the car. Better luck next race.
Having also done a few races with Nico, I know Nico is perfectly happy to hand this over to Yoni to play the Yoni show to the end of the race. Much like your strategy with your teammate, just keep the car between the white lines for 6.5 hours and then hand it over to Gabor and watch him work.
It's a sound strategy.
That's definitely not a bad strategy.
we were I was mostly afraid of my internet and having a timeout. That's what happened in the last endurance. Ooh, there's a crash.
This is Friend for the 87 top racing team. And Santos.
Oh, that's very bad for Santos because they were close
he's
He's
to
stuck.
Ronnie.
He's beached.
Oh, there we
He's
go.
not
There's our
moving.
VSC.
VSC.
And it's going to take a long time. Yes,
Yeah,
VSC
VSC
starting.
deployed.
There it is. So he is slowly moving. Doesn't. I mean, if he gets this free himself, it's going to take an hour. But it'll take a while for the rescue car to get there and push him free.
If Yoni pits now, that changes everything.
Where is Yoni on track? Yoni is on. He's just come onto the back straight.
Yeah, it's a long way.
I mean, in a way, Gabor should be now. If you think about it, he has only fuel to put.
He's going in. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
He sure is. Good
He's
call.
in the right place on the lap. You see.
Yeah, this is sometimes you get lucky and sometimes you don't. And Gabor has been fabulously lucky here, and Yoni may yet be.
Well, the truck is with Santos now.
So that has stamped on the battle for fourth place because it has been ongoing for a long time, and Santos was only 2 seconds behind Ronnie.
Yeah, that's a good point. Ronnie, good job so far. Just needs to keep it out of trouble.
Yeah, I wonder if Ronnie pits here. He is off to the left side. Ronnie's off to the left side of the circuit on the pit lane entry, but this VSC is going to be ending pretty soon. Ronnie is committed to pit lane. He's inside the line. So the truck is still on track. The VSC board is still up, but I think JP is still on track.
Pitted and came out of pit. What's funny is it looks like Yoni has to lift a bit behind GT Freeze. He's doing only 76 on pit limiter.
Yeah, Gabor is
or it's
turn
maybe
2
my
now.
internet because it's showing the same for everyone.
Patrick Hall has taken over for Rody Kronpush, who is now rolling. So he'll be going he's going VSC speed limit down pit lane, so he will be ahead. There we go. VSC ending shortly. Ronnie is out of pit lane, so you were right. You are, Strafko.
So just as Yoni came to the pit lane, just as he came to start finish line, the VSC was off, so he gets nothing but cold tires.
Well, sometimes the dice are cruel, and Yoni Katila needed that to be. He needed to be where Gabor was when the VSC came out.
Because that helps Gabor. He was on the hit pick. His tires are now nice and warm, while Yoni's are stone cold.
And I don't think that will have saved Yoni enough fuel. I mean, they were on VSC for a minute and a half, if that.
Half a lap.
So, yeah.
Yeah, this car is a handful now.
Yeah, stone cold tires indeed, and they are pretty badly worn. So I'm skeptical these will go the remainder of the race distance, to say nothing about his fuel situation. I think that will be all for Yoni Katila, barring a catastrophe at the lead of the race.
So there was a car of number 22 Brown.
Back on again, though.
Quite a lot of
damage
they will probably go into pits for repair. Yeah, big problems in last turn and very cold tires. Yeah, the VSC. Oh, they will stick to the track. Turn 1 will be interesting. Turn 1 will be very interesting for them now. Oh, he sends it hard. Yep.
Straight onto the runoff pavement.
Yeah.
And then safely out of the way of Lipsala. Heads up driving to let the 90 through, though the 90 also appears to be struggling with slightly cold tires. A little bit over the curbing there and into the grass. Well held.
I mean, they will have to pit this car because and Yoni Katila is right behind him now, behind Brown.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yoni's through easily. Notably, Yoni also just a few seconds behind on the road, though a lap up on the 90. So, though Yoni will not be challenging for the lead, he's about to put another lap on Ipsala as well. So, though Yoni looks like the chances of a win are slipping away rather quickly, he has put a rather he has put a stamp on second position, and I think they should be pretty happy with that.
I'm not sure Yoni will be able to be faster than Ipsala. Maybe he has. No, he doesn't have less fuel now, so his tires will start to get slower and slower. And that's the thing with the LMPs. You can extend the stints all you want, but at one point you're starting to drive slower than you would with new tires and full tank of fuel, so it's best to just pit and get rid of the old tires. It's not like normal LFS cars where you're always and always faster as the tires get thinner. In LMP you're basically slower at the end. So when you're preparing for a race like this, you kind of have to find that line that you draw. This is the lap until we drive, or this is the lap time until we drive. If we fall under that, we pit. It's not always about making the tires last.
Well, Yoni hasn't given up. He's going to keep pushing it for the last half an hour. So 34 minutes to go, folks, before we get our silverware out for the top 3 in each class. And Yoni Katila for Brandar Shop Esports looks to be in control of P2, a 33-second gap, but we're all pretty sure here in the commentary box that Yoni needs to do a splash and dash. There's only a couple of things that could happen that could stop that from happening. A long BSC or probably a safety car period needed, or an issue for drivers around Yoni. Gabor has one hand on the win here. Alfonso, ahead of the GT3 class, the number 91, has an entire lap over Borislav Botev.
I mean, head off to them.
Oh yeah, fair play. Whole lap ahead of the competition is stunning. To be fair, Sant'Andrew had that before the safety car, as too did the furtive runners. Furtive runners lost it as the safety car started, but they got it back again. Impressive stuff.
You know what's impressive about the furtive runners? It's the development arc of Herr Loco. He's the second driver in the team, and I've known him since he started racing in LFS, and that he has climbed as high as winning dominantly in endurance race. It's a nice show.
Yeah, it's a nice arc, that, isn't it, for Euroloco? It has to, yeah, you know, it's nice to see it. It's for sure, and I hope it goes their way in the last 30 minutes. I hope they can keep it together. It's a nice story, that.
Yes, so we're looking at Yoni Katila now, and Nico Pantola has just joined the server. So Nico did 2 full stints early on, handed over to Yoni to run basically the entire race, and it seems like maybe Nico is going to run the car to the end after Yoni stops. We know that Yoni will almost, unless he finds some incredible savings, which I don't think he will do because it looks like he's been running flat out. I think he will be making a late splash of fuel and perhaps take on some tires to ensure they don't have a puncture. And then hand this over to Nico Pantola.
Yeah, I'm looking at his pace, and I'm not sure that he even put full tank of fuel in. So I guess they always knew that it's not possible to get it to the end, but his tires look quite good at the moment, so I hope for them that Nico wants to watch the race from the server for the next like 10 laps, because the tires can definitely take it. And Yoni has the pace, so let him run it. He's just catching up to Ipsala.
Yeah, looking at the lap chart, Nico Batola has done 42 laps, and Ione has done 215 as he approaches Ipsala 3 wide around this GT3 car. I think that I'm going to guess that the way he came around, that it surprised Ipsala that he had arrived on the scene as quickly as he did, because he is there and through. Ipsala cut behind the GT3, and Ione is there and gone just as quickly, more quickly than we could talk about it.
Yeah, I'm watching it. Yon is gearing, and it's interesting to see so many different setups. Like car 90 uses all 6 gears. They take the hairpin in first gear. They go into 6th gear before the hairpin and at the turn 1. As Yone hits the grass, I think he will save it.
It's a lot of grass.
That's a good save. Yeah, it's bad turn. Yeah, that was a brilliant save. Well done. Yeah, so car 90 uses even first gear in the hairpin, and they go into 6th gear on the start-finish straight, while we don't go into 6th gear and never used first gear. So quite a bit of difference in gearing. Yon is somewhere in between, hairpin in 2nd gear and then using 6th on the start-finish straight.
Something else I've noticed, looking up and down the order since I returned about an hour ago, the Lemon Dino car has recovered to a top 10. So that went completely wrong for them early on in the race. Still, I don't know if this 6-lap penalty has already been applied or not. I see it in the penalty column for on the tracker. But even so, they're in 10th position. So well done to them to stick with it. 7.5 hours of driving after being relegated to the very back at a rather demoralizing penalty, but good recovery to a top 10 finish. I think they'll be happy with that. Imran Azar in the car right now. Probably would have been a little bit further up the order, but Imran Azar among a few of the drivers that are cursed with internet connection problems. And after they received a 3-lap penalty for a telepit, he then disconnected. So good on them. Well done, and hats off for staying in the race, even though it hasn't really gone their way.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking that they will be a threat in the race, but it has to be bitter pill, and you didn't even start driving and you're already a few laps down.
There's nothing worse than being handed the car in a bad state in an endurance race, but you just have to get on with it, and you just have to take the opportunities you get when they come your way.
Sorry to interrupt you, and Zioni is catching up to Ipsala again, and Ipsala just hit the tire in SC3 chicane in middle. Oh, Yoni dives.
That was a long way back.
That was a long way back. I think
that
it was an awkward
a Joe
angle.
Holmes overtake.
I mean, that was
Joe
Joe Holmes +1. And straight into the
there's
pits
Yoni.
again. He just loves being in the lead when he goes into the pits. Lucky to get into the pits without speeding there, but there we go.
Yeah, I assume he'll be handing this to Nico since Nico is in the server. No real risk to giving away the car, and not much reward in it for staying in himself. So tires and fuel to the end of the race, and we wait to see if Nico jumps in.
You say no real risk, but
There he goes. Nico Pantola's
if
in.
there's a safety car, they will have worse tires than Ipsale or Gabor. So they might be under attack from Ipsala in a case of safety car.
Well, if he gives it takes a few laps to run these in. If he can get through the heat peak quickly, and we know that Nico Pantola is no stranger to going backwards and getting bonus heat in the tires. Maybe he has some magic yet to work in this car. Yeah, still some time left, so not over yet. Definitely looking like this is going to be a W for you and your teammates, Stravko, but still time on the clock. And we have seen crazier things happen with less time remaining in a race before.
We definitely had. Like last time around, somewhere around this time, there was a final safety car, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah,
at
it happened
Aston.
twice.
I'm smarter now than I was before, and I'm just totally ignoring Gabor being on the track. Not sure if you noticed.
Are you pretending Nico is leading and you'll just be pleasantly surprised when Gabor crosses the line in the lead?
I'm just watching everything else and not P1.
Have you cast your vote for livery of the day?
I have not. I need to go do that.
You do need to go do that.
I have also not.
I will
also
go pointy
I need
clean.
to do mine as well.
Oh, well,
I
called
think
it
you
first,
need to
so
put the link in Twitch chat
Okay. Then
because
that
I'm
will
lazy
happen.
to find it.
It's literally on the broadcast.
Number 51 had almost a spin with GT3 in last
vote,
turn.
I see.
So apologies for being quiet, but I'm just looking through the liveries.
Yeah, this is we've all failed at our homework and then left the broadcast in
We've left our
silence to
homework
go
too late.
to go vote at the same
So I'm
time.
just looking at the liveries now.
Yeah, I will. I'll talk about pretend race cars for a minute while you guys figure it out, and then I guess I'll sneak in last. That is the 91, the Furtive Runners machine there in the lead of GT3. Jaramillo Zanella and Alfonso, his teammate, in the car right now. Great day for them. They were running number 1 in LMP2 and 1 and 2 in GT3. Things have not gone their way since past the halfway point in the race, but they will still be quite proud of this effort in GT3 in what must be said is one of the most beautiful liveries on track. This is definitely a contender for the best livery in my book. No indication from Pete or Stravko in my ear whether they've made a choice yet or not, but I think well, you know what? I won't reveal my vote. This one is up there for me, but I haven't yet to make my I've yet to make my final decision. But now that you're close to clicking submit,
I know what you're going to choose. This is the thing.
Oh, do you?
Well, from earlier, if it's the same as before, I think you'd already called what you were going to choose before.
I might surprise you here. I'm clicking it now.
Oh, what did you go for?
Well, I'm not going to tell you right now. I don't want to influence the results.
Oh, fair enough. We'll talk about it after. All right. Well, if you haven't cast your vote, then please do it at simbroadcasts.tv/vote. There are some beautiful liveries out there. We need to show the artists our gratitude for providing us with some eye candy for the last 7 hours and 40 minutes.
Now I see the results as they run before the vote closes, and I'm a little surprised, honestly. I think we just have
the results.
I and the community have different tastes.
Wow. Yeah, I've also voted, and wow.
Have you cast your vote, Stravko?
Not yet.
Not yet.
But I will now, yeah.
Anyway, my attention was taken away from the broadcast for the longest time since we started, almost 8 hours ago. So it now has my full attention again.
So
And not too soon, about 20 minutes remaining. Stravko, yes?
Yeah, I'm just watching the livery of the leading vote, and
I thought you were going to say
I
leading
don't.
car. You can't vote for yourself. Well, you can vote for yourself.
No,
Yeah,
no,
you could
no, no,
absolutely
no.
vote
You're
for
the only
yourself.
one
I
No,
think
here
you
who
should.
can vote for yourself. We
I-
can't vote for ourselves. We don't have an entry.
I said it right. I'm watching a delivery of the leading vote, and I
Okay.
don't like it as much as the viewers do.
Okay.
It's a good livery. Yeah.
We're gonna get shaken down by the viewers for our bias.
Travis said it was his one of his favorites earlier because
What?
of the color.
It's fun.
It is one of my favorites. I'm just surprised that everyone else enjoys it so much too.
I wanted to say that what I voted is a team that has only 3 votes, and then I saw that my team also has only 3 votes, so I'll just clarify.
Ooh, sorry, Strufko. Todd
did not vote.
Gonzalez was. Oh no, he's off and going again. He was off coming out of the chicane and firmly against the barrier, but now going once again. Please continue.
Alan has had a day today. That car had contact with Alan, and now Alan has overtaken, and now Yoni. Oh, sorry, not Yoni. Nico. I've been so used to seeing Yoni in that number 7 that seeing anyone else in it just feels
Well,
a bit
he's-
weird.
Yeah, I mean he did 17 hours of driving during this race, so no blame to you for mistaking
It
the
was
driver.
about 5 hours, 4.5 hours, right? Pretty much.
More
five
than that.
hours. Yeah.
Yeah, Nico did basically a double to start and then handed over to Yoni to do. Yeah, it's 6, probably 6 hours of driving. And with that, Todd Gonzalez goes straight into pit lane.
So I think I like. Can I say what livery I like the most?
Well, I won't stop you. Go right ahead.
I think I like 46 the most. I like that bright red with gray and black.
It does look really good. The opposite corners, the left rear and the right front with the exposed carbon does look really cool.
It is really nice. It's still the wrong choice, but it's really nice.
I will reveal my, since we're sharing our votes, I'll reveal mine now. I went with the censored and giggles livery. I love the teeth, the grin, the bared teeth, and the red eyes on the side of the car. It looks really, really cool. And but the runner up for me are all of the furtive GT cars. They look really, really cool.
Can you do that censored thing again?
Of course, I'd be happy to. Censored. And giggles, of course.
Yeah.
Just
I mean,
grab a soundbite of that
once
later.
once you put the censored out, the giggles come naturally.
Yeah, they really do.
Yeah. Nice. Well, 18 to go, and it's become a little bit quiet, and that is fine by me. It's been an exciting race. It has shaken itself out. We've had 8 hours of running nearly, and I'm just happy to be enjoying another endurance.
I am as well. This is we always enjoy a hectic finish and exciting racing at the end, and it's not over yet. That may yet unfold, but I'm not too upset at having a relaxing finish to the race where we can watch the cars come across the line without a frantic scramble to find and fully comprehend and then describe the action. So a welcome respite from the usual excitement we get right at the end. As I watch Gabor try to create some excitement of his own, 2 wheels in the grass going by an LMP2 car and then immediately catching Martin Capal. Gabor, I'm sure, felt perfectly comfortable doing that, but it looked a bit scary to me from here.
I didn't watch it.
Of course you didn't.
I am watching is car 87 driving behind car 46 because I think there's maybe a chance of them getting closer to 11. They're the closest 2 cars on the track time-wise.
Yeah, there's really no reason for Borislav Botev to fight this. Because I believe he's at least a lap up in second
Car
position.
14
He's
is off.
much further up the order.
Car 14 is off, spinning around the track. I think
Is that a puncture? No? No, it looks good.
No, he's going again.
That's red tires, so it will be problematic. Yeah, he almost spins it again.
He is
He has to
tiptoeing
be
through
careful.
Now another one, turn 10, the 43, but off and going again. So late in the race, perhaps fatigue starting to take over for some of these drivers. The left front of that car has taken a big ding.
I think 14 will have big troubles getting to the pit lane. That
The rear of this car is all over the shop. But you can hear he's so tentative on the throttle.
Yeah, I mean, he's being smart about it. Yeah, okay. I mean, there's no damage to the car, so he maybe won't pit, but then he has to be careful 2 or 3 more laps until tires get colder. I think that looked to me like maybe he had traction control off and just didn't put the leg off the throttle, and it just spun the tires round.
Maybe Federico Silva is our paid actor, and we can see him spin one off into the cat litter here to get our grandstand finish with Nico Patola right up behind Gabor. If Nico caught Gabor, could Nico take Gabor? I don't think he could. They ran closely. I recall they ran closely in one E-Challenge event, but I think otherwise Gabor has always mostly had the measure of Nico, though Nico is no slouch.
As 14 goes on the grass in turn 3, I think he might save it.
As
Gabor got a stop-go penalty?
That is, Gabor has a stop-go penalty for the contact he made earlier on in the race. So this will cost him. It's about 20 seconds through pit lane. So he brings the car down into...
He's missed the sin bin.
He's missed the bin. So he'll have to drive through and go do it again. That's going to put Nico Pantola there in the race. Oh my goodness, a late penalty as Nico Pantola gets into the back of the number 11, just barely in the middle of the chicane.
He has to stop in a box.
So he has
to stop in the sin bin in order to take the stop and go. You can see him twitch. He remembered that he had to stop, and he drove past it. Now I think there's still time, right? Don't panic yet. Nico Pantola is a way back, but Gabor has he's left it pretty late now. It was a minute 14. We'll see what it goes down to. Gabor's already heading to the final chicane.
Nico will have the bit between his teeth now as Gabor is going to catch traffic. There are a bunch of cars ahead of him on the road. He should be able to dispatch these GT3s pretty easily. Alan Turgich won't want anything to do with them. Alan Turgich is sick of every LMP2 on the track. He's going to catch them here under braking. He'll get Alan Turgich on the brake, but he'll have to slot in behind Curabetto. Curabetto wisely out of the way of both cars.
Yeah, and he got a penalty for Curabetto.
Yeah.
So there had to be some crash with GT that we didn't notice.
Well, it was,
or maybe it happened before I came.
I think this must have been for the big hit that I saw right when I rejoined the broadcast a little more than an hour ago. Gabor, it was a huge shunt with the GT3.
So he has to watch out to go to the correct box now. There's still time to Nico.
And avoid speeding. That would be catastrophic.
60 seconds as he went in was the gap, so it's only a short stop and go, but it's still uncomfortable to have a penalty within the last 15 minutes of an 8-hour race. Gabor is going to have to sit there and just wonder, where is Nico Pantola? Well, here's the answer. He's just coming into the final sector now, and Gabor's moving.
Yep. So he's lost a lot of time, but not nearly enough to make a difference. Off he goes, safely out of pit lane, no speeding, and will have gotten Nico Pantola's attention. But Gabor is still safely away in the lead. Are you watching your teammate now, Zdravko?
No.
No.
I think he just has to keep the cool head. He's still far enough ahead, has a faster car, is a faster driver. Nico is fast, but I think Gabor at this stage of his racing life is faster.
don't think Nico would take any exception to that.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Nico is running well. His last lap was a 37.6. Not near the ultimate pace, but really not bad for the state the car is in. And having done as few laps as he has done, it's easy to pick up the pace when you're in a rhythm. Nico has bookended this race with relatively few laps, but strong finish by him as we look to Gabor once more. And now back to Borislav Botev in a comfortable second position in GT3. We were looking for Chodini, I believe. Was Chodini or Frende was Frende able to get by Botev to go up the
No.
road and fight the 11?
He's still following.
Still
He
following.
gained,
Still following.
He's
he
being
gained 3
patient.
seconds. He gained 3 seconds on the 11, but not enough. Time is running out.
So after all that, the gap to Nico Pintola went down from 1:14 to just 28 seconds. Imagine what would have happened if that VSC had gone differently.
So what?
yes.
Nico can go to Yone and say, "Look, I took the car that was over a minute behind Gabor, and look where I finished."
Of course, he has completely.
Yeah.
That's a completely valid point.
Yeah, I can tell you that Yoni won't care. Yoni's so confident and so pleased with his own work that I don't think it'll make one bit of difference to him what Nico claims he was able to do in the car. When we did the Le Mans 24 hours together last summer, I was very pleased with myself that when I took over the car, I was able to drive from, I think, 4th or 5th position up to the lead of the race, on pace, on the road. And then before I gave the car to Yoni, I wanted to be in the lead of the race before I gave it to Yoni so that I could say that I did the work and got the car in the lead of the race. And then he drove 9 consecutive stints to gain a 2-lap lead on the entire field. And put his stamp on my own paltry effort.
Yeah, I mean, guys like Yoni and I put Gabor in the same league or something else.
Aliens. Wizard, alien, lizard people.
Yeah, that's what you usually call aliens, yeah, in sim racing. And for me, it has been fascinating watching Gabor come from a guy that was asking for setups and running lower midfield to the speed that he has now. And people should know that it's not instant. It took him a few years to get here.
But he really worked at it. He's put in the hours and he's developed himself well. And he's at the pinnacle of LFS.
Yeah, I think you could say that, especially this year and last year, that he's probably also for the the weekly leagues that are raced in LFS, the Ronnies and FBM and Fox and GTI. I think that all those together, if you put it, Gabor has probably been the fastest overall.
Yeah,
so
I'd agree.
there's that.
Yeah.
But he's handily won BF1 twice, 2 of the 3 seasons, quite easily. He made it look like a picnic while everyone else was scrapping behind him.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
How would you rate your own BF1 effort?
I don't know.
I would call it very entertaining.
Yeah.
But perhaps,
definitely. I mean, I can't.
not quite.
I can't
not
even
quite
rate.
the heights that Gabor achieved. Yeah.
Yeah, I can't even rate this season because most of the races I did was with almost no practice at all, and having a kid in life kind of changes sim racing plans.
It does indeed.
But
I understand completely.
Yeah, season 1 and season 2 weren't that bad, but Gabor just has an edge on me that I can't shake with less time practicing that he does. In order for me to catch him, I would have to practice more, and I'm not. Yeah, so there's that. But
yeah, Mo Mo has told us that he has a replay now of the incident that earned Gabor his penalty. We'll have that coming up in just a second.
Here it is.
And here we are. Yeah, this is Gabor approaching the final corner, and no, not the final corner, the hairpin. That was a proper clout up the rear end of that car.
Owen called it a kill. That was a kill.
That was a proper kill. That was a homicide at best.
Wow.
But no harm done to Gabor's race.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, will car 90 get the same penalty then for the crash with car 16? Because that was quite similar.
Yeah, I don't know if it was quite as violent. Though I wonder how that happened with Gabor. It looked like it could have been, GT car a bit early on the brakes, and perhaps Gabor, made a slight mistake and misjudged his braking zone. He does brake so late all of the time, but maybe Gabor a bit late on the brakes and the GT a bit early on the brakes, and then suddenly it's a big crunch.
Yeah, I think it was a lockup. Easy to lock up the left side front on that turn, and with dirty air from GT3, you just lose the grip you usually have, and yeah, then you lock up and just go straight to the scene of the accident.
We just played that replay of Gabor taking out the Team America team, and Gabor just wrote sorry in the Twitch chat.
How does he do this? And he flashed his headlights for us. I don't know if you saw that on the stream preview, but he was on the headlights as you were telling us that he left that message in Twitch chat. So we know, okay, so it's abundantly clear now that he's listening, and you obviously talked to him, being your teammate in Stravco. What do we have to do to get this man in the commentary box for an interview? Even I would be happy if he just came in and said hello and immediately left, just ghosted us. But the total absence from the commentary box for even a one-word interview, it can't last forever.
Gowan had an interview with us. Gowan.
Teach him English. But yeah, he can say hello. He can talk English. He talked with us on Discord today, but not much.
I will learn enough Hungarian to tell him congratulations, and he can say, well, thank you, and then off he goes. I'm fine with that.
You
have to talk to him at all. I just want to know what he sounds like.
You have 4 minutes.
Maybe he joins?
Maybe.
He semi-promised us, as close to as promised us an interview at the end of BF1 League, and that never happened.
Yeah. So, yeah.
Anyway.
We will see. We will see if he joins.
But fair, if I were him, put on the spot like this, and he's clearly watching the stream, there is absolutely no chance I would turn up for an interview after all of this ado about his absence.
Yeah, I think AS5 Endurance. I'm not sure he talked any in voice chat. I was talking and he was typing back, and I was getting notifications from Discord, so I know what he said.
Fair enough.
Yeah, as Denyuk said, Gabor is super shy, so we respect that. Obviously, no real pressure on him to join the commentary box. If he doesn't wish to do so, that is entirely his own choice, and we will leave him to it. Isaac should suggest that he doesn't like you, Stravco. Could hardly blame him for that.
Yeah, Isaac said he was very communicative in car football, but just not with you during any endurance race.
I mean, I actually liked it, the silence. Not sure about other drivers, but I quite enjoyed driving in silence for 3 hours.
I can't quite do it. I need someone to talk to when I'm driving the car, if only to kind of tell me the things that are happening around me. I don't want someone shouting when I'm on the brakes. But having a little company makes a lot of difference. Yeah, this is Pete's drawn our attention to the chat where Darius says he just doesn't like us. I don't blame him for that either. I don't like me very much, let alone Pete.
No, I wouldn't blame him, honestly. Yeah.
Maybe he surprises you all.
This is the reverse psychology portion of the end of this broadcast.
Yeah, but wouldn't reverse psychology then be, oh God, please, anybody come for interview, just not Gabor.
Well, the only interview we've had was with one of our own commentators during this race. Thank you, by the way, Zdravko, for the insight on your drive. You were the one of 71 drivers so far who's come to talk to us. 70 if you don't include Michael.
Today.
So, yeah, today.
Where
One.
did you get?
You.
I understood you wrong. I understood you that I was one of the 71 drivers.
You were one of the 71 drivers, but only
The
one
only
of them
one, yeah,
came for an
yeah.
interview.
The only driver commentator.
Anyway,
But
I
not at the
believe-
same time like you.
Gabor has just, we're watching Ipsala on the screen there, but there's Gabor has just come under the gantry and across the line to start what will certainly be the final lap. Only 45 seconds remaining through the first corner. This looked like early on it would be a dominant performance by the number 90 car, the Furtive Racing LMP2, and they were so strong early on. And then the roles reversed in the middle of the race, and Gabor, I think more or less as predicted, able to fight his way to the lead and then slowly drive away.
Well, now that you say predicted, what did Tom predict?
I don't remember what Tom predicted.
I feel bad that I don't remember what Tom predicted. 5 seconds to go before we hit 0. There it is. 8 hours of racing comes to an end, but obviously an 8-hour race doesn't end immediately after the clock hits 0. We have half a lap remaining for the number 72 and the number 91 to come around and claim what is rightfully theirs. Gaborgia driving for Yes Motorsport alongside Zdravko Topolniak, who's joined us for the last hour and a half in the commentary box, and Darius Vizhinskas. Very well deserved as he exits the final corner and will weave his way up to the start-finish line to take victory in the Argentina Turismo 8 Hours of Westhill. Massive congratulations, Zdravko, and your team. Epic stuff. We have to do a bit of waiting for...
Thank you,
for
it was all me.
It was all you.
It was all you.
Absolutely, it was. We'll have Nico Pantola coming across the line to take P2 in a moment's time, but we are going to wait for Alfonso. He has to do a whole nother lap before he will be registered on the board. Here come the final runners for the LMP2 class. Nico Pantola and Yoni Gatilla will take P2 for Brandar Shop Esports. As we have a bit of an accident over start finish, never mind. Ipsal has a bit of a wait as well to take P3. What could have been for the number 90 Furtive Racing machine. Santandrew drove absolutely exquisitely for the first 5 hours of this race before it all came undone after the safety car. Not all of it his fault, but a few unforced errors from the number 90 brings their hopes of winning this one to an end, but a very, very well-deserved podium as we wait for Alfonso as well. He's just behind Santandrew and coming up to the... Ipsal coming up to the line. So here comes Ipsal to take P3, the final step on the podium in LMP2. But where is our winner for GT3?
Coming through now. Interesting the way the running order's shaken out. He is the last GT3 to cross the line, but he'll be credited with first when he does, ahead of Borislav Botev. So the lead GT3 crosses the line last of all cars to take the win in GT3. I don't believe I've ever seen that happen before, Pete.
No, neither have I. I mean, we missed Botev and Terzic coming across the line, but yeah, Borislav Botev takes P2 in GT3 for the Eastern Europe Union team, and Alan Terzic finally crosses the line to take the third place, the third step on the podium for Alan P2. I'm amazed that car managed to get a podium with the amount of contact it had with LMP2s. Not at all mostly not that car's fault at all. But
No,
yeah,
that has to be an immense relief just to cross the line and have this one over with. To say nothing of achieving a podium after all of that, I think were it not for all of the other cars colliding with them, certainly could have been on for a win here. Yeah, collisions and repairs costing them tons and tons of time, but even so, to stay with it and recover to third position in the GT3 class, well done to them.
yeah, an absolutely mega effort. We're hoping that some of the drivers will come around to join Gabor on the home straight for the podium photo, the traditional podium photo that we normally have after endurance races. That, of course, is a reminder to all the drivers who are probably new to this that you have to come around to the grid for a photo. There is another duty, of course. We have to announce the winners of the best livery competition as well, and we can do that before we get to the grid photos. It was Sausages Racing, the number 74, whose livery won the best livery competition, followed by NFR, 44 SG Racing, Kind Runners, and Team America LMP, the runners-up. And there were 60 something votes for Sausages Racing, 200 and something votes as well overall. 236 votes total. And 69 for Sausages Racing. So a nice number of votes. Thanks everyone for getting involved in that, as it looks like the grid has descended into chaos. Gabor is doing some donuts instead of waiting patiently for everyone else to turn up. So we'll give the guys on the grid a while to get ready, and pray that we get some interviews.
Yeah, Nico has vanished somewhere. I think he may have ended up on his lid with the post-race collision with the GT3. Gabor, as you said, perfectly happy to do donuts. Ipsala has put in a good effort to assume the third place position there on the grid, but with the shenanigans going on around him, I think this may be a vain effort.
Yeah, it'd be nice. Well, there we go. Now I think Ipsal has to join in, but yeah,
sulkily sitting in third place.
The grid has descended into chaos. But the drivers
have to let off some steam.
They'll get themselves into an order. We just need to give them some time, I think. Maybe I'm being slightly.
Now Ipsala has joined in, so I don't see this happening. I think chaos reigns, and though this isn't the podium picture that we had hoped for, it is entertaining. So I'm not disappointed.
No, but here we go then. The final results of tonight's action are thus. Give me 1 second. Or not, as the case may be.
A little bit of difficulty with the race results there. No one
apologies.
finished, and the fastest lap was 7 weeks.
Was 49 days. We will get the results of this race momentarily, while we enjoy, hopefully, some order on the grid. Sorry about that delay in getting the results, but we have them. The final results are as follows: Gabor Jeu in P1, Nico Pantola in P2, and Ipsal in P3. The number 72, 7, and 90 taking the podium in LMP2, and then in LMP2. The podium for GT3 was the number 91 El Alfonso down there in P13, with Borislav Botev in P14 and Alan Terzic taking the final slot for Alan P2, the 2017 in P15 overall. And that sums up pretty much the 8 hours. I'll hand over to Travis, who can string together some thoughts for the end of the race.
Yeah, so as usual, a dominant performance by Gabor, though certainly helped by his teammates, Zdravko Duponiak, our friend who is here in the commentary box with us, and Darius Verzinskas. Great performance by both of them to bring the car to Gabor to take over in the middle of the race and then drive a dominant performance. Nico Pantola and Yoni Katila. Yoni looked like he had the pace. A few miscues, a few mishaps, beyond their control in the middle of the race, relegate them to second position, and bit of a shame for the number 90 team, Ipsala and his teammate, who I've totally blanked on. My apologies to him, Santandreu. So strong in the early running, quickly from fourth up to first in the first lap of the race. And then dominant for the first half, and then again a slight miscue can so quickly change the complexion of the race. But the furtive team, a great result for the GT in the GT3 category. Borislav Botev, the number 46, that team, the Eastern Euro team, they should be very, very pleased with a strong performance and the immense relief that Alan Terzic and his teammates must feel to just finish the race, let alone on the podium. Frustrating day for them that finally comes good when they've been dodging LMP2s and the odd errant GT3 all day. So hats off to all of these drivers, an immense effort to do an 8-hour race, and congratulations to everyone who finished so well. Most of all, once again, Gabor, Darius Verzinskas, and Zdravko Duponiak, the winners overall in the LMP2 category here at the 8 Hours of Westhill, presented by our friends at Argentina Turismo. Helped by New Dimension Racing.
Yeah, thank you, Travis. We do have an interview. It is Darius Verzinskas joins us from the number 72, Yes Motorsports Machine. Darius, you did a whole bunch of driving there to get the car ready for Gabor. Congratulations, and tell us your thoughts about this epic race.
Hello, thank you. First of all, thank you for you guys, for Argentina Turismo for the race. It was quite good event overall. It was quite fun. Event was overall quite good, I would say. Wind was not helping at all, I would say, at least for me. On mouse, this wind is nightmare to race, but somehow managed to keep it in one place. So yeah.
Yeah, you got a podium in this one, Traz. It's been a while since you've competed in a race like this. How long has it been, actually? What was the last endurance race you competed in Need for Speed?
GT2.
Was that endurance? The GT2? You mean the GT2 challenge?
Yeah.
End of season endurance. That was quite a while ago.
Yeah.
So fair enough. Well, anyway, congratulations, Travis. Any questions for Darius?
No, not at all. Just to say congratulations, great effort. I know you've not been that active recently, and the effort, the practice, and the collaboration with your teammates, all three of you so strong all day. You must be quite pleased. Well, you said you're quite pleased. So once again, congratulations to you and your teammates.
Thank you. Yes, overall on setup work, it was quite a few laps to do that right. With it close to be spot on, just some issues overall, and I'm waiting for the Nux and Deus to be road cars. That will be my playground. That will be a lot better for me.
Yeah, brilliant. Well, thanks for coming to talk to us in the commentary box. We'll let you go. Just wanted to say as well, a big thanks to Zdravko Duponiak. Zdravko, I don't know if you're still with us, but yeah, I think he's had to head off for his evening. But yeah, massively appreciate Zdravko coming along, and congratulations, Darius and Zdravko, on your result. We can't say congrats to Gabor in person, but hopefully we can let him know afterwards our thoughts.
We know he's listening anyway.
We know, yeah.
Thank you.
No problem. Have a good one. Congrats again. There we go. Darius Vajinskas, part of the class-winning number 72 Yes Motorsports team in LMP1. Want to drag in another driver here. We've got a driver from the number 65. This is the Slovatek Racing team. Mehmet Joshkin joins us. Mehmet, how's it going? And congratulations.
Hello, buddy. Thank you. It was a great race. It was a great organization, and thanks to you guys for the broadcasting. Not everything went to plan, but everything seemed to be fine at the end of the race. We had like quite some crashes and spins, but it is what it is. It was my first endurance race, if you don't count 3 hours of Fox, which happened a few months ago. And yeah, that's it.
Yeah, that an 8-hour race is a big commitment for your first endurance race, particularly in a prototype car. You had some ups and downs during the race, but 8th position finish. You're relatively new to these cars, obviously to endurance racing by your own admission just now, and we've talked several times about your teammate Todd Gonzalez in the BF1 series. You guys have done very well with far less experience than the other guys around you. You have to be pleased.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm actually new to the LFS or sim racing, and it was a big thing for me. And I was expecting to be a lot different, but it just went the way it is. About my teammate, he's a great person and a great racer. He helped me a lot, and I gotta take Oni for that setups for helping me. Thank you, Oni. And yeah, it was a big commitment. I had spun and crashed a lot. Not crashed a lot, but I spun a lot. But I quite fight the pace at the end of the race, and yeah, I'm quite happy with the results.
Good. Well, we're very happy for you. Well done to you taking 8th position ahead of some stronger drivers. You had Imran Azar, a team that was tipped perhaps to win this race in the number 15, but they are behind you on the road. So congratulations again. Well done.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Yeah, very nice P8 from LMP2, and we'll see you at the next one hopefully.
Yeah, Pete, this is very exciting. Who are you going to introduce next?
Well, I don't know if his microphone's actually going to work, but we have just dragged in the winner. Well, the driver that crossed the line first. It's Gabor. His microphone's muted. I don't know if he's here just for. Oh no, Gabor, you there?
Hi.
Oh, hello. And he's gone. He literally said hello and left. Travis, you got your wish.
You know what? Fair play to him. I did this to us. Yeah, I got what I wanted. I got exactly what I asked for.
You asked for it.
Judging by the chat, the people are pleased. So, thanks for popping in, Gabor. We'll talk to you again in a few years, I guess.
Well, that was the shortest interview in history of our channel. So there we go. One final interview, by the looks of it, is from the driver one of the drivers in the number 27. That was Alan Turgitz's LMP2 car. Joaquin Stensnas. Have I pronounced that right? Am I even close?
Well, we'll go with it. That's fine.
I'm so sorry. I've only been saying it for about 8 hours. So anyway.
You can say Joachim.
Joachim, okay. It's the first name. I didn't talk about the first name. There we go. So, yeah, P15 overall and a 3rd placing class. How do you feel about that? How do your team feel?
Pretty good. I mean, for me and for Jake just out, it was our first venture into LFS, like proper racing, endurance racing. I mean, we've all been driving together for quite a long time, me and him and Alan and so on. But Alan finally convinced us to try it out, and this was great fun. I mean, we had some excursions, some crazy LMP2s, and won't get too much into details.
What a race for Alan to finally convince you to join. By our estimation, I think you may have competed for a win were it not for difficulties in the middle of the running.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm guessing the other guys probably also had some troubles, but I think my own pace and Jake's pace is probably a little off Alan's. Oh, it is. So I don't know if we would have been in the running really, but maybe there was a chance maybe for P2 there at the end, but we had a little excursion with another P2. So, but yeah.
You know, I would say I'm looking at the lap chart here, and don't sell yourself short. Your average lap was less than a second off Alan, who is Pete. Is it fair to say that Alan is an alien? I think he is.
Absolutely.
On a
And,
good day, you can be an alien.
And Jake was not far behind you. So yeah, absolutely. Don't slight your own efforts. You both put in a strong performance alongside Alan, and unfortunately,
Thank you.
know, some things just didn't go quite your way.
Yeah. I mean, apart from that, like we had fun. We went into this with no real expectations, just to have a good time, and we did. Like I must compliment you all on the production of this race. Like somehow LFS lives through all the bullshit with all the other sims and the esports scene and whatever. Then you still have a great production here, broadcast, like the server and the whole like the deal with the safety cars and all that. It's great, awesome work, guys. I say.
Well, we went 8 hours without saying the S word, and you've just done it. So, congratulations! You take the honors.
Yeah, there's a team with it in their name that we so delicately avoided. Then you've blown one open for us at the 8.5 hour mark.
But
I guess it was bound to happen eventually.
Yeah, exactly. And thank you for saying you enjoyed it, and we're really glad. And we do actually 100% agree with you that LFS just keeps on giving.
It does.
It does seem to do so.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's all thanks to the community. Thanks, of course, to the Argentina Turismo team for putting this together. New Dimension Racing for their support, and all of the drivers and teams. There were 71 drivers involved in this, and without them, this wouldn't have been possible. Without all your effort and dedication and all the setup work and all the training and the hours of practice, it doesn't happen without you guys. So congrats on your results. And
thank you.
Yeah, we'll hopefully see you at another one.
That is very possible.
Brilliant.
Excellent. Thank you, Joachim.
Yeah, Joachim
thank you,
from
guys.
The 27 LMP2 entry, taking third place in the GT3 class. A very confusing name for that, but nonetheless. All right, Travis, and I think that just about does it for us, and we can start to wrap up the production. Yeah, this wouldn't have happened without a number of people. First of all, massive thanks to the crew over at the Argentina Turismo team for the mods, for the organisation, all of the graphics they put together. It was absolutely brilliant to work with them once again. Jonathan Palmer over at New Dimension Racing, he's been supporting them all day long. Gave them access to the race control app. Of course, without that, they can't really run any of the race control properly. So thanks to Deco for that. Chris McElroy in the background, of course, cameras. He made some massive contributions to this, and obviously pulling out replays and
our instant replays are so good.
Keeping us posted in the background and stuff like that. Thanks, of course, to yourself, Travis, to Zdravko, to Owen, and to all of the drivers who have put in just a massive amount of effort for this event. It's just been epic to be a part of.
But not Tom Jones.
But not Tom Jones. We don't talk about him.
No, certainly not.
No. Thanks, of course, to Tom as well. It's a shame you couldn't have been around for the end. It was a good one to wrap up. So, Travis, that's everything from us, and all that's left to say is thank you to our viewers. Of course, we can't do this without them either. So thank you very much, everybody, for watching over Twitch and YouTube. This was a record broadcast, judging by the early statistics that we've had back. We're very pleased with the viewing figures across Twitch and YouTube. So thank you very much for spending your day tuned in to us, rambling on about some racing in Live for Speed. We really appreciate it. And if you did like it, then please like and subscribe to our YouTube channel. Consider giving us a follow or a sub on Twitch. We really appreciate your support, and that's all that there really is to say about it. Travis, any thoughts?
Nope. I agree, and I echo everything you said. It is brilliant to have everyone watching. This community is, though it is small, it is alive and well, and it is a thrill for us to cover these events and share them all with you. So thank you very much for your attention, your patronage, your support. It is a joy and a pleasure for us to do this together.
That's all from us. The Westhill 8 Hours by Argentina Turismo is a wrap. From all of us here at Sim Broadcast, we wish you a very good night. We'll see you at the next one. Good night.